All right. Let's see. Let's turn on the face cam. Okay. What I meant to do. Yo, what's up, Felix? And share. Hey, there it goes. There it goes. Wait, did I share? Try one more time. Yes, that. Boom. Okay. Okay, there we go. Good to go. All right, let's put on let's suit up here. Get the glove on. Okay, so we've got, this is a fresh page. We got one layer. We just got the inks. Let's put our template into it. Okay, this is my layers template. Okay. So we're going to get the palette. Okay, throw all those things in there. And the inks go right there. All right, get a save on that. Let's see, who do we need here? We only have Robin's hair, so we can kill all these layers. And move our palette over there. Okay. Page background, panels. All right, we'll fill the oh, so what the fuck? What is that? What's that? Yo, what's up, Lidl? All right. And it looks like we only have 2 panels. Stylus. I just changed that out a little while ago. All right, non-anti-alias. Let's see. Panel border is a bit messy. It's okay. Can you guys hear the music? I've been going through my desktop audio channel. And I'm sharing audio. I don't know if it's coming through or not. Yeah, that's right. Felix Haas, best modern comics gate, hands down. No music? Okay. All right. We're going to subtract this out here. Okay. All right. So how's your Saturday going? Hopefully good. Mine started out kind of weird. I went to bed after Liam's stream. Well, after I popped into the chat there, I went to bed shortly after. And laid in bed and stared at the ceiling like I couldn't sleep. So around 2:45, 2:50 in the morning for me, I finally fell asleep. And then promptly at 7 a.m., dude, like my eyes just went boing, popped open. I was like, shit. It's like, that's not good. So tried to lay in bed and fall back asleep, but that was no chance there. So I just had to resign to the fact that I was getting up. And I did. Let's see. Can't believe how close I am to completing this. See light at the end of the tunnel. Man, my nose gets so itchy in the morning. Sucks. Just for the sake of argument here, let's complete that selection. I'm gonna wipe that out of that. I don't want that to be a part of that. We're gonna kill that. We got coffee too. Let's subtract this pipe out of here. Am I shadow banned on YouTube? Why? Just stopping by to say hi. Thanks, Changus. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. My brother out here in California. I don't see you in my subscriptions as live. Really? I shouldn't be shadow banned. Had to get the link from your tweet. Damn. if they shadow banned me, I mean, there's no hope for the world then, apparently. Because I don't stream that much. Not like I used to, at least. Okay. Oh, we gotta fill that. Oops. Fill and fill. Okay. So first up, I don't want to enable the hyper contrast filter yet. Farg. Okay, so I'm going to do this, get this pod, and then I'm going to, oh, I don't have a flats channel, or flats layer yet. Flats. There we go. Right, we're going to get the pods, and we're going to get the chords. See, my notification YouTube is glitching. I think all of social media is glitching right now, dude. Honestly, the world is in full, like the world of the elite, I think, are in full scale panic because Sidney Powell has uncovered some shit that people aren't supposed to know about. And I'm really afraid for her safety right now. If she magically like has a car accident, her brakes fail, or you know what I mean, she decides to get suicidal and shoot herself in the back of the head 5 times, I would not be surprised. Please God, don't let that shit happen. But I don't have notifications set, but it doesn't show under the subscriptions tab. Oh yeah, like the live channels tab. Yeah. Because if what she's saying is true, which I tend to believe it, I mean, I don't think that a former prosecutor turned defense attorney who has a many decades record of impeccable credentials and results is going to stake her entire life and career and reputation and livelihood on a falsehood. I don't believe that's true. So the thing is, these voting machines have been used in multiple countries where, you know, elections have been unexplainable. Like a lot of my Canadian friends thought for sure Justin Trudeau was going to lose. Like they were convinced, they were positive he was fucking done. And magically, he got reelected with the similar amount of voting anomalies. You know, the Brazilian election, obviously the Venezuelan election, I think one in Argentina, all used Smartmatic software on their voting machines. So here's the thing. If Sidney Powell has uncovered this has implications for the world, not just us, for the world. There might be riots worldwide in countries that have had elections stolen by this software. I don't know, man. I don't know what the truth is. I really don't. But holy shit, do I want to see it. Oh, Ink Spots is in the back. I didn't see you back there, man. I got music playing. I didn't hear the boop.
What's up, man? You hear me all right?
Barely.
Okay, sorry. I'm at my drawing table, so let me get this microphone.
Any
better?
Yeah.
Any better?
I'm gonna pause my music.
All right.
Now that I got somebody here with me, I'm gonna shut the music down. Dude, ink spots, let me just say, as a trilogy of artists between me, you, and Sim, holy fuck, do we all look good together?
Yeah, we're badass, and people are gonna know it soon. Oh man, yeah, I've been doing these pencils for my Cecil painting I'm doing. So.
Oh yeah. Are you transferring that to?
Yeah, right now.
Let me embiggen you.
I don't know if it's how good it looks or whatever, but haven't tried to do this in a while. So anyway, yeah, I'm transferring this guy to my bristle board right now. So
how can I embiggen you? Oh, so there we go. Let's see. Show it one more time.
Oh, okay.
You're full.
So we're transferring this guy. To my Bristol board. Working on some rendering and stuff.
I love your new rendering style, dude. I love it. It's so fun to ink. I love it.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, I got a lot of, I've been looking at a bunch of comics, Joe Mad, looking at how McWaney inked him, and then looking at a bunch of Jeffrey Scott Campbell stuff, and so I picked up a few things and just running with it, as well as influence he already had. Everyone has a little bit of the Todd Father in them from the Spawn days, and so we'll see how it all plays out. But
yeah, Jim Cox, is there some Inkslayer plot to take over the world? I mean,
we can't say right now. It's a secret.
I don't think we're focused on world domination, but
no, not yet. Anyway,
I mean, not conquest. That's so.
Such a harsh word,
It is. It is.
I prefer to think of it as just telling other people what to do. I don't know.
Well, Liam has conquest. He has that secured. So.
Oh yeah, he already has conquest.
Yeah. So I reserve that for him. But as far as Inkslayer is concerned, I think maybe just I don't know, a revival of classic comic book style, and bringing talent together to synergize with one another, kind of
synergize, like
not and not to be confused with simmergize.
Not simmergizing, but synergizing.
Yeah, that's something Sim does in Canada where he's at.
Whatever those silly Canadians do over there.
That's his morning workout. He gets up and he simmergizes.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this looks when I watercolor over it, because I've erased a lot.
Oh, do you think you fucked up the tooth of the paper?
I'm not pressing that hard. I'm just I seen Jim Lee watercolor on Bristol, so we'll see what happens. It's a pretty heavy Bristol board, so.
Is it a Strathmore plate?
Yeah.
Oh, you should be fine then.
Okay. Okie dokie.
The only thing is if you gouge the surface with a sharp like 4H or something around there.
Yeah.
That's when you got problems.
I'm using a super dull mechanical pencil, so
shit. Okay. So that's like HB, huh?
Yeah, it's HB lead. It might smudge though when I go to color it, that's for sure. So,
HB smudges like a son of a bitch.
Definitely gonna make a photocopy before.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
We'll see if I can even get this shit rendered to where it looks good. You never know.
Well, you know what? I was gonna say, instead of a photocopy, you should get a color laser copy of it. Because
listen, man, I'm broke. I can't afford the fancy schmancy laser color copy. Plus, I'd have to go out somewhere else out of my house.
Oh, you have a photocopier at home?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Well, I guess.
Well, no, I mean, I didn't mean photocopy. What I meant, it was a nice scan of it. A nice scan.
Okay.
That way I could chase it later and redo it if I screw it up. So
Okay, gotcha.
yeah.
Well, I worked at Kinko's for like almost a decade, so I'm receptive to specific language. So
I
when you
mean,
say
is that something to
photocopy,
brag about? I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
well, I could tell you that
I
I
know
was
you're
like
rich now. I know you're rich now, so it paid off. So.
I was like the tallest midget, dude. Like
I'm the
I felt like a
tallest midget.
fucking I literally felt like a demigod most of the time because I knew so much shit. And people always asked me questions, like coworkers and shit.
Yeah.
So my goal when I started there, and it's a funny story. Like I wanted to get into advertising, right? That was my ultimate goal, was to become an advertiser, an advertising commercial artist or something, or write ads, a copywriter, or something like that, where I could use art and words together. I was fascinated with motivation, like what motivates people to do things, to buy things, to like things or not. You know, that whole science, just it absolutely is fascinating to me. So, but along that time, I'd always been into comics. I'd always been into drawing characters and things like that. So, you know, those two things aren't at odds with each other, but they're definitely they don't feed each other very well. So I actually worked at a pizzeria early on, like when I was probably 16 till 18-ish, and you know, just getting into like junior college and graduating high school and stuff like that. And one of the regulars that used to come into the pizzeria that I worked at, his name was Pat, and he was an executive, a sales executive for a large advertising firm in Los Angeles. And I told him, you know, that I was interested in getting into advertising, and you know, I wanted to take my artistic skills into, you know, graphic design and that kind of stuff, you know, because I didn't see a lot of money in
pizza
comics.
Oh,
in what?
Pizza?
Oh yeah. Well, no, that was a job just to make, so I could go snowboarding whenever I wanted. But so he said to me, you know, why don't you come down and show your portfolio, and you know, I'll introduce you to my creative director, and you know, see what you think. So I didn't have a car at the time, and so I got on an LA Metro bus, took that bus to downtown LA, went to the building, is the Wells Fargo building, is this fucking huge glass building in the middle of LA, and met with the creative director. And I had my portfolio was dog shit. It had a few pretty cool pieces in it, but for the most part, the depth of my skills weren't really on display very well. And the creative director said, I see you've got a lot of talent. I like your attitude, and you know, you got to go to college and get a degree in advertising, and then we can talk. And I was like, holy shit, is that all I got to do? Because in my mind, I was like 16 and a half. I was like 17, I think. You know, I'm like, are you serious? That's all I got to do? And it didn't seem like a lot.
Yeah.
But it actually is a lot. So I left there. Yeah. I left there extremely excited, but at the same time, kind of, you know, I look back now at the way that it was a she, the way she talked to me. She was more patting me on the head and mussing my hair and saying,
yeah, good little boy, just get out of here. You're wasting my time.
Thanks for coming in today. But my young brain heard, hey, you got potential, kid. Keep at it and you'll go places. So I was super excited.
She inspired you by accident.
Right. She was blowing me off, but at the same time inspired me by accident. So I got back, and the next time I saw Pat, he's like, so how'd it go? Because I guess he didn't really talk with her very much. And I said, well, she said she liked what she saw. She said I had a lot of talent, a lot of potential, and that I need to go get a degree in advertising, graphic design, that kind of stuff, and then come back and see her in a few years. And he's like, well, that's great news. Well, now you know what you need to do. And so, I was I kind of rode that energy for a little while, and then I realized, kind of doing research, I'm like, holy shit, this isn't
Yeah.
this isn't something I can really do. Because the graphic design degree, I mean, I grew up not poor, but definitely not well off. Like,
yeah, me too, man. I grew up poor, like real poor.
yeah. Like my dad was a single dad, and we found our Christmas tree on the side of a road one year. You know what I mean? Just to kind of tell you how we were.
Yeah.
So I never lost the feeling, the drive to get into comics, though. Like, that was another thing. So I had seen Pat a little later, another time, and he asked me how, if I'd picked a school yet, or whatever. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna get into college. I might start at junior college or something and see how that goes. But he goes, well, what else do you like to do? And I said, well, I'm really into comics. I'm really into comic art. I would love to be a comic artist too. I mean, he's like, huh, okay. Well, I'll tell you, this guy was from like Texas. So, and he was living in California. So he was kind of a fish out of water. He had kind of one of those, little bit of a Texas drawl, but not too heavy. I'll tell you, I see a lot of them comic artists coming in and out of Kinko's. I imagine that maybe all it might take.
That's how you got in there.
Yeah, maybe all it might take is just a little opportunity mixed with some providence. You might run into one, and like maybe you show them your portfolio or something. And I'm like, dude, this guy's a fucking genius. And so I'm like, holy shit, let's look at that. So I went down to the local Kinko's, and they were hiring, as always. Pretty much always were hiring at that time. And talked to the branch manager, and he was like, why don't you come back next week and we'll have an interview. I'm like, oh shit, okay. So filled out an application, did the whole thing, and within 2 weeks I was hired.
Nice.
So I went to training, went through all this document creation training and xerography training, and I learned a lot of shit about printing. And I couldn't get enough of learning about software and document manipulation and the whole science behind how all that works. So let's see. Hold on. Let me take a second to address the chat here. Let's see. Why isn't someone with ink in their name not going straight to inks? I think
I let a guy named Scotsman handle the inks.
Oh,
I can ink, but I'm not pro level inker. I'm good at coloring. I can pencil a little bit. My inks have room for improvement. So if I can get a guy like Scotsman with mega talent to ink over me, I think I'll go there.
Damn, you're building me up. You're heaping praise on me. You're making me all bashful and shit. I mean, I don't want to show kind of where we were, where we've been. It's top secret shit. But I've done a couple tests on InkSpot's work, and I feel a good synergy there. Let's see. We got. Let's see. I wanted to go to RIT for printing and graphic arts. Nice. Let me go here real quick. Go to comments. Let's see. And then, but it was $40K a year instead of $5K a year for state college. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. That's what I looked into. I was like, holy shit. Let's see. Bogdan, what's up, buddy? And Simon's in the chat.
Sim,
Simon's in the chat.
what are you doing in the chat? How come you're not
Sim,
here?
I know. Dude, you have the link, goddammit. Let's see. His name should be Color Spot.
Pink Spot.
Taint Spot.
Taint Spot. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't I ever think of that? What's wrong with
I
me?
mean,
It fits
right?
me more than any other, kind of spot. So.
Oh, it looks we got Rotten Glory in the chat here.
What's up, Rotten?
Yeah, he's not showing up in my regular chat. Why? Oh, it's top chat. What? What's
Is he in the back?
Chat? There he is. There he is. Okay. Welcome, Rotten Glory. How are you, buddy?
Good to see you. Big Rot.
So that's how I ended up working at Kinko's on the recommendation of somebody who was, genuinely giving me good info. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah. Shadow band as usual. So I get hired at Kinko's Ink Spots. Okay. I get hired at Kinko's. I'm there for probably 5-6 months. Turns out a guy that worked there was kind of in the same boat as me. His name was Mando or Armando or Mando or whatever.
Whoa, like the Mandalorian? What the hell?
Yeah.
Man? Nice.
Yeah. Welcome, Sim.
Hello.
And so, he was an inker. He was an inker, and he was trying to break in, and he was doing a bunch of stuff, and I told him that I was doing the same, trying to get into comics and stuff, and he's like, he was super like, I don't know, he wasn't very supportive. He was kind of catty about it, because he'd been trying for a really long time to get in.
Yeah, he's like, sure, whatever, man.
Yeah. I've been grinding for years. It's going to be a long time. Just trust me on that one. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. So I was hanging out one day working, and I look out in the self-serve area and I see some guys making photocopies of some 11x17 Bristols, and I recognize comic book pages from a mile away. And to be fair, I'd already met a few artists. I'd made photocopies of Rob Liefeld's shit because he popped in a couple times, and I met a few other people that worked at Extreme, and there were some guys out there making copies of their shit, and I kind of moseyed over to them and said, "Hey, what's up, guys? You making some copies of some comic pages, huh?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're trying to put together a studio. We're gonna see if we can get one of our books picked up, maybe by Image or something." And like, "Oh, okay." And this guy Anthony, he'd already worked for Jim Lee at one point at Wildstorm, and he's like, "Yeah, I already worked with Jim at Wildstorm for a while as a pinup artist, and I kind of went out on my own." I'm like, "That's weird." I'm like, "We work for Jim Lee and you want to go out on your own?" I didn't say that, but I was like, in my mind, I was like, "Huh,
what's wrong with you?"
So, I come to find out later, spoiler alert, the guy was a bit of a piece of shit. So, but anyway, so I was like, well, I'm trying to be a comic artist too, guys. How you doing? And they're like, "Oh, really? Do you ink?" And I'm like, kind of a penciler. And they're like, "Oh, well, Anthony here's the penciler. We kind of need an inker." And I'm like, "Well, I'm down to learn. I mean, I'm always willing to try something, like, So Anthony says to me, he goes, "Well, hey, I'm really good friends with Marlo Alquiza. He works at Extreme, and maybe if you did backgrounds for him, you could learn. He would teach you." And I'm like, "Well, fucking hang, let's do it."
Yeah.
So I ended up going with him to Marlo's house, and we hung out. We hit it off immediately. Marlo and I became really good friends, and I started going over to his home studio and inking backgrounds like literally every day for hours and hours and hours and hours. I spent more time with Marlo than I spent with my own family.
Wow.
Inking backgrounds and shit. So, and through that, where I lived in Fullerton, or no, actually I lived in Placentia, California. And the apartment complex that I lived in, I found out that another inker lived in that apartment complex. Literally, I could throw a football from my front door and hit his front door. And he was the inker for Matt Broom. His name was Sean Parsons. And through Marlo, I met Sean, and Sean worked at Hack Shack with Artie Bear. And so I started doing backgrounds for Sean as well. And he and I became really good friends. And so now I had two pro artists that I was apprenticing under, doing backgrounds for, and just learning their techniques, learning their styles and stuff like that. And during that time too, our little studio we were putting together, me and the other guys, we had landed a gig to do a comic book for a video game company. The owner of the video game company had like a passion project he wanted to do. Mm-hmm. And, it was a ridiculous story. It was one of the ugliest things I've ever seen. But it's published, and, my name's on it. It'll dox me, so I'm never going to say. But let's just say, as I was learning to ink, I got a book. And, it was pretty crazy. Marlo inked the cover for me, and it was this awesome thing. And this is when I was saying that Anthony guy is a bit of a piece of shit, because he was the guy who was kind of our big guy, or our face. Mm-hmm. He was the one who negotiated the price and negotiated the page rates and stuff like that. And he was the one getting paid. And turns out he didn't pay me. Ooh. And he was like, oh, my mom and dad lost their jobs, and my brother and I have been starving and stuff. And like, I spent the money on food. And I'm like, all right.
Was his name Critias? Oh, just checking.
Well, so I go like, all right, well, I still deserve to be paid for my work. He's like, yeah, I'll get you paid and this and that. And so, the owner of the company hadn't paid us out completely. He'd only paid us for about 60% of the work. So I'd made it known to him. I said, hey, Anthony's hasn't been paying me. And so, this guy was like, oh, fuck that. Like, all right, well, I'm paying you for the rest of it then. And it was about 75% of what I was supposed to make. Wasn't I already doxxed? Not to my knowledge, not that I'm aware of.
As hard as I tried,
I think what they mean by your doxxed, they mean your name. Your name's out.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, my name is out, but it's also a bit of a nom de plume. Mm-hmm. So. Yeah.
And by the way, you pronounce plume.
Nom de plume.
Nom de plume. Yeah.
Nom de plume.
There you go. You got it very good. You even pronounced it like a real French guy.
There you go.
Not a Quebecer.
I don't eat plumes. They make me sick.
Yeah, you need to practice your Quebecer French accent,
right?
Because this is not going to be working.
Okay. All right. See you, wife.
Hello, wife.
Yeah, and also back then too. That was before I was married, and I've actually changed my last name one time in my life.
Oh,
because
when you got
I was
married,
raised by my
name.
Yeah, I took her name. No, I was married. I was raised by my stepdad, and he basically dropped out of school to raise me and my sister. One kid that wasn't me, and I'm talking my stepdad. He's my dad. My dad was a straight A student from birth. I've seen his transcripts, and literally he was the kid who, stayed after class to help the teacher clean the classroom. He was in FFA, Future Farmers or whatever. Mm-hmm. He wanted to be a veterinarian. Like his life, like if he never met my mother, he'd be like a wealthy veterinarian or something, maybe. Like he had all the grades. He was one of the most, like literally, if there was a Clark Kent on Earth, it would be my dad. And he gave all that up because he got my mother pregnant, and my sister was born. So he dropped out of school. He took on 3 jobs. Literally, he was a janitor at a high school. He was a short order cook and a bus driver. Like the epitome of going from someone who's worked their ass off to, enter into a career and then had it all fucking flushed away because of an unplanned pregnancy.
Yeah, been there.
And, so.
Well, at least it was your sister's fault, not yours.
Well, here's the thing, dude. I couldn't think of any better way to repay him for that sacrifice than to make sure that my son has his name.
Nice, dude.
So I went through the process to legally. Awesome. Yeah, dude. I can't pay that debt any other way. He didn't have a son of his own. He's got 2 daughters, and I'm the only one. So the only way I could pay that debt was to make sure that his name gets passed to my boy. And so, like I said, I went through the process, changed my last name, and this and that. So back then, though, I had a different last name when I was doing that comic.
So you can't find him.
So I'm like a slippery sausage here somehow.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, super gay.
See, I had the opposite. My stepdad was a dick to me, and I had his last name, and then I changed it back to my mother's maiden name when I moved out of the house.
Oh, that's badass.
Yeah, I went the other way.
There you go.
Like, I ain't taking your last name, faggot. You ain't my dad. You ain't my daddy. You ain't my daddy.
What's up, Bristolian Dave? Still yet to figure out what a Bristolian accent is. One day hoping to know what that means.
I'm working on Bristolian right now, man. Oh, something else. Never mind.
Just like champagne only comes from one region in France, or Parmesan cheese only comes from one region in Italy. Real Bristol board only comes from Bristol in the UK. Otherwise, it's just a weak facsimile counterfeit.
Oh shit.
Oh, for fuck's sake. So yeah, so that's kind of how I ended up getting involved in all this craziness.
Nice, man.
I don't even know why did I go down that road?
I don't know, but
what was I trying to tell you?
You did it.
I don't know.
I was trying to tell you something.
I think I asked you what time it was, and then
we started talking about ain't your docs already out there?
Oh,
and you went like, oh well, let me tell you a very long and elaborate story about my last name.
Did I sound like that?
No. I'm just trying to make voices.
I was gonna say.
I'm just trying to make different voices.
Sim finally got me to get some Meta Barons comics last night.
Fucking
just digital. I got some digital.
Dude,
ones.
but you fucking jizzed all over that fucking weapon of Meta Baron,
no,
right?
I was like, they're okay. They're not that great.
Dude, he was fucking bashing his head on the table over that gun that he just splattered everywhere.
Oh my god. Dude,
okay.
Chat, let me just tell you something real quick. Oh, Davis cleared it up for us real quick. A Bristolian accent is half farmer, half pirate. Okay. I think I got
Ahoy,
it.
matey.
So chat, we've got a real rift in the Inkslayer studio. It's a real rift. And Sim, try as we might. We've tried very hard. We just can't get Ink Spots to love anime.
Nope.
He literally like he'll laugh like when funny moments happen, and we'll be like, "Ah, what do you think? You like it?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm not even watching."
Yeah, dude, he's classist, dude, with animation. It's fucking weird. And there's another fucking thing is the weirdest thing is that you can get fucking Scottman to watch the goriest fucking anime in the goddamn world. But if you say, hey, let's watch a fucking child horror movie, a children horror movie, and he's gonna go, nope, 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 like an OCD kid. Nope, 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 nope.
Not gonna do it, motherfucker. Ain't gonna happen.
Like yesterday, I'm like, hey, dude, we're watching a movie, like, and it sounds gory. I'm like, yo, don't worry, it's anime. Ba-dum, he's in.
Yeah, I'm like, cartoons.
He's buzzed the other way. He's like, hey, dude, that sounds great. That sounds great. It's animated. Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, cartoons are for kids, but comic books are for adults.
See? And you're talking about the guy that draws and thinks like a fucking cartoon. His name should be Cartoon Spot. Toon Spot. There you go, Toon Spot.
He's everything spots.
Working on it. We're all working on it.
Hey, we're gonna call you the Toon Dip. The Dip.
Dave wants to know what your issue with anime is. I think you laid that out.
What's that?
You think it's for
Dave
kids?
wants to know what your issue with anime is.
It's like a cartoon, man. It's for kids. It's not for me. That's all. That's all there is.
Okay. Did
you show him Heavy Metal yet, Sim?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried.
You'd still no, huh?
Yep.
Wow. Because I would think that would be right up Inkspots' alley.
Dude, just yesterday, that fucking Helsing Ultimate, dude. That's like, dude, that's his type of humor. That's like absolutely the type of thing that you should like. But he laughed all along, but would not look at the goddamn anime. Otherwise, it's like it's breaking the
yeah, I did it.
Disbelief.
I don't think I looked at the screen like 2 times. I was just working, and I didn't even care.
But he cracked the fuck up, though. That's the thing, is that see, he was conditioned to hate anime because he thinks that he's a grown up now and he cannot like anime. So he was conditioned like people are getting conditioned right now. We're trying to break him out of it, but he's very resistant.
You can't break me.
We're not trying to break you. We're trying to fix you, you idiot.
You bitches can't break me.
Oh, man. I think it might be similar, Sim. His adverse reaction to anime might be similar to my adverse reaction to horror movies.
Yeah?
Might be.
You guys are pussies.
Because I'll tell you what.
What?
I like horror movies. They don't scare me, though. I find them hilarious. Like, I find like, crazy amounts of gore just to be funny as hell. It doesn't.
I am a massive fucking pussy when it comes to scary shit. Massive. Like gaping vagina, axe wound, massive pussy when it comes to
I remember watching Freddy Krueger when I was little. I was like 5 years old, and I was just cracking up. I thought that was the funniest thing ever.
If you want to defeat fucking Scottman, you don't need to fucking fight him. You'll probably kick your ass. Just cut yourself open. Just cut yourself, like bleed yourself in front of him. He'll go like, ah! And you're gone.
No, I ain't scared of blood. That ain't it. I just don't like demonic shit. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, so come in with a fucking disguise dressed as a fucking undead, and he'll fucking go. Then he'll freeze.
Nah, dude. See, that's the thing. Like, it's not a matter of like being physically afraid if I saw it in front of me. You know what I mean? Because I'd fucking draw my steel and start cutting shit. You know? Like if that were the case, but I'd be frightened out of my fucking mind. But I just don't like to put demonic shit from movies into my central processing unit. You know what I mean?
Central processing.
My brains.
Okay,
my brains, dog.
See, you just heard what he just said, right? This is why he's a pussy watching horror movie.
Hey, Sam, what the hell? This is my friend Sam. Yeah, this is Scotsman. He's a puss.
Dude.
He says it himself, dude.
Though. Guilty as charged.
Dude, the fucking hole. It's a fucking children movie. There's nothing very scary about it, and he got traumatized by it.
Oh, fuck
that he doesn't want to watch.
No. That movie, no, fuck that. That movie was bullshit. No. Okay, guys, he's talking about a movie from the 80s called The Gate.
The Gate. Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
It
That
was
the
a
whole.
basically the premise was these kids they were at home and they opened a gateway to hell in their backyard. It's just this hole, this steaming red fucking dirt hole in their backyard that just demons were pouring out of, right?
Yep.
And their parents left for the weekend and left them alone. And you know, they went all through all this shit and they were dealing with all these fucking demons and stuff and all these crazy happenings and whatnot. And near the end, you know, their parents came home and they're like, Mom, Dad, the crazy stuff's happening. We need to get out of here. You know, I'm like, oh, it's okay, son. It's okay. Don't worry. And the mom was like a demon and shit. It wasn't really them. Dude, that scared the shit out of me for my whole life, dude. My whole life. I've never gotten over it.
Wow. Okay,
I mean,
you're puss.
Dude, the only
See?
other thing the only
See,
thing that was
that's
worse,
what I'm saying.
the only thing that was worse than that, dude, I was like 9 when that happened. The only thing that was
Dude,
worse for me
I got
was
over.
when
I
the
got
only
over
thing that
my
was
fucking
worse-
Jaws scare, and
The only thing that was worse for me was my dad made me watch the movie Poltergeist. Poltergeist
I
1.
love Poltergeist.
yeah,
And
Poltergeist
so
great.
that scene when it's raining and he's in the room and he's talking to his son and the lightning is striking and he's like, just count 1,000, 2 1,000, and every
1,000.
number, that tells you how far away it is, because the kid was afraid of lightning. So the lightning would strike, he would count or whatever. Well, then he looked out the window and the fucking tree came alive. And it grabbed him, pulled him out of the fucking window.
That tree is badass.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
No way, dude.
That's good shit right there, man.
No.
Yeah, it's fucking
way.
amazing. Yeah, it's fucking great, dude.
No, it ain't great.
Especially when you keep in mind, dude, there's how many guys worked into this to make that fucking tree work and make it look so goddamn good. This is where you get when you study movies and stuff like that, dude. You get to a point where you're not that like, I'm scared. No, you're getting there and you're like, dude, how the fuck did they make it look that good?
In 1987, I was older than 9. Was I? I don't know. I put it out of my mind.
Dude, my uncle made me watch.
Okay, I was 12.
My uncle made me watch Jaws when I was, I think, 9, dude. I got nightmares for ages, for years. Dude, I could not even jump in a fucking ocean.
Yeah.
Okay? I would have dreams that, I would go to the pool every fucking day, right? And every time I would go to bed, I would sleep. I would go to bed and I would have a fucking nightmare where I would get on a fucking high dive. And every time I would get high, on the high dive, like, maybe, I don't know. You don't do with meters. A lot of feet up, okay?
Many feet. Got it.
Many feet up. And the thing is, my dream, as soon as I would get there would be no more stairs. And I'm like, okay. So I'm about to jump, and all you see is fucking Jaws on a fucking in the pool with his little baby, and I would have to try and jump over the deep and get to the. Dude,
okay, I'm gonna say it. You're a bigger pussy than Scotsman, because all you gotta do to not get eaten by a shark is don't go in the fucking ocean.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
my point is, dude. The problem is I had nightmares and I didn't let it affect me, you bitch.
Sounds like you let it affect you.
No, I did not. I said I had those nightmares every fucking night, and I still fucking woke up the next day and went to the fucking pool. That's my
there's
point.
No sharks in the pool, bro.
No, there's no sharks in the pool. I ain't afraid of sharks either.
That sounds a little gay. PH gay.
Yeah, but that's because you guys are taking your fantasies with realities. I keep saying no, but you keep trying.
Oh man!
And I keep turning around and just smacking.
Don't try to throw your baggage on me, okay?
I know.
Okay.
These are your predilections, not mine.
Don't you start? Yeah. Okay. I just woke up.
Bitches.
I'm doing my pretty makeup now. Okay.
Doing my pretty makeup now.
Dave says, "Had to take a piss. Where's the shark come from?"
Where'd the shark come from?
Ooh. Rich says, "No movie is more frightening than the common house centipede, though. Those are pretty fucked. Yeah, gotta
Yeah.
agree with you.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That fucking yeah.
I don't find
The
anything
centipede,
in
that
fiction as frightening as things in real life. So,
exactly. That's the
'cause I
thing.
was
That's why.
frightened of major things when I was a kid, but they were all real. So,
Dude, I had really bad nightmares when I was a kid, and like watching Nightmare on Elm Street.
really,
No,
I
no, no,
found
no,
that
no, dude, it helped
hilarious.
me. No, it helped me. That's the thing is, dude, I thought that those murders were funny, right?
You're
But it's
fucking
the
twisted, son.
dude, it's the principle that you can control your dreams.
Yeah, I know.
When you realize when you can control your fear, you're not a fucking pussy anymore. You go into your dreams, you can actually take control of them.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Like in the Matrix.
1 second. I'm not talking about having nightmares. That's not what this is about. My fear does not come from sleepy time. My
I don't
fear
want it in my
comes from
processing.
my fear comes from I'm alone a lot. I'm up late by
Yeah.
myself in the house in a studio with the door closed that's in the garage, and I hear noises. I feel wind rush by me. Dude, seriously. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, Jason Voorhees, fucking Michael Myers. Yeah, dude. No, but you know what I'm saying? I'm awake when I'm afraid. I'm not asleep. I don't have nightmares. I sleep like a fucking baby most of the time. That's not my issue. It's I don't like to have lucid thoughts while I'm awake.
Your issue is
about
that
shit.
you need a tissue. Got it.
More than a tissue. Need a fucking beach towel. So yeah, so I'm not talking about having nightmares. That's not where I'm coming from on this. I'm coming from being awake and getting creeped the fuck out because I'm by myself.
It's even worse. He's a pussy.
I'm not fighting against it. I'm saying you're right.
I know. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just proving my point to Ink. That says,
You're too hard on him, Sam.
Okay.
He's gonna run away. We'll never see him.
Scots.
He's gonna join the circus.
What's that?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry
You're
for
just
what?
you're just a horror pussy. You're not a full pussy.
I
You're also Superman gay lover, but you're cool. I love
Yeah.
you. You know.
Superman.
I'll listen. I'll stop you when you're wrong. Keep going. I mean, I'm whenever when you get off track, just I'll let you know.
It's okay. I got it. I already saw you blush. I know I hit the nerve. I'm good.
Nerve.
But nerve. I mean, like, okay. You know what I mean.
Flicked my bean. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I was gonna say flattered.
Yeah, nice.
Flattered.
Flick his bean. What the hell is going on now? Now I'm lost.
You're so flattering.
You're so
Bean
flattering.
flickers. What the hell?
Flick it. You got the flick it good. Flick it.
You're venturing into
Are
a
you-
new
Are you
Giving him a lady
Are you a
boner.
flicker or a puller?
Oh,
Oh, that's an inking thing.
All right.
I'm a-
There you go.
I'm a puller.
yeah, I pull as well.
We're pullers.
I'm a flicker. I
I've
do
always
both.
felt- well, certain techniques you'll
Yeah.
flick, and certain techniques you'll pull.
But like one of the things that
yes,
yesterday we were doing some playing around me and ink on the inking on the Discord, and one of
Mhm.
the things is we were doing trying to reproduce the same technique, right?
Uh-huh.
The barbell, I think it was.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, me, I do like this. I go from outside, I do a dot, and I pull in. I try, dude. Would not work. But flicking it the other way around, I would get it. Boom, 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 boom. No problem. It's weird. We just don't. Not everybody works the same.
Yeah, some people do it wrong, and some people know how to do it.
Yeah.
That's,
Well, I mean, some of it has to do with muscle memory and the way your arm mechanics are, and like, you know what I mean?
Some
Like
are
how-
very
how,
prejudiced, you know.
Well,
no, with
how-
inking,
how-
it's like you have to know how your own body works, how your movement works best. Because, like, if you see Jimmy, I don't know if you guys know Jimmy Reyes, but
yeah.
when he
Who?
inks, he does.
Okay.
He goes the opposite way of what every other inker I've ever seen do. So, like, if you're pulling on that technique, he'll do it the other way. but it still looks good. So it's
Oh,
like
so he's
how
a
your body
contrarian.
works. Yeah.
No, I mean there's some specific things that when you're holding a quill that you need to think about, and one of them is if the more you can use your elbow to make marks without arcing your hand, like if you move your hand as a unit, you tend to have straighter lines. Unless you're doing a series of pullouts where you want a windshield wiper you're at your elbow. That way your wrist stays in the same position. That way you don't tilt your nib. Your nib doesn't go from being pointed to being flat, which will scrape and pull fibers out of the paper. So whether you're going to pull or push when you're laying ink down, the less you use your hand, the more you use your elbow, the better your lines will be.
Kind of the same with drawing.
Yeah. It's more
It's the
elbow,
same.
less wrist.
Less wrist, more elbow.
Yeah, that's what I told her.
Why were
That's
you
what
up to
he
your
said.
elbow?
So you don't stop at the wrist, you go all the way to the elbow. Got it.
Yeah, that's right.
All the way to the elbow.
That's right. You bury that shit right in the bone.
All the way to the elbow. That's
You don't half cock it. You do. You always go full in.
Yeah, you don't half cock, you do full cock.
Yep.
Full bukkake.
We are filthy individuals.
What? Because we're 100% into what we're doing.
Yeah.
We give it 100%, like 250% every fucking time.
That's right. That's right.
Slayer!
Slayer, motherfuckers. Yeah.
Why am
I'm gonna
doing
be
that?
showing some stuff. I'm still waking up, dude. I just finished having breakfast.
I gotta get I got a meeting at 1. Potential client. Actually, it's already a client. We're gonna go over style. We're gonna do his coloring for. Probably gonna have you help me with that project, Scotsman. When I get it, split it with you if you feel like it.
Okay.
Should be easy money. Easy money. I like easy money.
It's easy money, man.
Sure.
It's gonna be a simple coloring style, so should be easy.
I'm looking at Nick and I hate him.
You hate me? Why?
Huh? Why? Because you're drawing traditional. Now I'm like I'm trying to get ready to work some pixel inks, and I'm like I feel like penciling. Now I'm like that's a nice pencil. I miss my pencils.
Yeah.
I'm like you that lead is very pulled, dude.
It's very what? What did you just say?
Out.
Pull out?
It's very like.
Oh yeah, I usually have my lid further out than that.
Dude, you do have a fucking
I like
nice
it to
big
come
light
out
table.
like that far. Yeah, this is a real drafting table, and then I just cut the middle out and put some lights underneath of it. So
Okay,
that
people, I need more people to buy my book so I can move into a bigger house. Go, please. I want to have my full studio back.
You know how I afford
Other side.
My father-in-law owns it.
You work with that red and blue shit.
That's why I have my lead that long too.
No,
you do the same thing.
No, not as long as you.
I do it like that. That way, I
him
can't
it's
press.
Too long. Him it's way too long.
I do it because if I have it out that far, I can't press too hard or it'll break. So that makes me control my
yeah, you just notice.
Holy shit, dude!
I know, right?
Oh my god!
I have it out like 1.5 inches, 2 inches usually.
Okay, so you push it in, sharpen, then push it back out.
No, I sharpen it with it like that too.
How in the fuck do you put it on camera? I want to see.
Well, trying to do it on the camera, you'll make me break it.
Oh, wow! So you're just like super careful with you sharpen.
Yeah.
Damn.
And is that a 4H, 2H?
2H. Or HB lead. No, it's just HB lead.
HB.
It's HB.
Okay.
I start with 4H.
Let's see. I'm almost
4-H
out
is
of-
too hard, man.
Dude, I don't work with blue shit. So my 4H it's what I
It's
lay out with.
200 HB.
Then I go in with 2H.
I know, but Sim, here, let me say one thing.
Yes.
You're not considering your inker. Okay. When you use a 4H on your Bristol, you slice the surface of it, so it's a pain in the dick and balls to ink. Because the ink just literally hits gutters and goes wherever it wants. Because a 4H is so dense of lead, it cuts the Bristol surface.
Yeah, the only reason I have it out that far is
Oh,
just so that
I'm
I
sorry.
cannot press too hard.
This guy. Oh,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Maybe if you put your lead out farther,
Sorry,
then you wouldn't
princess.
destroy your
Sounds
board.
like a you
Kill
problem.
your inker.
Sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. I mean, get good, scrub. Learn how to fucking control your ink.
I do. I don't press like a whole fucking much when I draw with a 4H. Damn.
All I'm saying is, like, you know, a 4H pencil is very hard on the Bristol surface. 2H is probably the best because it's the most dense. That it's dense enough to where it will give you nice sharp lines, but it's soft enough to where you can shade with it.
I see it as I'm just making sure that the inker follows my line.
You're making it
Don't worry
harder for
about
the
the
inker to follow
inker.
your
I'm
fucking
color
line.
holding all your shit, bro. No one's even gonna know you drew a line. When I'm done with you, no one's even gonna know you drew anything. I'm coloring that shit up. Fuck the inker too. They're not even gonna know it was inked. It's gone.
I'm gonna
all gone.
slay it all. Fuck all your lines.
Colorist lives matter, bitch.
I'm gonna make it look like. Every time I start a new page, I look at it and I say, "I'm gonna fuck you till you love me."
How can I cover this guy up? What did he say about me the other day? Call me a pussy. Yeah.
How can I erase him from the consciousness of this page?
Let's see. How many days did he spend on this page? Let's just erase that.
Mm.
Ooh, look at those pullouts. Yep, nope. You want to see Gus Sim grumble? Yeah, I went ahead and erased all the pencils.
Oh, I hate it when the sweat from my hand soaks into my Bristol.
That's called karma. That's called karma.
I don't like it.
Oh, there's the karma.
Yeah, this is not going to take watercolor good because just the sweat from my hands buckling it. Sucker. Oh well.
Can you treat the surface with something?
Maybe.
Like a little.
I'm going to experiment with some other board before I go straight in. But yeah, I got.
So you're gonna have a little test fart before you release the whole thing.
Yeah.
That way you don't shit your pants.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I got a meeting. Okay, I got half an hour. I'm good. I'm on Arizona time, baby.
Arizona time is non-daylight savings time.
That's right. We don't change that clock. I don't care if it's dark at 2 p.m. We don't change that clock. I guess we do vote for Biden, though.
You all did.
We all, yeah. Everybody that didn't vote for Biden totally voted for Biden.
It was an unanimous vote from from most Americans. It was like 80% of Americans voted for Biden.
Well,
That
he's
means
the
you.
way.
That means you guys too.
He is the way.
It's like 50.3% of Americans that voted for Biden.
Yeah, that happens all the
No,
time.
because you're forgetting to count the votes, the mail-in ballots that were not counted.
The mail-in ballots.
Those 6,000 ones. That was that makes it 80%.
Well,
Okay.
Well, I don't know if you guys are aware of what happened the other day. The Supreme Court reassigned all of the justices to their respective districts to sit at the top of the I forget which, their circuit court. They basically took up their positions and are now ready to go. So they all got assigned to various states. And they're in position.
Look, Jim just said non-photo blue LEDs don't list a hardness. No, they don't. I don't like working with blue lines. I think they're a
Yeah.
bit greasy. I don't like it.
I
And
like to rough with it, and then maybe, but not when I'm. If I want to show like some really nice finished pencils, then I won't use the blue lead.
nope.
Um,
I don't like having blue behind my
I'd
pencils
rather
at the
just
end.
do a digital rough and then just light box it, if because I don't want to screw it up. I want to
Yeah.
fix. I'm gonna paint this, so I don't want like blue underneath my.
Well, plus non-photo blue lead tends to be really waxy
Yep.
and water resistant. So if you're gonna paint over that shit, your pigment's
Or-
gonna go all over
Or
the fucking
ink
place.
over it.
Um,
It wasn't fun.
India ink, it's a little more resilient to the non-photo blue, but to your point, it does fuck up the surface. And
Especially if you lose multi-liners.
oh well, I'm a professional inker, so I don't use that shit.
Yeah, professional inkers using all kind of fucking thing. You fucking classist piece of shit.
Especially if you go.
I'll tell you what.
Get yourself
I'll tell you what.
Dude,
If you use a micron or a multi-liner pen for anything other than doing small circles and a few technical details, many pro inkers will definitely judge you.
Yeah,
Dang.
and you have classes judging everybody.
Just saying. There's a difference in outcome between pens and quills.
So you're saying that Ethan that uses only multi-liners ain't professional?
Well, no,
No,
he
I'm saying his
doesn't-
inks
he
are
doesn't
shit.
ink. He doesn't ink. He's an illustrator.
His inks aren't that great.
He illustrates with the pen. He doesn't do
His-
ink.
His art is good, but his inks are not. Like they're basic. There's no style to his inks. They're very flat. It's just my opinion from somebody who's been inking for fucking 25 years or longer.
Yeah, but you have your own approach on inking, right?
No, it's not about approach. It's about objectively looking at the line quality and looking at his rendering choices. His cross hatching is very rudimentary. It's pen based. There's no thick to thin. They break off a lot of times. There's very little line weight. I'm talking about objectively looking at the choices during the rendering process. I'm not saying that the art isn't good. The art's great.
No, I'm
I'm
just
saying
making
that
sure because it sounds a bit like it's more of a preference.
No,
You're expressing more of a preference opinion. Because
no, I'm not expressing a preference. I'm expressing the fact that I'm looking objectively at the outcome of using a certain tool and the capabilities of a pen as opposed to a quill. A pen can never produce the same results as a quill.
Exactly.
And that is just objectively true.
Yeah, but it depends on what you want in the end game. That's my point. It's like it's like some people think that the way of inking is with a quill. And if you do anything else but a quill, it's meh. Some people it's with a brush. Right?
Yeah. I have
that's
way
what
more
I'm
respect
trying
for
to say.
brush inkers than quill inkers or pen inkers. Like 1,000% more.
See what I mean?
It's objectively harder, demonstrably harder to ink with a brush than it is with a quill or a pen.
I would love to be able to.
You say that, but I know people that are inking with brushes and they would like to be able to ink with a fucking pen, quill, but they can't.
That sounds like something that someone that's on the defensive just makes up out of thin air.
Like
you just did?
All I'm saying is over the years, if you use technical pens or multi-liners,
yep,
you aren't able to produce the range of different rendering techniques.
It depends on what you want. That's what we were discussing, me and Inkspot. It's like if you look at European comics, the thing is,
hold on one second. Let me finish the sentence I was forming before you jumped on top of me.
It's salty in here.
Not really.
Because you're salty at all. I'm saying now listen to the words that I'm using because I'm using very specific ones.
You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Listen to me because you're not understanding what I'm trying to say because I am right.
if you use a pen
Yep.
instead of a quill, you cannot produce. Now, I'm not talking about your choices of style. I'm talking about specific ink strokes.
Yep.
You cannot produce the same ink strokes with a pen as you can with a quill.
Agreed. I said it. I agree with you multiple times before. Like I said, and you don't get the same thing with a goddamn brush. Where are you going? Because you keep repeating.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Now go ahead and tell me about European comics again.
My point is, European comics, they don't have the same technique that American comics develop with all those little inking techniques. That's a thing that was developed mainly for you. It's like if you look at the inking on manga, they don't have the same type of approach of cross hatching. The American comics, they push all those little dumbbells. They made an art out of inking. When you look at other inkers, like you look at European comics like Enki Bilal and stuff like that, then they're just going with the tool that they're dealing with. Like that it be a brush, that it be a quill, that it be a fucking multi-liner pen, depending on what they want to do. It's multimedia. It's mixed media. That's my point. So depending on what you want to render and the final rendering to be, it's what you will go. Like it's like there's a certain technique that you can get with a multi-liner that you can never get with a freaking brush.
True.
So I'm just saying, like the idea is a question of preference. Me, I love all version of them. Like I look at your way of inking and I think it's fucking marvelous. Right? I think it has its own little fucking style on it, and I love the fuck out of it. Would I want to ink like that? Nope.
What's up, Vinny? Well, and okay, so two things can be true at once with this, but I would say, in terms of, I'm really not comparing brushes, because brush is a totally separate animal, because it makes soft strokes, whereas pens and quills make hard strokes. So what I'm comparing particularly is like when you take a Copic multi-liner,
yep,
or you take a quill can make every single mark that a multi-liner can make. There is not one single stroke that you can make with a pen that you can't make with a quill. Yeah, but there are a multitude of inking techniques with a quill that you could never reproduce with a pen. And that is 100% factual. I can tell you that with zero reservation. So if you don't learn how to use a quill as an inker, you are absolutely hindering yourself from being able to produce a range of styles or techniques. And it's been for a long time considered, if you ink with a pen rather than a quill, it's because you've never taken the time to teach yourself how to use a quill. It's a crutch.
Ooh, crutch. Dang.
And that's not my opinion. That is widely understood by inkers across the world.
What do you say to that, Sim? I want to hear a rebuttal.
You want to hear me what I'm going to say to that? Yeah, it's like sounds like a snobby elitist type of shit.
I knew
okay. Snobby elitist. You know.
Hey, you wanted something. I was not gonna say nothing. Dude. The point is, we agree that there's different techniques on everything. And to me, say like you're not professional because you're decided to master this. Is like saying ink spot. The way you're coloring is very good, but it's not professional according to what we're used to. So you're not professional.
Whatever.
Exactly. That's my
point.
No
one could ever.
Whatever.
No one could believe that. No one would ever look at my coloring and be like, "That's not good." It doesn't happen. I mean, you got to stick to facts, buddy.
Oh my god.
Okay, shit. Go tell that to all the fucking images you shared and deleted on Twitter.
Yeah.
Just putting it out there, boys. We have a visitor, and he's got a lot to say.
Uh-oh.
Welcome to the stream, Justice Clarence Thomas, aka man. Corn Pop.
What's up?
I have been sitting in the back room for 10 minutes hearing y'all talk about inking and shit, and we got more important things to worry about. What is wrong with you people? The state of the republic is on the line, and y'all talking about ink.
Yeah, but dude, that's the point. If there
I
was
don't
not
care
any
about-
problem with ink, if there was no problem with the ink on those ballots, they would not be for Biden.
Ooh,
you got
good
a very
point
good
from the,
point.
the
You got a very good
Canadian.
point there. The Canadian
hot.
figured it out. How come the Canadian knows better than the Americans? What's going
Because
on?
we got screwed over like you did before. Look at
Hey,
our previous elections.
Associate Justice Thomas, I'll tell you, in Canada they use the Smartmatic voting machines as well,
Yep.
and they were
They
a lot of
fucked
my
us
Canadian
over, yeah.
friends were convinced that Trudeau was going to get fucking
Yep.
absolutely raffle stomped, and
Dude,
he ended up getting reelected.
It was supposed to be out everybody, like the votes, the rally, everything, dude. Nobody wanted him in. But the whole thing is, there's a whole bunch. There's a few thousand of us that never got our fucking mail, our voting cards, so we could not go vote. But hey, the record-breaking votes this year, dude, all went for fucking Trudeau. The same fucking thing as Biden right now. Just saying.
I'm sure you
And we're
voted.
trying. And you remember the blue
I'm-
wave? Do you remember when you guys heard about the blue wave in Quebec that got shut up? That was it. We were fighting back, and we got fucking shut down.
See, I'm sure, Mr. Pothier, I'm sure you did vote.
With the
You just don't
Pothier.
know you voted. That's the thing.
That's the point. Yeah.
You don't know you voted. You voted, but you didn't vote.
I probably
that's
voted
what's
for
going
an
on
asshole.
Apparently, I voted and I didn't vote. I voted for that cracker Joe Biden. I didn't even vote. Like what
Exactly.
the hell? Because I got to try to. I was trying.
I voted for a Cuban. Go
I
figure.
was trying to be objective, even though I do not like that white honky. I said I will abstain from voting in this election because that is what a justice of the Supreme Court is supposed to do. But then this cracker comes along and cheats his way and says, I voted for him. Oh, hell no. Because he didn't vote for me. He didn't vote for me for the Supreme Court justice, did he?
Probably not.
He tried to deny me. He tried to say I was doing this and doing that, putting pubic hair in cokes. Who the hell does that? I'm not no pervert. I don't rub hairy legs like Joe Biden.
You may have a chance for a little payback here pretty soon. So.
Oh yeah. Hey Joe, I got Georgia, baby. Georgia's mine. Georgia, that they gave it to me. They redistrict Georgia to me. I'm waiting for it, Georgia. I'm waiting for it, Georgia. Give it to me, Georgia. Joe, I can't wait to see you, Joe.
Where you gonna run to now?
He ain't running nowhere.
Joe.
I know where his basement is. I know where he is. I'm gonna find him.
I know where your basement is.
I know where Joe Biden is. I'm gonna find him, and I'm going to do to him what he tried to do unto me. Payback is gonna be hell. I have been waiting 30 years for this shit. I'm coming, Joseph.
Passion. Yeah, there's an echo since you came in.
Oh, hold on. That's me.
Is there an echo? I didn't hear an echo.
Yeah,
Give me a sec.
Okay.
I think it's good now. No, still there.
What's up, Passion?
So, okay, why? Let me try something here.
Yeah, man, shit's about to get real, dude. I'll tell you.
So, is it still echoing?
Yep, a little bit.
I can't hear the echo, so I don't know.
Yeah, I can hear it.
How about now?
Yep.
Still going now?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, it's gay stream yards. Give me a sec.
See, now it's gone.
I didn't hear it at all.
Kumbaya. That goes on. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, man. So yeah, Thomas got reassigned to Georgia. Alito is in Pennsylvania. What's Roberts is Virginia. Barrett is Wisconsin. Shit's about to get real.
It's
A lot of these people
It's
celebrating.
almost like the chicken are coming home to roost, isn't it? It's almost like the chickens have come home to roost.
Yo, man, I sure as hope that those
Let's hope.
motherfuckers roost and shit all over the floor in that coop.
That's what chickens do. You ever had a chicken coop?
Fuck
Yep.
yeah. They produce a lot of manure.
You know
I mean,
what
my
my
name
favorite
is-
thing about chickens are? You could we have tomato plants and you feed them those tomato bugs, man. Just watch them rip those worms apart.
Me, I
My
feel that
favorite
there's a
thing.
lot of people that deserve a few years of jail time right now.
Well, see, this has implications. I was saying this earlier. It has implications bigger than just our election because elections all over the world in South America, in Canada, if it's shown to be illegitimate,
They're taking over, yeah.
it's gonna be fucking insane, dude.
But that's what's going on, dude. Remember we
How
discussed
about
this a
now?
while back. Everything's good. You're good, dude.
Better? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, it's gone.
Yeah, it's for some reason, StreamYards does that every once in a while. It just echoes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. I literally changed nothing. So I
Sure,
figured
we're buying that. We're gonna buy that. We're just gonna take.
since there's big fat guys drawing pages, I thought I'd come in.
Oh,
and,
nice.
Turn my camera on too.
Whoa.
We form like the Voltron of fat guy artists.
Fattron.
You guys can tell I'm fat from my camera.
We can tell from your. We can tell from
Fingers.
your hands.
No,
It's funny,
These are manly boob
So,
grasping hands.
am I the slimmest one?
I wouldn't.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't
wouldn't call
know. I've seen you with your shirt off. I don't think so.
Yeah, I wouldn't call you slim.
Simon Slim
I wouldn't
Portier.
call
Yeah.
you slim.
What were you gonna say, Optimus? What's funny?
I said it's funny y'all start talking about Voltron, and as I switch my avatar to Gal Gadot. So,
Yeah.
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 Now it's time for giant robots and all that.
Mm.
It's funny you said something. Yeah, here you go. Just this come across because I got this email sign up, and apparently the governor of Georgia is refusing certification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said because he does not trust he currently does not trust the Secretary of State.
Really? Is it like from a news source, or is that just someone
Yeah,
sending
well,
large?
It's sourcing right now. It's like
Uh-huh.
this source familiar with
Oh.
thing. But it is it is said that the governor will not. He's not certifying until there's an actual audit and not because they tried to call it an audit and a recount. It was not an audit and a recount. It was just a
Well,
straight
they didn't use the number from the actual recount. They used the number that they already had.
Yeah.
They just deviated off of that. It's like, oh, we found a few more Trump votes, and that was it.
Yeah.
They just added to it. Also, I saw today, I don't know if this is true or not, but in Nevada, there was more votes for president than there were votes cast.
Whoa.
By 77,000, not a couple hundred, 77,000 votes. So how is that possible? How is it? They tallied up the total number of votes in Nevada.
Motherfuckers cheated. That's how it's possible.
Dude, did you guys see the Crowder stream that he did?
Yeah.
That too. That's another one.
Louder for Crowder when he went over all those fucking yeah. And I'm
There's
like,
too much.
Where
It's
there
too
were
much bullshit.
non-registered voters was none.
yeah, but
Like-
people voted though. No, none registered, but people voted.
That that somehow they had I know in a lot of counties I read there was like 180% turnout.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny is
the word
is,
out, man.
the thing that they were saying was the working theory is they had worked out the algorithm to where they kind of plotted out what they thought Trump was going to get in votes.
Yeah.
And he broke their algorithm because it ended up being many factors higher than they'd anticipated.
Right.
So that's why inexplicably everybody stopped counting for
they
a
had to-
software update.
Well, that's what the guy from Venezuela or whatever said. He said the minute they stopped the vote, I knew exactly what was happening. And the minute they stopped counting, it's the same thing that happened there. They had
Speaking
to
of that,
adjust it.
That guy was
Speaking
from
of-
Brazil.
Or
Yeah.
wherever he's from, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of, did you hear the CNN quote fact checked this whole thing about Dominion voting and stuff like that? And it said that Dominion voting was owned by somebody from Venezuela. We found that it's not true. And then when they went through the fact check, they confirmed that it was somebody from Venezuela, and it was
nice.
that the Clinton Foundation is involved in Dominion.
Yeah.
And that they are, and it is by a company run by George Soros. And I'm
Yep.
like, so y'all said it wasn't true by saying it was true?
That's what happened here, dude.
I like all the coloring going on in this coloring stream.
It's not a coloring stream, dude.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
not. Okay,
Nope.
Well,
No,
it does say
that's
coloring
over.
Chillstream though.
that's over. It's just we're done with coloring. You guys all retired like I did.
No.
Well,
Scott's is coloring.
I'm coloring.
Is that what we're calling it?
Technically,
No, it's just the learning stream is over.
right.
Okay.
Kind of went
Yeah.
over everything already.
I mean, yeah, Bristolian Dave says you guys got to sort out your elections. This is true because I was talking to a friend the other day, and I was like, you realize like we are the bastion of freedom in the world, right? And if we start doing this, I mean, we always knew that on a small scale, shit like that was going on, you know. But at this larger scale, we cannot allow that to happen.
No, because one side will never be able to win
No,
again.
because
Like,
you got
that's the
you
end.
guys have the rights over there to defend yourself. Here we got shut down because we don't have that right.
Like in France in 1973, election was stolen because they used mail-in balloting, and after that, they banned it in France.
Yeah.
So you can't tell me mail-in voting is completely without fraud.
Think
That's how
how scared these motherfuckers were, how huge they went. They brought in voting machines that were rigged. They threw ballots away. They had people bringing in ballots that were printed on printers. They refused to let people audit. They fucking mailed a ballot to everybody on the voter roll in the entire United States. They literally did everything they could possibly do. That's how fucking
They
scared
most likely
they were.
manipulated the numbers outside the country.
Right.
to,
Going to Germany, then in Spain, and
and then you have people who were working the votes, voting machines. They could mess with it too. There's just too much going on, and then they were manufacturing ballots. I don't care what anybody says, but that's what they did.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they won't let us look at the ballots. Suddenly, you can't match the ballots up anymore with the envelope. You can't. They don't want to do signature verifications. They don't want to do anything. It's
And
just
they don't want you to check out it. You don't. You don't take time. Just do it. Just do it. Don't check into our cheats.
Just using Georgia for an example, and this is going to be. I think this is going to be where Georgia's kind of going to tip in one way because the Secretary of State in a deal with Democrats. I'm like, why the hell are you dealing with them anyway?
because they have all the power.
Yeah, they set up a 2-tiered system for verification of signatures. Like one is the normal tried and true way you verify a signature, and then the Democrats got their own version of it for mail-in ballots. And I'm like, you can't do that. That's disenfranchisement. You cannot have a 2-tiered voting system.
Oh yeah,
That's literally
the
what that
thing where
is.
they were allowing people to cure their ballots, they were calling Democrats to come in and cure, your signature's wrong. Come on in and fill out a new ballot. We noticed this and that, but they weren't doing that to Republican districts, only Democrat districts.
Mm-hmm.
Unequal treatment under the law. Hello, Constitution.
I think the bigger thing is the software and the voting machines and everybody behind it.
That's the smoking gun. That's going to be the smoking gun at the end.
And I think the way people are talking, I think Trump has proof.
Trump ain't acting the way he's acting on Twitter and stuff like that without knowing that he's got something.
The main problem they got right now is the time frame they have to get it done in.
Oh,
that's true. That's true. But
the time frame actually works to their credit and with them at some point. If they can keep certification from happening by December 12th, I think 13th or something like that. Mm-hmm. If Biden doesn't have 270 electoral votes secured via certification, then the time expires and it goes to state delegations. That's the constitutional
But that doesn't mean they're going to not vote for Biden.
Yeah,
it's already
Biden,
looking like these Republicans are all going to go, well, the vote was this way, we're going to vote that way, and then it's over anyway. There's nothing you can do.
If that's the way it goes, that's the way it goes. That's the constitutional process.
You need to get the SCOTUS involved as well. I would like to see the Supreme Court and all the evidence come out, and Supreme Court just throws the whole damn thing out, which would it end up going to legislature anyway. But I want to see the SCOTUS actually say there was fraud.
Yeah,
they did do this.
That's the big thing. I want to see that. I want to see them say, they cheated.
I've got a friend who is talking to some of the law firms who are working with this.
Mm-hmm.
And they, what he did, and he said, if they're telling me this stuff, then Trump knows, right? And he's been telling me the whole time. It's like the Dominion thing is not a small thing; it's a big thing.
Yep.
It's a
Well, the
huge-
other part too is Dominion. The Dominion representatives, they were asked to appear in front of the Pennsylvania
House.
Pennsylvania House, whatever their committees, and they said they were going to, and the last minute they pulled out. All their servers are offline. They're moving
down their
locations. They're shutting down offices.
Mhm.
Okay, that's not behavior of people who are not guilty of something.
Yeah.
You don't go dark and start moving your businesses around.
And you can actually be convicted over your actions.
Yeah.
That's against the law. Like if you act a certain way, and like if you're acting guilty, they can get you on that too.
It's basically, what is the term I'm trying to find? Shit. It's kind of like when when you help somebody, like
Right.
they committed
Aiding
a crime
and abetting.
and you drove them away, even though you didn't know they committed a crime. You still aided and
abetting,
abetted.
aiding and abetting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and they're doing
Harboring.
that. Their actions, like, but of course, none of this is being reported by the media.
well, the media is on.
No one cares.
I mean, Fox News is the biggest cucks in the world. I mean, I couldn't believe.
Dude, the way Tucker Carlson treated Sidney Powell,
I wouldn't go on his damn show either. The way he acted.
that shocked the fuck out of me, because Tucker, look, he can be certain way, but I've always seen him to be relatively objective in a lot of things. He's definitely got his opinions. I don't know. I've been watching for a long time, and
He's all through the Gulf War, all through the Gulf War, and all that terrorist stuff during the Bush years. He was the biggest cheerleader of all that shit. You remember Jon Stewart like ripped his ass apart one day and pretty much almost killed his career, and because he was so full of shit. If Jon Stewart could tear him apart, and he was just backing up the wars all the time and all the fear mongering with terrorism, he was one of the guys doing that. Same thing with Sean Hannity and those people too. They were doing it before all this happened. They're controlled opposition, and now they can get tons of ratings because now is a good time to do it, because you can make tons of ratings. Now he's seeing the wind blowing the other way. He's suddenly jumping on the other ship. You know what I mean?
How stoked is Newsmax right now?
Yeah, Newsmax, I think they're killing it in the ratings right now. Like,
they've went up like 700%.
Well, I know Parler got a boost too as far as social media, but they still suck, dude. That's a horrible platform.
It's
over
fucking
there.
pain. I was just uploading a fucking image.
Well, you also have to take into consideration, like I said, I'm old enough to remember how bad Twitter sucked in its early stages.
Facebook used to be really bad.
Yeah. So
'cause remember, Facebook was originally just intended to be just for college students.
All I'm saying though is if they're getting this boost,
It was to find your
they ought
friends
to be
after
getting
school.
on that shit like now. It's
Yeah.
like, all right, we have a shot to like make this an actual competitor to Twitter, so let's get on the fucking ball and make it right.
Yeah.
They just need money because
that and Rumble too. Rumble's another one.
What is Rumble? I've been hearing that more often. What is
It's
Yeah,
like
I haven't
another
seen that
YouTube.
yet.
Oh, okay.
they have the same kind of monetization system almost as it takes time. I mean, YouTube didn't really take off for at least 3 years after it gets, and it's the more popular it gets, the more expensive it gets. It's a lot
and there were all kinds of like YouTube competitors too. It was a long time before YouTube really took, like you said, took the reins and just became the one.
Well, because YouTube was by itself, Google bought them.
Yeah.
And then dumped a bunch of money into them, and they to this day are not solvent. They still don't turn.
Well, that's what they say. That's a lie.
Well,
If they weren't making, if they're operating a loss, they would shut down YouTube a long time ago. No one runs a business with billions of dollars. No, they make plenty of money.
Hello, Time Warner.
I don't know if that's true, because here's the thing, and the reason I doubt that, because it's a point of control of information. Information is what Google makes its money from.
True.
So there is a monetary value to having control of literally the almost a monopolistic control of people's video uploads. So
and that's so they're making money then.
Well, in a different way though. But as far as the numbers coming in and the revenue that they're generating, it's a negative. They spend more money.
Google does not produce their numbers. That is CEOs and whatever vice streamers say, we don't make any money off of it. And I tell you what, the first thing for tax reasons, you say you don't make any money. Trust me. That's as someone who ran a business, I never say, hey, I made a bunch of profit. Or, no.
Yeah.
I line things up so that everything comes to zero.
Like,
I did that for a while.
I didn't make a damn thing, and I didn't lose a damn thing. That's the way you're supposed to do it. You know?
And then the reason why they lose money too is because they were building server farms left and right for 8 years, and those cost a lot of money, and they always got to replace the ones they did 8 years ago, and it's a constant flux, and those things are expensive. So they write those off. They're like, oh yeah, we're in the hole, but they never talk about how much money they actually have coming in, like what the revenue is. So then you can't go, well, you guys are making $30 billion a year off of YouTube, and you're complaining you're not making any money. That you never hear them talk about that.
Well, it's the profit center, cost center model. It's the same model my company has.
All
my
right, so
my
I'm outta
company
here,
has an
guys.
international
I got a
entity.
meeting.
You got
All
a
right,
meeting.
brother. Good luck.
Show
Good
you
luck
where
with your
I'm at
meeting.
right now.
No, I'm the only fat guy on the camera. What up?
That's where Cecil's at right now.
Oh, cool. That looks great, Ink.
Thank you.
Let me big in you real quick.
Make me
let's see.
big.
Let's see. God, that's fucking great, dude.
That's cool.
That's where we're at right now. The cape. We're falling down out of the clouds.
Oh, you're redoing the arm?
I haven't got there yet.
Oh, okay.
Just light boxing it right now.
Oh, cool.
Anyway,
Nice.
I got a meeting. I'll talk to you guys later.
Good luck,
Later,
sir.
dude.
Yep.
See you, dude.
Bye.
Yeah, shit's happening though, boys. Shit's happening.
We'll
I'm
see.
I'm opening a
Oh.
Rumble account right now.
Oh,
you
good. Yeah, I have one as well. I've never uploaded to it. They don't have
You're
a live
officially a
streaming function.
Nazi. You're
Yeah.
officially a Nazi if you have a Rumble account or a
Parlor.
Parlor. Yep.
Well, you saw the narrative going around for a while saying that it's shocking how much Russian influence on Parlor there is. They're trying to connect like Russians to it and like get people all scared about it.
And then and that's like the number one story on Twitter. Don't you think that's kind of,
Yeah, this
a
just
little
in,
odd.
competitor trashes its top competitor who just got a bunch of their users to jump over to them. That's not suspect at all.
I also don't like though is everybody going into their own echo chambers. That's dangerous.
Yep.
Even for like say, it's Twitter's become so hostile to right thinking, conservative thought, and I understand it. Conservatives want to go somewhere but when you're just all penguins going in a big circle, that doesn't get anything done.
It's a strange analogy, but I'm with you.
Yeah, they don't. Well, they all sit there when it's real cold out, and they all huddle together and go. They're just there trying to keep themselves warm. That's all they're doing. So it's not strange.
Yeah.
Didn't you watch Happy Feet? God damn it!
I'm with you. No, I didn't watch that shit. I'm a grown-ass man.
Yes, Happy Feet. Happy Feet makes you happy.
Oh, that's why I'm surly, apparently.
Oh, you're surly. Did Sim call you surly, or who called you surly, Scott?
I called me surly.
Oh,
I think I am. I'm definitely a sardonic what do you call it? Cynic. I'm a sardonic cynic from the best generation. I mean, we grew up latchkey kids. We grew up with a little bit of fun in the 80s. We watched all this shit come together, and now we're watching it fall apart.
Nah, it's not done yet.
Gen Xers, dude. Gen X.
Yeah, I know. We're the last of the great generations.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We were the first generation to be raised by the boomers after they got back from World War II. And then all the boomers that were left that kept having kids started to feel really bad for themselves, and then turned out to begin to create the millennials. And some of us Gen Xers contributed to the millennials. Not a lot, but some.
It's not just millennials. That they all went to college and they all listen to their teachers. I mean, who does that anymore?
Right. Right. Anybody with
It's
half
just
a brain doesn't listen. to their
The
teachers.
internet's also had a huge effect on that generation too. They don't know what to believe. They think that you can just Google everything in your life and it'll be okay. And
You don't have
Yeah.
to learn or remember anything.
I'm gonna go build a house. Do you know how to build a house? No, I'm just gonna watch them on YouTube how to build a house. That's not how that works.
Well, yeah, I can tell you, I still remember all of the phone numbers that I had growing up. I don't know anybody's phone number this day.
Yeah, I've been married to my wife for 17 years. She's had the same phone number. I still don't know it.
That's right.
I mean, I know like 4 numbers out of it.
Yeah.
But I'm also old, so forgetful. Oh, there are letters and lefties and haters on Parler. It's just not unhinged like Twitter. Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
That's good.
What else we got? Yeah, we weren't raised a bunch of pussies. Yep, that's objectively true. Unless it comes to horror movies, then yeah, I'm a pussy.
Even the horror movies are lame nowadays.
Yeah, dude, there's no horror at all.
It's like jump scares or
It's like, no, they're not. No, nobody dies.
no gore in them, really.
Yeah.
They're not fun anymore.
No, everybody in a horror movie is a survivor.
No, not everybody. It's like the straight white male gets killed like in the first 5 minutes.
Oh no!
As they should.
It used to be the opposite. It was always the black guy who got it.
No, that's not true.
That's not
Come
true.
on.
That's
Like Kevin
true,
Bacon
dude.
got famous.
That's
He was
trope.
like Kevin Bacon
it's a
got
movie
killed.
trope, dude. It's not a real thing. If you watch a lot of a horror movie, it's a trope within the movie.
And I have seen Samuel L. Jackson die in Deep Blue Sea. I saw it. He ate it.
Yeah, and how surprised were you?
Not at all. I knew it was going to happen because he's a black
Like
man.
the biggest name on the fucking movie. Blah 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 blah.
Well, I mean, Jurassic Park, the first guy who's killed is a black dude.
Mm.
He gets his arms stuck into the Velociraptor's cage.
Yeah, but that's not a horror movie,
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
is it?
Yeah.
sci-fi horror.
Scottman, can you watch Jurassic Park?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not horror.
Oh, man.
So what you're saying is that
I'm the canary in the horror coal mine.
I
brothers.
was just saying, he's
Listen, I wear that badge with pride. If it's
Do you consider-
if I'll
do you
watch
consider-
it's not horror.
Do you consider Jaws a horror movie?
So yeah, kind of.
Then Jurassic Park is because it's the same plot.
But see, here's the thing: the reason that Jaws, I'm not scared of Jaws is because I can choose not to go in the ocean.
Or the rubber shark is a factor.
Yeah, but then that doesn't go against with what you said before, because it's not the fear that gets me; it's the fact that it's in my head. So the fact of seeing a shark eating somebody, no matter what, should remain in your head, even if you go, oh, I'm not.
Yeah,
scared 'cause
that's
I
why
can't
you're
go
not going in
water."
the ocean.
Yeah, but the
Scott.
thing is, the difference between something demonic that's in my head and having it in my brain and fucking with me all the time is
Okay,
because
so
that
it's demonic.
you need to
Anything
wait till I
demonic.
finish.
Got it.
The reason is because it can manifest itself anytime, and I don't need to be in an ocean for it to happen. So for Jaws is a horror movie, but it doesn't fuck with me because I can avoid going in the ocean. If something's demonic, I can't stop.
But
a
it
demon
gave you
from
a fear
manifesting
of the
itself.
ocean. Like Jaws is probably one of the most fear-mongering movies ever made because it made people start killing sharks everywhere. People are scared to go in the ocean. That's a scary movie. I mean, it really had a lot of effects, and it hurt the shark population because people started like these things are just killing. And it's most of that's not true. It's very rare for someone to get bit by a shark, and you have a better chance of winning a national election, Scotsman, than getting bit by a shark.
I don't go in the ocean either.
Yeah.
There are fucking monsters in there. Dude, here's the thing. Would you go to Africa and have a picnic lunch out in the tall grass in the Serengeti?
Sure.
You would.
Yeah, John Wayne did it in a few movies, and then there's been some other people. Yeah, sure.
You would go out to Africa, sit there on the tall grass, and have a nice little picnic.
Yeah, I bring a bunch of guns with me, but yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So you'd be armed.
Sure, of course, because I wouldn't walk around the Serengeti either.
Okay, here's my argument. This is why I wanted you to say that.
I'd worry more about dysentery and Ebola than I would.
You're bringing elements into my analogy that don't matter, that are not part of it. The point is, when you're in the ocean, you don't get to see whether or not there's shit in the tall grass, right?
You can.
A shark can come from underneath you up and bite you in half without you even knowing.
When you're in
no time to react.
Knee deep water, I don't think so.
If you're out
in the middle of the ocean,
swimming in the ocean, and you're where your feet can't touch, you can get eaten by a shark.
That's just not true. I was literally, I swam on the equator, in the middle of the ocean, in the equator. No, nothing around for miles, and you couldn't see shit. And there was probably 100 of us. Yeah, no one got bit. Not everything's the USS Indianapolis, you know. There's people who've been stranded out in the ocean for weeks, never got bit by a shark. The biggest thing that'll kill you anyway is the hypothermia will kill you. That's what will kill you, not sharks.
Food. Then you become food.
Yeah, then you're dead.
So here, let me tell you a little story. I was in Hawaii about 20 something years ago, and I was snorkeling in Kauai, and we'd gotten off a boat, and we were out in the water, and the water was glass clear, like I could see all the way to the bottom, and which was probably 30 plus feet. And my head was down. I was looking at the rocks, and I was amazed at how clear it was. And I popped my head up, and I was looking around and looked at the boat, and the beach was probably 40 yards to my right. And I put my face mask back down in the water, looked around again, and then put my head up and turned to look over my shoulder. And out of nowhere, an army helmet the size of a fucking sofa recliner popped up with a big old turtle head and went, took a big old breath and dove back down. Scared the fucking shit out of me.
Do that again, man, because I want to make that my ringtone.
Dude, it came out of nowhere. I was maintaining OPSEC, dude. I had my eyes peeled. I was looking around.
Look at you, like you're getting all tactical in the ocean while you're snorkeling.
Listen, dude.
Come on now.
Listen, I'm afraid of the ocean. I was looking around. I had my eyes peeled. My head was on a swivel. I was looking at the floor. I was looking around. I popped up. I looked around again, popped my head down. That shit came out of nowhere. I had no idea. It was the size of a sofa recliner. Okay? It was huge. Have you ever seen a sea turtle in real life?
Yes, I've seen a sea turtle being eaten by a tiger shark.
This son of a bitch was huge. It was huge. I could have rode it.
Well, you should have.
I could have sunned myself on it with room to roll over.
You should have, dude.
You should have.
That would have been a good story.
But it popped up out of the water to take a breath out of nowhere. Like I had my eyes on it. I was looking around. I was aware of my surroundings. And my only point is, turtles, they're not super fast. They're not slow. They're quick. Sharks way faster.
Yeah, but the ocean, human beings are not set up to be in the ocean. Our senses are not designed for them. Evolution hasn't designed us for being in the ocean. That's an environment we are not supposed to be in. I agree with that. But that's because our senses are not set for it. A turtle, yes, it went through evolution for millions of years to get to where it is, where it can go up to you, Scotsman, and go, Meow. It's meant to do that. But sharks are there too to eat things, but they generally don't eat people.
I know, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is, one, sharks will bite you to find out what you are. They probably don't want you're not their food source. And many times when a shark bites you, it spits you out because it doesn't want to eat you because like you're not a seal. There's not a fat on you, you fucking ugh. And they spit you out after they've already severed your femoral artery. Anyway, so they'll bite you just to see what you are, spit you out. Now you're fucked. Okay, so number one, that's one thing. Number two,
I just love the shark is like, okay, I'm gonna give this a taste.
So you guys see what I'm dealing with?
I'm gonna give this shark a little taste. Give him a lick.
I think
human ice cream pop.
human beings are also very prone to irrational fears,
Yeah.
and that's going on in this country a lot too. No, wait a minute. We're all programmed to do irrational. There's the fight or flight thing, right?
Oh, I wasn't done with my analogy.
And the media is very good, and book writers and films are very good at tapping into that fear on people. And your odds, again, because you don't go to the ocean that often, the reason why your odds are so low is because you don't go to the ocean. If you're in the ocean every day, your odds go up. Like if you surfed every day for like 20, 30 years, yeah, you're taking chances. Like those idiots who do parachuting off of cliffs and shit. They do all that stuff, and then they die. Parachuters die because they'll parachute all the time. Every time they're doing, they're taking more and more chances. That's just a numbers thing. Yeah. But if you never go in it, you never do it, your chances are very, very low. Most people who do get bit do bleed out and die from the bite. They don't get killed from getting eaten. You're right. But a lot of the people who did get bit are either surfers or people who are in the ocean all the time. Those are the people who get because they live around the ocean. They're in it constantly. Right. But if you go visit, if you're going in there, go for a swim, you're not going to get bit. I was in the U.S. Navy. I know how dangerous the ocean can be. In my fleet group, a guy either jumped or fell off a carrier. We looked for him for a day. He was probably dead when he hit the water. There's this. That's what's going to kill you. And if you fall, like say you're on a boat, on a cruise, and you fall off the side of a ship, it's not going. Sharks aren't going to kill you. The water's going to kill you because your body temperature gets down to dangerous levels by sitting in a bunch of water. That's what's going to end up killing you.
You fall from the height of a cruise. You fall from the height of a deck from a cruise ship. It's like fucking hitting concrete. You're going to get. It's going to hurt like hell.
Those people who do like cliff diving and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If you notice, like a lot of them, they like sweep their feet and they like kick sand or dirt into the before they jump. Is because they're breaking the tension of the water.
Right. And if you just go belly flop in it,
you're dead.
You're probably gonna die. But the point I'm making is the ocean is pretty safe. It's not. Like if you're in a boat out there in the middle of nowhere, a storm is probably more dangerous to you than anything else. If falling over, you got to make sure the little boat, and the smaller the boat, the worse it is. Yeah. So there's a lot more dangers out in the ocean. If you're just going swimming, your chances of getting bit, just for a little swim, you'll probably have more chance of getting tired and drowning yourself or getting stuck in the undertow and die. It's very rare, dude. It's an irrational fear.
Well, I managed to keep my chance of drowning in the ocean at a 0 by avoiding it. So sounds pretty smart to me. But
it's like, how do you do that?
But the point I was making.
I was around the ocean for 3 years, and I was never scared of it. The only time I was really worried is when we were in the 2 times we went through a typhoon. And the ship, we were not on a big, huge ship. It's pretty big. And we were doing 30, 40 foot swells. We were going up and down, and the ship was because you got to steer into them. And one time I looked out the door, and the waves were higher than the ship. I was like, holy fuck. And I was like, all right. I'm going back in. Seal the door.
You're making more arguments for me not to go in the ocean.
Well, I guess it's like your thing with the ocean is kind of like me with planes, right? I'm literally B.A. Baracus when it comes to planes, right? I'm just like, I ain't getting on no plane, Hannibal. Don't get me on no plane. I said, why is that? People, why are you scared of flying? I said, if God wanted me to fly, He gave me wings. I don't need to be flying. You don't have to put me in a metal tube with wings on it and call it flying. That's gliding. Gliding with jet engines. I'm like, get the hell out of here.
Fair enough.
If I can't drive there, I don't need to go there.
I had to fly 18 hours on a freaking huge cargo plane getting out to the Persian Gulf. That was the worst flight of my life. The second worst was freaking going into Las Vegas.
Uphill both ways.
Truly, you're an old man when you flew uphill both ways.
18-hour flight, horrible.
Oh, dude, I know when I was younger that I was afraid of spiders, like the big spiders. The thing feared the fuck out of me because when I was a kid, I went to to a chalet type of thing, and there was a spider the size of my fucking face that jumped on me.
Yeah.
So you do get that fear after.
You have a pretty big face, Sam. I've seen it.
Thank
so.
you. And I had this scared of height. Like you would go in a building, like in a skyscraper, I would feel the building move side to side, right?
That's because you're short. Short people are always scared of heights.
And there's the point where I decided to challenge all of those, dude. And I played with fucking tarantula that were fucking venomous, just to fucking face my fears. Same thing with the height, dude. I climbed one of the tallest fucking chimneys that we have here. Those big fucking outside, like, they're like many fucking feet out high. I fucking went all the way there, climbed on the fucking thing, and sat there, dude. I was scared shitless, but after that, you just get used to it. Then after, I faced all those type of fears, and same thing with the ocean. I just jumped in it.
It's kind of like you were talking about spiders. I think, Tim, you might have heard me tell the story before, but I have a very, very specific thing when it comes to spiders. They can stay on the ceiling, and they can occupy a corner on the ceiling. That's fine. Once they descend from the ceiling, they are in violation of the non-aggression protocol, and I will take that into my own hands.
Exactly.
And Jake might be he kills them all. If they get on the ground, they're dead meat.
Yeah, it's funny. One time we were talking about getting a cat, like like a barn cat to take care of the mices around here, and we didn't need one. My dog is the best mouser I ever had. He'll go crack that mouse, and he'll bring it to you. It's like, here, thank you.
Yeah, I have a Shiba Inu is the same way. The Shiba Inu is bred for killing rodents in Japanese grain houses and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jake's a beagle. He would do that too. If we had a mouse problem here, he would destroy the mice real quick. It's anything in the house, he's gonna tear it up if it's small like that. He goes after beetles and all kinds of stuff that get in the house. They don't. He'll eat ants. Ants have gotten in the house. He's like, he'll like lick them up and chew them up. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, like I said, my dog. We have him in the shop, and at night, and you come out in the morning, he might have 2 or 3 mouses sitting there waiting for you, like
murder gifts.
Yeah. Like, here, Daddy, I got you something. Well, thank you, son. I appreciate that.
You probably shouldn't have to.
I found out too that this is actual studies that have happened. I was like, that's kind of funny. That did you know why cats like bring you things like that? They'll bring you like dead animals.
Why?
Turns out that they see us as big retarded cats. Mm-hmm. And they think we can't feed ourselves. We don't go out hunting. We don't go out doing. So they say these cats are stupid. So I need to go bring them food. So they'll go out and kill a mouse or whatever, and they'll bring it back to you, or a bird or whatever. And they're like, and so they think they're trying to feed you. They just think you're a big retard.
Oh, so that would explain why they try to throw everything off the fucking table and shit. They're like, oh yeah, fucking idiots.
He's like, this isn't food. What's wrong with you?
Well, they said that if you say you had a cat or a dog and you died in your house and no one found your body for a while, and the cat will eat you, the dog will lay down there and die with you.
Yep.
It'll starve to death. The cat will eat your face off.
Cat's like, finally.
Yeah, finally got something this fucking moron food.
Fuck. Payback time, bitch.
Meanwhile, he's just been fattening you up. That's his plan.
Cat's over here now, and they said now he'll believe in Darwinism because now it is survival of the fittest. Rubbing his paws together.
Survival of the kittest. Am I right?
Getting his knife and his fork, getting ready to plunge into you. Like,
Hey, Chief, are you going to be playing some Cyberpunk there, Scotsman?
No.
Oh, okay.
I might play when it comes out in the next 30 years.
I will be playing some World of Warcraft come Monday at 3:00.
The Shadow Boots.
That's 17
Shadow Ramsey. New WoW expansion launches
I'm level.
When is that supposed to come out?
Monday.
Monday.
I'm gonna wait till that they do a couple patches on that. I don't buy their expansions day one anymore.
Yeah, I gotta.
I'm hesitant to log in as it launches because I don't know. They've gotten better about handling like launch.
It's nothing like Burning Crusade launch. Let me tell you.
What game were we calling about? World of Warcraft? Is that it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Never played that game.
You don't want to.
I know. Everybody keeps telling me.
But
I don't like those games that are very life consuming.
Well, the thing is, like most players, I'm going to tell you right now, most really good players, they'll tell you if you've never played it, don't.
That's what most people tell me. If you don't. He goes, yeah, you're going to lose a lot of productivity into that game. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I enjoy it. But
that's why Scotsman needs to get Xenotype colored this week. And then Nat the Merc's never going to get colored. So. Telling you.
Of course I will.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
why does Nat the Merc suddenly look like World of Warcraft? I don't understand what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. He changed all my line more, make it look like orcs and shit.
He's just gonna copy and paste screenshots from him playing fucking World of Warcraft. That's his coloring now. He's just gonna. All right.
Suddenly a blood elf. What's going on here?
I'm a Tauren, goddammit.
That's my main race is Tauren.
Tauren Master Race.
I've always been Horde since the beginning.
I started out Horde, and then when they got Gary as a war chief, I left.
I don't play World of Warcraft. I can't wait because I'm gonna buy that little new add-on that they put on Vermintide 2, where they just unlock the dwarven Mechanist. Is that it or no?
Mechanist.
Yeah. Mechanist. Yeah, he comes with a Gatling gun and shit. And I'm like, hello.
Vermintide's pretty fun.
I'm like, hello, how's it going? Let's have fun.
No, I'm doing Cyberpunk when I get done with Doomfate here, and I should be shipping everything right when that game drops. So that'll be perfect timing.
Quick question.
Take some time off.
I know it's coming out. It's supposed to be coming out soon. Did they make a decision on having multiplayer on it? Like
what on 2077? I don't think it's ever been co-op.
No, but I read somewhere that it was in a possibility of having
Yeah, I don't think they've ever, because they keep pushing it a little bit, here and there.
Yeah.
They may come out with an expansion for it or something in the future.
Because what I read about is that they were not going to make it like a big multiplayer online. They were going to make it like what's the other name there? That's really fucking hard. That you can invite one or two friends to play with you in there.
Kind of like a co-op.
Dark Soul.
Oh, Dark Souls. Oh, that'd be interesting.
You have your game and you can invite one or two friends to come join you in your game.
I mean, it's basically Grand Theft Auto but cyberpunk theme to it. So I'm interested in playing it, and I like the cyberpunk theme.
Have any of you guys seen these new Star Trek theme accounts that have been coming out?
The what?
There's these people, there's one that's called Racist Data. There's a race realist Garrick. It's literally of Garrick. He's like talking to Captain Sisko. He says, "Now, Captain, I know you're one of the good ones, but if I let you in, I have to let them all in." It's like,
as you can see, we have.
And those are actual lines from the show,
guys. As you can notice, we have a little pup trying to get our attention here, calling us cocks. So what's up, little pup?
Oh. Zaid.
Oh, that was like a half an hour ago, dude.
Where's my stickers in my comic, man?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like Sam, you can't play video games right now. I still need my print done.
Yep. Do you want me to show? Do you want me to show off the rough
Sure, yeah.
pencil?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Okay, in a sec.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to get done so I can play some games and build some Lego for once till Grave Robbers starts up, which launched yesterday.
Yep.
By the way.
Yeah, Sim fixed a problem that Scott had with the there it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was like, we can't see your face. I was like, that is a good point, but how do we make it look, like realistic?
And it was the same thing that was bugging me, so
Yeah. So it's like,
I sent him the sketch. And I go, dude, I just had an idea.
I was like, oh my god, it's perfect. You it literally fixed the problem I hadn't told him about yet.
So I'm like, let's pull the phone because I keep seeing people with their phones everywhere, right? So I'm like, dude, there's a zoom on this shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I could do that. You do the sub. I even put the sub even further so we can show the full submarine.
Yeah.
Now she's like a tiny dot, but the person zoomed on her, so you're gonna see her very well right here.
Yeah. So I thought, that was it. That, it solved the problem that I hadn't brought to his attention. Because Scott was like, he's like, she's so. When I showed her, the original sketch you did, he's like, she's so tiny. I'm like, I know, but I'm trying to figure out how to solve that. And I was thinking like inset panel or something like that,
Yeah.
But you fix that. I think that's the best way to go about it. Is like, somebody just watching it on their phone. Or
That's actually an iconic cover design. One that's topical. It's current.
Mhm.
It's one that like would not be forgotten. It would live in comic book lore.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you remember that? Remember the iPhone cover? Like that. People would talk about it.
Yeah, they've already made. There's always been a ton of those.
But you know what I'm saying? Like that's one of those that would live on in comic book lore as a special cover.
Kind of like what was it from Marvel's?
Why does he only have 4 fingers? Is it because it's behind the phone? I guess.
The other one is here and going behind the phone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can kind of see it a little bit on the side. Yeah.
Yeah, it's right here. Yeah.
But I think it was Marvel's. They had a cover for one of the covers, and it was I think it was like Peter taking a picture of like Norman, but one side was Norman, the other side was Goblin. That was
Alex Ross. Yeah.
Alex Ross. Yeah, it was really cool.
So yeah, that's gonna be the print that I'm working on for Peregrine.
Yep. Now people, and then there's
How's Peregrine coming?
Last update, I think we got like 6 pages left to color, and then it's off to Eric for lettering.
Nice.
So it's coming along really good. It's got a little bit behind because I had the vertigo problems and stuff like that, and I basically put Xavier in charge. I was like, Xavier, take care of things. He said, gotcha, fam. Next thing I know, it's like all this shit's getting done. I'm like, okay.
Should have did that in the first place.
So, I was handling stuff good, and then, like I said, the vertigo thing happened, and I'm like, bruh, so.
You got that all sorted out, dude?
Oh, yeah. I haven't had a problem in like a month and a half. It's like, it just hit me all. It was like one day it hit me and lasted for about 2.5 weeks, and then it stopped. So.
Yeah.
You guys want to see Sim lose his mind?
I do that on a daily basis when I draw something and show
What
it
do
to him.
Watch as Sim loses his fucking mind. Here we go. Let's see. We got a problem here. We got this border that's cutting through her leg into her other leg, and it's kind of unnecessary because, the line weight's already there. So we're gonna edit the line art a little bit. Edit this line art. Get rid of this line because it's really unnecessary. Hear him convulsing.
Fucking heretic!
Wow, you went supersonic.
That's right.
Hey, I correct people's lines too. Stuff I color. I do it all the time.
Now the thing is that he's sharing with audio, so we're having an echo.
Who is?
Scott's.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
He was too busy trying to get me to provoke me and being a dick that he didn't do it right.
No, I had audio shared a long time ago,
I'm just joking.
so I'll share it without audio. Anyway,
No, that was a good call.
Remember, I ain't going to say which project.
It actually looks like a couple of nuts hanging down on the guy.
Yep, it does.
Tim, if you remember that one you were working on, I'm not going to say which one it was.
it does.
Which one?
Where there was a certain thing that didn't look like the thing it was supposed to look like. And you were like, it was really, really bothering you. And you said, I'm not adding lines. And you just like shaded.
And then, yep.
And it looked good in the end. It looked really good in the end.
Yep. Nobody's noticed it.
Yeah. Nobody knows.
I just color it because I always put in my head and like whoever's going to read it's just going to flip the page and I'm going to notice that.
I noticed it because, well, I noticed it when I got the book, but it's because it was, I knew it was coming. I remember this.
Yeah. Well, so it's funny. We joke about like the differences in Xenotype between the black and white and the color. They've started calling it the Scotsman cut.
Who called it that? I haven't heard anybody say
different.
it's Scotsman.
Because it's way different. I've drawn quite a few things.
Me, it's getting to the point that I'm going to get the black and white, I'm going to give it away, and I'm just going to read the colored edition.
I mean, you
could do that, I guess.
As long as you keep one of them.
Yeah, dude, I'm going to give it away to one of my kids.
I think I'm going to end up with, I'm getting the black, I got the big boy one, like the gold one or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest one I believe is platinum.
Maybe
Gold has both color and black and white.
Maybe it was platinum.
Or Gold Plus. Gold Plus has color and black and white. Gold is color by itself. I'm pretty sure that's how the tiers work.
Didn't he have one where he left it up for like a day or two and then he took it off or something?
I believe you're right. Yeah.
I think that was the one I got.
Oh, so you were
whatever with the big boy package was at that point. I picked it up.
Yeah, there was I think a 24-hour exclusive on there.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I remember, and I think Sim was privy to that. Remember Sim? We were always telling Liam do a mailing list. Liam do a mailing. I don't think Liam do a mail. And then like he did a mailing list. He got like 200 signups. But right before he launched, it's like, see?
And he's like, everybody, don't forget to do your mailing list. It's one of the most important things to do. Yeah.
No, he's going around telling everybody that?
Yeah. Like,
whatever.
That's Liam.
Yeah, that's you got to do that, man. You're not going to have a successful book.
That's my Liam.
You can have him.
Who else but Liam?
It's Liam.
Who else but Liam?
He's gonna hear about this stream and he's gonna start streaming immediately.
He has the link.
Well, yeah, he can come in anytime he wants. Yeah,
you can try.
And he knows I would say this to his face, so it wouldn't.
He's probably hibernating.
Yeah, nobody said anything wrong.
No,
listen, I break Liam's balls more than anybody else, but I do it from a place of friendship, not to try to wreck his fucking life like some other people.
Yeah. Like, for me, it's just like, I'm just joking, memes.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to, I want, and everybody, I want to see Liam succeed. I want him to,
Listen, I
want to see everybody succeed, even Liam.
I love that kid to death. I think he talks a lot of shit and he steps on a bunch of rakes that he threw in his own yard. But I want him to be as successful as he could possibly be, and just don't pick fights for no reason.
Yep,
those are unforced errors. But not every slight needs to be met with a fucking a fist. Some of it can just be a snicker and a head shake, or nothing at all. So
I mean, mine, for me, it's like I see somebody say something or something. I'm like, huh. Go back to what I was doing because it's like, doesn't affect. I mean, it only affects you if you let it affect you. Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Nope, I'm destroy all my enemies.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a time when you have to crush your enemies, see them driven before you.
Yeah.
But
Only if you can hear the lamentation of their women, though. If you
That's
can't,
true.
then sometimes that's not working.
But if they're incels, that's not going to happen. So.
Right.
Yeah, but remember, according to all of them, we're the incels.
That's okay.
Dude, I love Greg Capullo, right? But not too long ago, he just called a whole bunch of fans incels because they called him out on the what is it? He was
know.
asking.
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
asking for something when during a web seminar or something.
Yeah, I remember something like that. Yeah.
And people are like, "How the fuck would you do something like that? Like address people and technically tell people that like." I don't know exactly what he said, but imagine he said like, "If you voted for Trump, don't come here" or something.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And
Doesn't
people
make
are
an incel.
yelling, and he's calling them incels. Go fuck yourself. Don't buy my shit. I'm like, what, dude? What
Yeah.
the fuck?
That was
Don't
a
worry,
couple
no
days
one's
ago on
buying
Twitter.
his
I saw
shit.
that.
Yeah.
So.
Like, guys, I hate money. Just FYI, and I'm going to insult customers. So,
That's the thing. To me, it's demonizing. It's like, dude, not because a very wise man said, he goes, the smartest man in the world has something to learn from the most retarded, right?
That's not what I said. It sounded similar. That's not what I said.
No. But I mean, so nobody
Well,
sees the world the same, right? And sometimes it's good to have a different opinion than yours around you because it challenges your points of view, right?
it tempers you,
And it's usually trying to find a balance, right?
Yeah, screw it. Let's all go to Parlor where everybody has the same opinion.
Yeah, where we can pretty much
I mean,
all
that's
say the same shit.
That's kind of like the only the bad I would say the big drawback to something like Parler and before that Gab, was that it attracts the people who get like shit canned on Twitter, and
But that doesn't mean like it's
not to saying it's bad or good or anything. It's just that usually and if it becomes like they got let go, they got taken out because of their opinion. Well, then, like you said, they kind of all it's the same opinion kind of thing. It's like,
right.
Are we the hug box? You gotta.
Yeah. And it's going to be, right after the election, it's Trump's out. They're going to kick him right off of Twitter.
Yep.
They're going to lose millions of backers. But that doesn't money with that situation doesn't matter because Twitter doesn't make any money and they don't their stock is not worth nearly anything.
Yeah.
They just get constant flow of venture capital money, unending venture capital money from foreign companies.
Lots of Saudi money in Twitter right now.
Yep.
Yeah, Chinese money too. There's all kinds of
worth a decent amount. Their stocks is like $40-$50.
Yeah, but
it's way too high and there's no value there. All stocks are overrated right now.
Like for everything, you notice it always stays around there. It never goes up, never goes down. It just kind of hangs.
Well,
the revenue they always miss. They're not very good. That stock is propped up by venture capitalists. Keeping
I can tell you, out of all the social media stocks that I own, I've made the most money. Holy fuck! I haven't checked the market today. Ooh, wow.
Well, yesterday, but yeah,
it's all futures, right? At this point.
Well, yeah. But I mean, I didn't check it on Friday.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
He's
Interesting.
Like, oh.
No, I made like $60 yesterday, $60-something. But
Man,
the one that I've made the most money on,
fucking
Snapchat. Oh, it's green, so it's blocked out. But
we'll assume we see.
I made a bunch of money off of Ford. So
yeah, I have Ford as well. I bought Snapchat when it was $31, and it steadily went up. My green screen's fucked.
My Bitcoin is like tripled in price, which is kind of nice now.
Yeah, Snapchat is $44 right now, and I've constantly just I buy a couple shares here and there on Robinhood. Robinhood's great, man. If you don't have it, and if you want to get into the stock market a little bit, just casually, Robinhood's really good.
Just
I use
kind of thing.
What's that?
They're always
in the tip.
Well, see, the thing with Robinhood is if someone refers you to Robinhood, you get one free random stock, one share of one free random stock.
Oh.
And it can be Facebook, it could be Apple, it could be any of that. I got one share of Ford, but a friend of mine got one share of Facebook
when it was like $5.
What was it?
Ford tanked for a while, didn't it? Like,
it was $4.82 when I got it.
It's like
But
up to almost $9 now.
It's $8.75 right now, currently $8.75.
Yeah, I bought it at $6
which was one of the
because the Ford Bronco's going to sell like hotcakes.
yeah. Which was the
one was that?
company they said they're actually going to delist because it wouldn't. Well, I think it was on the S&P, not Dow, but it was like Exxon Mobil or something because they were been constantly low for so long that there's like
Exxon.
Exxon's usually pretty high.
Exxon's doing pretty well.
Tesla just got added to the NASDAQ.
S&P. I thought it was S&P. You might be right. It might be NASDAQ. Yeah.
Bitcoin's 18.6 and constantly on the upward swing the last 2 months.
When it made its last run 2 years ago. I bought in at 4,000. It shot up, and I bought more all the way up to about 9. Then it shot up to 21. I got out at about 19, and and then I bought back in. And it crashed all the way down to 6, and I bought I bought a few at 6. And then, into it when it was at 6, and now it's going back up to 18. It's going to crash again. This is what Bitcoin does. So I wouldn't buy right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy either.
I'm going to be selling here probably if it starts scraping 20, unless it blows past it. I'm going to sell here pretty soon. Make a nice, little profit.
You can see the trajectory here. Well, you can see the knocked out graph, but that's the 5-year of Bitcoin. So it started out, really low, and then over the next, 2 years, it went up to like 20, and then it crashed back down, and then it's
going to do that again
2 other times. Yeah, its current position right here is 18,000. So
yeah, it did. So there was like that 2 years ago. I was in there. It was a bloody December. It was December and January where it just crashed back down to it went as low as 4,800 at one point. So in a month. So I if you're in Bitcoin right now, I'd be selling.
What's really sad is back when it was $220-ish dollars a Bitcoin, I had 3 friends who were telling me, they're like, dude, we're buying a bunch of Bitcoin. And I'm like, man, what is this internet money? Like this, I literally was not on board. I'm like, some Japanese guy that nobody knows the name of created an algorithm where they can find money on the internet by letting their graphics card process calculations and shit. That sounds like fucking nonsense to me, dude.
Well,
they paid off all their student loan debts and bought houses. So the
reason why it's up now is because PayPal announced that they'll be doing Bitcoin transfers on PayPal. So that's the main reason why this is. Everybody who's like pro Bitcoin and everything like that, they've been waiting for legitimate, it's supposed to be anti-bank stuff and do free currency, but they're waiting for banks to legitimize it by letting them shop. I don't understand that at all. But
the whole blockchain thing is where it's where it makes its compelling argument that it can't be. It is a maintained scarcity. So it's different than fiat where you can't manipulate it by making more of it all the time.
The problem is people who had millions and millions and millions of Bitcoin from early on in the day, they have not put it on in the market. So what would happen, say you put even 1,000 Bitcoin on the market at a certain point, it's going to crash the entire market because then there's too much. Yeah. So they can easily, those guys hold all the power. They can easily crash it. So you're still in the same situation you were before. But now a small group of people hold the power. And that's worse than a monetary policy in my mind of a government, because they can just, these are private citizens, and they're just like, you know what, I'm just going to crash the whole world economy by putting out 1 million Bitcoin, and it would crash it overnight and kill the entire thing. So it's not necessarily the safest route.
Well, it's not exactly how economics works, Passion. That's a little bit hyperbolic.
If you flood the market with dollars, what's going to happen? The dollar devalues, correct?
It does, yes.
Well, this is the same thing. If you flood the market with Bitcoin, it's going to devalue the Bitcoin and crash the entire thing. It could go to zero if someone will really want it. There's enough Bitcoin out there. Someone could put it to zero. And that's a problem. And it's a private, and no one knows who these people are. At least
that's one of the reasons why I stayed away from it for so long.
Yeah. It's not 100%. I go in there to make money and get in, get out.
But a fiat currency, it affects everyone.
Yeah, fiat
every day.
That whole stuff, it's done, brother. That's gone. No one cares about that. We just gave out $7 trillion and no one batted an eye. It's not. Who cares? We're 20 some trillion dollars in debt. The world isn't ending. China is like, theoretically, I heard they're like $200 trillion in debt because they devalued the currency so much. It's the world isn't ending. So, I mean, that's why they want to do this great reset, because all these countries are in huge amounts of debt. Who's going to pay it?
Yeah, that's the thing. We've reached critical mass where our GDP is no longer able to overcome the amount of interest we owe on our national debt.
Yeah. So what do you do?
And who do we owe the money to? That's the big question, right?
But they got to come and get it.
We got a cartel of banks that are statutorily able to basically go and type numbers into a computer and transfer that money that doesn't exist directly to the treasury, and then we have to pay interest on it through the economic activity of all the individual citizens. That is fucking disgusting.
I agree, but the treasury can also tell them to go fuck off, and then that's it. They have the power to do that too. We're not, and then the taxpayer is under no obligation to pay that anyway. Like you can't run up the bill, and eventually people are not going to allow high taxes for a long time. They'll revolt against the government, and then that there's no way anybody's ever going to pay all these debts. There's just no way. There's not enough people on the planet. There's not enough productivity to pay $22 trillion in debt. It's impossible.
Well, you know what keeps that from falling is the fact that we have an armed citizenry. That's a huge contributing factor.
Back to the libertarian gun crap. Look,
it's a huge contributing factor as to why the authoritarian trap hasn't slammed closed on our heads. You don't think it is? It really is.
I have to agree.
That's why they're fighting so hard to get rid of it. Because as soon as that's gone and they disarm the public,
as soon as they get the power to go like, look, they're too dangerous. We need military power to get go into military state, and technically, power of taking away your guns or stuff like that. One of those. That's coming. That's for sure.
I mean, Australia is already like that. They give up their guns and they're chokeholding and arresting people left and right. It's for masks. Yeah, that's already happening. I understand that, but
so that's why we fight against it.
People have to have the will to be able to use them.
Yeah, just it's technically don't fall for the trap, guys. Be smart.
How do you say it in French, Simon? Fait accompli.
Fait accompli.
Is that like fart in the wind?
No, it means it's already decided, essentially.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's see.
It's already complete. The fate is already complete.
Yeah, it's a done deal. That's pretty much it.
I see it. When I see people, Republicans on Rush Limbaugh crying to Rush Limbaugh, I don't expect anybody to grab a gun.
Yeah, that was a pretty heartbreaking call. I was like,
it's heartbreaking, but it was pretty soy.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it was soy. I think it was soy.
I think it was.
I don't think anyone should fawn over a president like that in that way. A president's just a dude.
Right.
He shits just like everybody puts his pants one leg at a time. But to admire someone,
I sympathize with his frustration, but sitting there crying on Rush Limbaugh is not going to do it. Like same thing with Twitter. All these people crying about this, and that. What does that solve? It solves nothing. Actions. There'll come time when actions need to be done, and my point has been going this whole time. Now everybody's marching right now, and more power to them. I'm glad they're doing that's an action, and those things are going to get more and more bigger, and they're going to get more and more violent until people wake up. And that's what that guy's point was, is like the Republican leadership isn't listening. But you know what? They haven't listened to them a very long time.
Well, that's one of the biggest things about the movement that Trump has started in the Republican Party is he's exposed the fact that that a lot of the Republicans of the newer generation Republicans, they've grown up with the internet. some people who straddle the fence between libertarianism and republicanism, kind of closer to me. We look at basically what conservatism is and what it isn't, and the neocon conservatism that we were used to in the 90s and 2000s, coming out of the Reagan and Bush 1 years, going through Bill Clinton into that shift in thinking is exactly where Trump's base of support is. People who are Christian but aren't super prudent and, maybe have foul mouth from time to time. People who are conservative with their money and hate the idea of being overly taxed. So then that goes for Democrats and Republicans and independents. And so that part of the Republican Party is not served in any way by the neocons and the Bush Republicans and never Trump Republicans. So there is a massive rift in the Republican Party in that respect, and Trump has completely captivated that group of people. And so, that's one of the things. That's one of the reasons why you look at. It looks like the Republican old guard is all allied against Trump while pretending to be for his policies, because they don't want it to change, but they don't realize it has changed and it's never going back.
Yeah, they don't want to lose that base, and they don't realize, like, you just look at proof of that is Fox News losing 40% of their viewership. If that's
overnight,
that's like the only Republican viewing thing, and that should scare the hell out of them, because that they just lost a big chunk of nearly half their base, and they're just not going to vote. And then that's just going to put Democrats into power, all right? And then they go away. And the first thing Democrats want to do is get rid of Republicans. And they will do it. Republicans, they won't do it. They fuck around. But Democrats will do it. I'm confident they will do it. They're making up lists. They're talking about camps. They're doing all these
Nazi
things.
shit, dude.
Well, they will do it. So the socialists and communists, and they want to do all that stuff. And hey, man, that's what they love to do. Get rid of dissent. So
which reinforces my bullshit libertarian gun thing even all the more.
Bullshit.
I'm just using your words. I'm eating you. Yeah. I'm using terms that you've coined.
Yeah. Well, again, when I see everybody marching down the street with their guns and stuff, then and like, hey, are you a libertarian? Yes, we're all libertarians. Then I'll be like, oh, okay. I'll say I'm wrong.
Libertarians can't even agree on what a libertarian is, so that'll never happen.
Yeah, that's not a cop out at all.
Think we've already covered that. That was not a cop out. It's objectively true. Trust me, I live that life. I know. You post something on Facebook in a libertarian group, and you get called a fake libertarian by about 2/3 of the people in the group. So, that's just what happens. That's why we'll never hold any national offices of note.
Kyle Rittenhouse got out on bail, so there's that.
Yeah, so I guess I was right. At least one thing we argued about.
What? That he wasn't gonna. No, I never said he wasn't gonna get bail.
Oh, I thought you said that he was fucked forever and that he was not getting out on bail because they set it at $2 million.
No, I never said that. I said he's not going to get a fair trial. When he goes to trial, that guy's going to get the book. He's already got the book thrown at him.
All right, Simi.
Yeah,
Simi.
We probably shouldn't talk about this.
Yeah, it'll just get revved back up.
No, it's a dumb subject.
Because you'll make straw mans and I'll call them out and you'll call me a cuck.
Oh, here we go. I've never called anybody a cuck.
I'm just kidding. I know you. This is good YouTube. This is good YouTube.
Is it good YouTube?
I don't know. I really don't know. I'm probably not.
Well, we got like 2 viewers now.
We're at 6, I think.
Oh, okay. No one cares.
6 amazing badasses. Jim Cox, Chuck. We got Rich Cook. We got Zaid Comics.
Zaid probably left already. He's supposed to be packing up books.
He's back. He's right here. He just posted about a minute and a half ago.
Oh, okay.
I'm a recovering Jingo conservative. There you go. There you go, Jim. There you go. Exactly. I don't know.
I am not for any particular party. I'm for America, so
America.
America. I'm anti-war across the board, so it doesn't matter either. Too.
Turns out you're not an anomaly, Passion. People who have served in wartime, whether they were getting shot at or shooting, or being somewhere where there was they were close to a theater, actively engaged, tend to be pretty anti-war.
Yeah, but I know a lot of veterans, especially this last Gulf War.
Mm-hmm.
They in Afghanistan and stuff. They are still very, very, very pro-war because they feel that the realization hasn't hit them yet that they fought for nothing.
Yeah,
they don't want to accept, because these, you go off those wars and then your mind's kind of going, and a lot of them, because I've interacted with like newer veterans, younger ones,
mm-hmm.
and they don't want to accept, because they saw a lot of friends die and everything like that, and you don't want to accept it. And that happened with Vietnam, where there's a lot of Vietnam vets who were very, very, they were treated horribly, but they were still very, very, we should have won that war and stuff like that. And it's like, well, yeah, but the whole war was a waste of time. And it caused a lot of problems with Vietnam vets. So that's why I see with Afghanistan and Iraq, the newer wars, that's why we see such a high rate of suicide around them, is because they were, my opinion, this is my opinion, they were duped into it and they got nothing out of it. We didn't win anything. So they don't want to give up. People don't want to give up. They want to have a win. So there's that eye patch idiot in the Congress who's like, no, don't pull, it's not the right time to pull troops. Yeah, it's not the right time to pull troops out of Afghanistan. It's like, it's been going on 20 years. When is the right, they just don't want to leave.
It happened. It happened when, like, shortly after I got out of high school, dude. I mean, fuck me, dude.
I've seen pictures of guys who they did a tour in Afghanistan, and then now they're taking pictures with their kids who are going off to a tour.
Oh, I saw that on Twitter, dude. Fucking broke my heart, dude.
It's our second longest running war. So.
When is the right times? Chuck, you are completely right. The right time is, I learned this from a movie back in the 80s with Matthew Broderick. It was called War Games. And in that movie, there was a supercomputer named Joffrey who ran a bunch of scenarios. And they were basically trying to figure out what was the best way to win a war and what was the best way to win a thermonuclear war. And in all scenarios, he ended up arriving at the one conclusion: the best way to win is not to play.
Unless you have vested interest and you just draw it out.
But the point is, the best way to win is not to play the game.
The Korean War is still going on.
Oh, yeah, it's just an armistice. It's a ceasefire.
Yeah, ceasefire. We never stopped. And look what Trump tried to go in there and end it and get things peacefully, and everybody tried to sabotage it.
Literally Hitler.
They did not want to have peace with North Korea. They wanted it to keep going on and on and on and on and on, because they can buy new equipment, put them up on the front line, the DMZ. They can bring more troops over there. The South Koreans make a bunch of money and all this stuff. And it's a whole almost an ecosystem of its own now. They don't want that.
Jim Cox says, and I learned from Wolverines, we don't let commies win. Wolverines. Yeah, dude, the fucking Red Dawn. One of the best movies of all time.
It is a good movie.
I love that movie.
Except the part where like almost everybody dies at the end.
Well, there is that. But I mean, it had Powers Booth in it, dude.
True.
I mean, name me a movie with Powers Booth that wasn't awesome.
There's a
Good
few.
try. Good, good luck. Good luck. I mean, he was amazing. A lot of people get him, huh?
Red Dawn was amazing. It was a good movie. Don't get me wrong.
It was an amazing movie. It's iconic.
They tried to make a remake of it, and they were going to put the Chinese in, and the Chinese are like, no.
Yeah, fuck you. No, but a lot of people confuse Powers Booth with Craig T. Nelson, I find. which
Okay.
I could see that, but don't know why that would be.
I thought there was a billion screaming Chinamen. There was. Throws the thing in the flames. Yeah, it's a good movie.
They don't make them like they used to, man.
He was in a good movie. I forgot what it was. It was about nuclear war, where he was like the flight guy on a ship or on a airplane, like a bomber, and they were deciding if they were going to drop their payload or not. And
Who was that? Who are we talking about?
Powers Booth.
Oh, okay.
And it was a cool movie. It had Darth Vader in it, and
You
they
mean
end
what's his name? Oh my God, I
James
had his
Earl
name in
Jones.
my James Earl Jones. Yeah.
He's like one of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he's on another plane. And then so what happens is like it's a cool movie. Everybody should watch it. I think it was on HBO back in the day, and so like a Russian faction launches a missile, and it actually hits Washington D.C. and it takes out. They think the president is dead, and like most of the cabinet gets wiped out. So they think that the president's dead, but he's not. And so he's trying to, part of that plot is he's trying to get back where he can get communication and everything back to the military. Because then so the Secretary of Interior, I think it's Interior, the guy who's the dad in Christmas Story, he's in the movie too. And he's the Interior. And then his thing is like, just bomb the shit out of him. And they're trying to stop it because it was a mistake. They're trying to stop. So they do a strategic trade-off. So like America shoots a couple missiles over to them, blows up their cities to make it even and to stop the war so that it's comparable losses, and then they end up stopping the war. But the Interior guy's going to do a full package, like total nuclear war, and it ends up James Earl Jones drives his plane into Air Force One to stop the president from doing it, the Secretary of Interior.
Oh shit.
Yeah, because no one recognizes the president's back alive, and it's really him. They think it's fake, and it actually is him. So it's a really cool movie, man. It's pretty tense. And one of the bombers, they go to one of the bombers, and he's the pilot of the bomber, and they're trying to figure out if they should, because all communication gets broken down. They get conflicting orders. They don't know what to do. So it's a pretty cool movie.
What's the name of the movie?
And I'm trying to remember it. I should look it up.
You'll probably find it in the Googles.
Yeah. Let's see. Nuclear war movie. Movies.
Powers Booth. What would you say?
By Dawn's Early Light.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah, all I did was just search James Earl Jones Powers Booth.
Yeah, it's a good
Apparently,
movie.
Optimus is a Googling master black belt.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's an interesting film. Well, it's got like a great list of actors in it. They were all, really good stuff at the time. Let's say come out in early 90s.
Yeah, it looks like 90, aired in 90 and set in 91. So it was like, in a year, this could happen kind of thing. Based on the 1983 novel Trinity's Child.
Yeah. Good movie. Well acted, well directed. It's got an all-star cast in it.
I mean, I see your Powers Booth, and I raise you a Dabney Coleman. 80s staple actor right there.
Powers Booth is in that category of actors. Is they're not always in something good, but they're always good in whatever they're in.
I second that.
Like Ron Perlman's one of those guys. Like he's always good, but boy, he's been in a lot of trash.
Yeah, Ron Perlman's kind of man. He's got the TDS, brother.
No, I don't care about that. I'm just talking about.
If you want a good laugh about Ron
everything?
Perlman, just go to Twitter and do the search, "Hey Little Donnie,"
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah. A lot of people like memed that and like they warped his pictures and everything when they do it. It's like, it's just showing like it's kind of like the degradation of Ron Perlman in real time.
Yeah.
Because I think the best one I saw was like this guy. He had like this Ron Perlman when he gave him like a little egg head, and it says, "Hey, little Donnie, I what do you say? I made some chili and then I took a shit in the chili and then I ate the chili. What do you think of that, fucker?" It's like because he did that whole thing, like he said he pissed on his hand or something like that and shook like Harvey Weinstein's hand or something. I was like, it's like, yeah, I showed him. I was like, you showed him that you were nasty.
If you showed him, you would have stood up and spoke for all those women, dude. You didn't until it was convenient that you could not get any fallout for it. Yeah, that whole thing is hypocritical to me.
I shit in my pants and I went to his house and I sat on his sofa. Ha!
Take that.
Take that, you son bitch. Take my duty draws on your leather couch.
You got it.
I knocked over his Portuguese. Showed him.
I fucked up his garden gnome.
Nazi. Only Nazis have garden gnomes.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. These people are, these plebs in the chat are talking about Blue Thunder when they should be talking about Airwolf.
Hey, Blue Thunder is a good movie, too.
Yeah. I mean, Roy Scheider. Not bad. Not bad.
What's the movie with Clint Eastwood where he gets the plane that reads his mind? Firefox. That's a good movie, too.
Yep.
I remember seeing that with my grandpa.
And you have to think in Russian for it to work.
Yeah. That was like, is that like the closest to a sci-fi movie Clint Eastwood ever did? He didn't really do sci-fi flicks.
Yeah, that I can think of. Yeah, I don't think so.
And knowing Clint, he turned it as a military.
Yeah, that's a cool movie, man.
Yeah, that's a good movie. Yeah.
I have to watch it again.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
I mean, a lot of other actors have done sci-fi, but I don't think Clint Eastwood's ever really done it. And I can't think of one.
I remember, you made me think about one time I was at we were at the hospital. My mom was at the hospital, and my dad wanted to watch a movie, so I gave him my thing, and he wanted to watch a Death Wish movie. I think I got him Death Wish 5.
Charles Bronson.
Yeah, pulled it up on Netflix, and the thing was, it's like in the first 5 minutes, like they're at this like fashion show, of course, so there's titties everywhere, right? And my dad hands me the thing back, and I was like, "What's wrong?" He said, "I'm afraid if I keep watching this, I'm gonna get arrested."
How is Poptimus Prime doing?
He is home. I brought him home last night. He's
good.
He's resting and trying to get his wits about. They got him on these like blood pressure medicines for things and stuff like that, and it takes a while to get used to those. So he's like kind of dizzy a little bit and a little nauseous. So I was like, "Don't worry, it eventually seeps into your system and you're used to it." So
yeah,
I think they say it takes 2 to 3 weeks for it to kind of you get used to it. So
yeah, and he's always got to take them too. So
yeah,
like if you skip any, because I take blood pressure medicine too, and if you skip or you whatever, it messes me up pretty bad. You got to keep doing it, but they can have pretty harsh side effects too, unfortunately.
Yeah, so it's going to be up to he's got to see a thoracic surgeon because apparently he has an aortic dissection that we didn't know about until.
Oh boy, oof. That's pretty serious.
It is, and that's why they got him on the blood pressure. It's a beta blocker. To lower, just to make sure. Because the last thing we need is like what was happening to him is to happen in a worse part and not be able to be controlled.
Right.
Because that's when you start getting into. I keep forgetting the word I'm trying to aneurysms. That's the potential for aneurysms and stuff. So. Monday.
Great.
Yeah, Monday. Got a lot of phone calls to make. I got to call and get him a new general practitioner because the one he had, I just don't like. It's like they got the bedside manner of a mountain goat.
It's like, I've seen the way those goats scream at you.
Like because it's like they tell her like 2 years ago she said, "Oh, your blood levels look a little weird. You might maybe want to see somebody." And it's like, look a little weird. What does that mean? You
Is
know,
that a like medical term?
Yeah. It's like, can you explain that a little bit better?
They don't like to I have this problem with my doctor too, and a lot of doctors seem to do this now.
Mhm.
They don't like telling their patients that you're sick.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure there's patients who are like fight them and get upset, and it's like, hey, you know, I had a doctor, my previous doctor, he was straight with me. He's like, you got to get your health together, man. Start losing weight and stuff like that. And it's like, all right, until I had a diabetic attack, you know, a few years ago.
Mhm.
I started taking it seriously and get my sugar under control. And that you got to do that because that affects my heart. And now, you know, I got to watch my blood pressure and everything else.
Got to pay attention to Wilford Brimley, dude. Diabetes.
He's like 80 some years old, man.
Well, he's dead now.
Oh, rip.
He finally gave up. 2020 again, man. 2020.
Yeah, you know.
I told a couple of friends. I said, I'm going to take a mulligan on 2020. And just,
I don't know.
Pretend it didn't happen.
I'm thinking 2021 is gonna make 2020 look like a roll, you know, a ride in the park.
You think so?
Don't say that.
I think so.
We can always depend on passion, the bastion of fucking positivity.
Mm-hmm. Of course, he'll say, "I'm a realist, motherfucker." That's what I am.
Yeah. Remember, everybody said, "Oh, 2016 is terrible," but look, 2020 happened.
Yeah.
So there's just got an email saying that a green card holder in Nevada received a mail-in ballot.
Oh, just one?
Well, I'm sure there was more, but the one that actually
green card holder. That's the important statement.
Yeah, that means they are legally allowed to be here. They can't legally vote in our elections. They are not a citizen. And they're allowed to, you know, stay.
I think
here.
they just grabbed a bunch of lists and hit print.
Yeah. That's literally what they did. If you were a quote registered voter, it didn't matter if the current address or not.
I don't even think it's. I think some states just left it to everybody. Like they went on the vote. I think they used the driver's license rolls too.
They might have, because I know wasn't that was a big Democrat thing years ago was motor voter.
Yep, some states it's legal. So then you just get everybody who's on the driver, you know, the Department of Motor Vehicles, and you send them all a ballot.
Yeah.
They may not be registered.
Because I know here in my state they were going to make it like it was going to be automatic. Like if you got a license, you're registered to vote. It's like, and people are like, no, no.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't understand why they don't make it I know that the Constitution says that the states get to handle their individual voting, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
But why wouldn't it be that every year the voter rolls get purged and you have to re-register?
See, I
agree with that too.
I kind of feel that way too, because my thing is, it's like, it's up to you to, you're the ultimate choice if you want to vote or not. Right.
A lot of people die every year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they don't clean those voter rolls up.
Yeah. The best way to do it.
They always sue. What they do is they sue and say you're disenfranchising voters. And then left-leaning, judges will say, "Oh yeah, you're right. We can't possibly do that." That's why, like, all these judges are throwing all this stuff out, because they don't want to be the one to disenfranchise voters and get called racist. They're already doing it. They're saying, "Oh yeah, you're racist for not, certifying Detroit."
Throwing what stuff out? What are you talking about?
Throwing out votes. No judge wants to do that or be seen as that they're disenfranchised. It's like being called racist or whatever.
Oh, I thought you said they were throwing a bunch of stuff out.
Yeah, they are. The judges are like, "You're no standing here, none of this, none of this." But then they're bringing lawsuits against the Trump campaign saying they're racist.
Yeah.
For asking for account.
Well, actually, there's only been like 1 or 2 cases that the Trump campaign has filed that's been thrown out.
Yeah, but there's other private ones that they've thrown out too.
Yeah.
Tons of them. And
I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Okay, I got you. Because
basically, there are actual other individuals who, I guess you could say, they're trying to quote help.
Yeah, there's a talking point that's going around that the media is pushing that the Trump campaign lawsuits are getting thrown out right and left, and that's just false.
Right, that's not true. But
yeah,
I think Rudy said in that press conference, he said, "What lawsuits have I filed?" Like,
Yeah, exactly.
you know, he said, we did one in Michigan, which we withdrew because, the Republican there, decided to stand up to not certify instead of, cucking.
Yeah, and the board
And
of
then they cussed
canvassers,
out.
the board of canvassers, which is the next level, they're talking about not certifying it either
Yeah.
because they're coming
The
down.
Federal
on the
Election
state.
Commission chair said that you can't certify the election because of all the anomalies.
Well, the federal guy has no say so in that, really, but they'll just I don't. That's not in the Constitution where the federal guy certifies it.
I gotta laugh at what Chuck Keyworth said. It's like he said, start calling him passion for dooming.
I am the voice of reason in a world of craziness.
There was like some discords that I was in the other day, like during like how this has been going on, and it's like they had to literally like ban people for doom posting.
Oh,
I'm not. Hey, I want people. I agree that this. I still agree that this whole election is fucked up. There's just no. I'm a skeptic, and I'm convinced something happened.
Yeah.
How they're going to prove that though against the systems that we have, I do not have any confidence in that because
it's
they're going to be blocked if they're able to. If they're able to do conspiracy this big, just think about it. If they're able to cheat on this level, do you honestly think they don't have all the courts set up? They don't have all the people who are going to make the decisions set up to make sure that it goes their way. They do. They don't. The whole system doesn't want Trump there,
and that's why they're trying to put pressure so that one decision will be okay. So you won't ask more questions or more.
Well, it's like
I don't think they have the Supreme Court, and all the Supreme Court justices just got assigned to their respective districts.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, it's funny. The thing is, somebody got pointed out to me the other day. I said, "Well, that's very interesting that Biden set up a legal defense fund to quote fight." I was like, "Why does he have to fight it if he's so confident in the results of the election?"
Oh, Optimus! Did you see the Twitter thread with that, where they posted on their Twitter account looking for donations for the legal fund?
Yeah.
If you look at the thread, the comment thread that followed, oh my god, it was fucking savage. And these are his supporters.
Yeah.
Like biggest grift I've ever heard of in my life. Dude, you won the election, but now and these are people who support him.
Yeah.
They're saying like, where all the billionaires that gave us all money to win this election, where's all that money now?
Yeah.
Why are you asking for common people to help fight against this? It was bad. It was really brutal.
Yeah. And that should tell you something. That should definitely tell you something.
I think it was yesterday they come up with a new fund. They got a new grift. The new grift is we need help to pay for our transition. Because,
right. No, you don't. You're not the president-elect yet, you fuckwit.
Oh,
not
and by
until
the way,
you have 270 votes.
By the way, I want to point out to people who don't know, there is no such thing as the fucking office of the president-elect.
Yeah,
It does not exist. It never existed. Nobody has ever used that term in the history of our elections. There was never an office of the president.
And that should tell you something too. That they're marketing and getting people's brains. They're trying to get people wrapped around that he is the president. That's why they came out right away.
Yeah.
That's why the media was in on it. They're all in on it, guys.
He probably has a deadline before that the little medicine that he's taking doesn't take effect anymore to stay alive. So they need to hurry things up. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what they say. It's like during the campaign, like they were calling lids at like 9 a.m. And a lid, if anybody doesn't know, a lid is like basically just saying we're not going to take any more questions from the media for the day. And
yeah, we're done campaigning for the day.
Yeah, literally, Biden would be stopping at like 9 a.m. in the morning.
Well, also the thing with Kamala calling it a Harris administration, and then Biden saying, I'm Kamala's running mate. You think I'm joking? Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
And then
him and Obama created the biggest voter fraud network or whatever. He said that, and that did not seem like a gaffe. That seemed like he was serious.
Yeah.
So,
his filter just dropped.
See, that's the thing. Like when you, I think he obviously does have. Has some form of dementia.
Yeah, he's demented for sure.
And sometimes the dementia people accidentally tell the truth.
Yep.
So I still can't get over the I think it was the debate the debate he did where he was talking about make sure the kids hear words.
It's
Play the radio and
he got 9
leave the
million
record
more,
player on at night. You know,
he got 9 million more votes than the last Democratic
he's
president.
getting closing in on 80 million votes. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Come on. There's
And
no
then-
way.
And then
that
no person who's being reelected as president
Mhm.
ever got more votes and lost.
Right.
That has never happened in our election ever. Like, say, you're going for your second term. No
Yeah.
president has. They always got the ones who always got more votes won.
right.
Another stat. No one has ever won Ohio and Florida and lost the election.
It's like you hit a home run over the fence, and they're like, "No, it's just a single."
Yeah. Get on first base. Like what?
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, why
Yeah.
is it a single? Oh, we said so. Oh,
in
okay.
normal elections, where you just have absentee ballots and a few states that had mail-in voting, the average rejection rate was 1%, all the way up to anomalies of 3%. In an election where they pushed mail-in voting, where anyone who the majority of people who did it had never mail-in voted before, so the chance of them fucking up the ballot and putting it in, not doing the security envelope, having a bad signature or something like that, should be statistically exponentially higher. The rejection rate of mail-in and absentee ballots was like less than 1%. So many factors, many multiples lower than a normal election where people who are used to mail-in voting and absentee balloting would normally get between 1% and 3%. That's an anomaly that fucking really stands out.
And that's where I'm
Really
not a
stands
doomer on. I know I'm pretty convinced from all the evidence that's been set forward and the Democrats' actions and some actions of these states during the election, because I have money riding on it. I watch the election very closely. And in the middle of the night, they said, we're stopped counting. And 3 hours later, they come up with 150,000 votes, not in one state, not in two states, but 4 states. Yeah. And the other one, you got to look at Virginia too, because suddenly he was up 300,000 in Virginia. Then the next day he was down by 50,000 votes. Mm-hmm. Somehow they swung 350 in there too, but no one's really looking at Virginia. But there was a lot of states, man, where these big slots of numbers came in for Biden. And I think someone noticed those big ones at first. Mm-hmm. And then they started cutting back. So that's why Arizona slowed down. That's why Nevada slowed down. That's why Pennsylvania, like, hey, whoa, people noticed. We gotta do this differently. We gotta trickle it out. So they go over a week and then they start finding 50,000, 20,000. They keep finding more and more ballots.
Yep.
They were manufacturing them. They were. It took them time to fake them all.
Well, how about a stack of like 100,000 votes or so, all only voted for president?
Yeah.
In states where there were Senate races that were key and pivotal.
That never happens either. That's never happened in the history of the United States. where
I mean, literally, for the media to be repeating the lie that there's no evidence of any kind of voter anomalies or voter
they're
fraud.
In on it too, man.
It's so like it just at some point you just have to laugh because they think we're this dumb.
Well, look at the past 4 years. Do you think the media is not in on everything? I mean, look what they did with the Russian stuff and the impeachment stuff and all this other stuff. They either A, are complicit, or B, they are in on it. And most of these channels all have ex-CIA guys on their freaking boards, or they're on there on television all the time, or all these people who are Obama people. They're all on there.
Trump got impeached for asking Ukraine to look into something that Biden actually did.
And now he's going to be president.
The FBI had evidence of it because they received the laptop months before the impeachment trial took place, and they had the evidence to say, actually, Trump's right here, and they let him get impeached anyway.
Because they're in on it too. They want him out because they won't let him. He won't let them do all the things and sign off on all the fucky stuff that they were wanted to do, and that's what's going on here. Because he probably went in there and said, "No, you guys are stop all these stupid things in the Middle East. Stop all this other stuff." They don't want that, so they want
literally Hitler. Literally, Hitler wants to bring the troops home. Literally, Hitler wants to, stop paying for NATO when we don't need it. Close military bases in places where we don't need them anymore. Literally, Hitler.
I think the best thing to do, anybody who's on the right just goes, hey, and when it all hits the fan, you just laugh at the left when everything goes bad. And you're like, hey, we tried to tell you. We tried to show you. It's all there.
Dude, they're going to go bonkers when this gets overturned, dude. They're going to go fucking bonkers. You notice how nuts those people are going to go?
I'm getting more prepared that Biden will be president.
Really? You think it's finished, huh?
No, I don't think it's finished. I think if you're going with which one's more likely, like if I'm a betting man,
yeah,
I would take that Biden gets sworn in. It's not going to be pretty, but they're gonna make sure he gets in there. They want him in there.
I mean, you already got. Am I here back?
Yeah, you're here.
Okay,
Gotcha.
All right. You already got the people who are like the Romney cucks. They're like,
that guy's such a turd.
Yeah. That guy is so mad that he lost, and then that when Trump said maybe you might be my Secretary of State, then he was like, "Lol, just kidding."
The problem is like, say Trump does win, there's like 4 scenarios and none of them are good. So let's say Trump wins, the Republicans hold the Senate and the Democrats hold the House. We're right back where we were for 4 years. Okay, Republicans are really good at not do anything. Okay, let's say Trump does win, but he loses the House and the Senate. Okay, the Republicans do. They're going to impeach him on day one. He'll be out in like a week. They'll just impeach him. They've already said they'll do that. Another scenario, let's say Biden wins and the Republicans keep the Senate and the Democrats keep the House. I guarantee you the Republicans will go crawling to the Democrats and they'll start throwing out bills left and right. They can't wait. And then they'll dump on more wars and they'll do everything else. So there's really not a great scenario. Just focusing on Trump and getting him in office is, I think, short-sighted. The problem is you gotta cleanse the entire thing. You gotta nuke it from orbit just to be sure. And I hope Trump. What I would do if I was Trump, I'd release everything. I would just do it. Put the server, hook it up to the internet, and say, "Here, have fun." That's what I would do. Just let it all out. Let the truth come out about all this shit, about Iraq and Afghanistan and all these people and all the shit we've been doing in different countries, all this stuff. Just put it up. And they're gonna destroy this man anyway. When he gets out, say he doesn't, they do get him out. They're gonna put him in jail day one. They're gonna destroy his family. They're gonna destroy his business, and anybody who worked and associated with this man. They're gonna do it. Look what they're doing to General Flynn.
Yeah.
Yeah, the General Flynn thing is fucking. That is mind numbing and fucking infuriating.
The moment he's a private citizen, I'm telling you, man. Even in the nuts, say he doesn't win in 4 years and they stave off everything, they will still come at him in 4 more years, and they will do everything they can to destroy him again. They already got pending criminal charges against him, just waiting for him to get out of being president, because the president is the thing protecting him right now.
Yeah, like the state of New York is.
Yeah. They're going to throw the book at him.
That their attorney general is a whack job anyway. Like,
but the thing is they'll get away with it. They'll get away with it. Hey, look at Manafort.
They'll just make shit up. Yeah. They're like
look at Manafort, for example. Manafort, they said, he's got in for Russian collusion. No, he didn't. He didn't sign out a loan document correctly. They got him on loan fraud.
Yeah.
So they can get you on whatever they want. Flynn, look what they're doing with Flynn. That case was supposed to be dismissed and all that. They drug it out for 2 years.
Mm-hmm. And they're still keeping Smith is a pile of shit, dude. That's Emmett Sullivan.
Yeah, that judge, yeah.
So the judges, they're just going to take it to the right judge that just hates the dude, and they're going to get him roasted. So I'm a doomer. I sound like a doomer, but these are all realistic scenarios. And it's really hard I try to think of a way out of things, try to think 3 steps ahead. If I was Trump, man, it's like, there's really not too many ways out of these scenarios. And that's why I said, hey, fucking nuke it. Like, he has nothing to lose. And that's their mistake.
One of the reasons I heard that, like, blitzed out Mark Esper and those people from DOD because
they lied to him.
Yeah, they lied to him for one thing, and
Told him they had less troops in Afghanistan than he actually did.
Yeah, and apparently he's gonna get rid of Hatchbull too because she doesn't want to release stuff that he called to be released like months ago.
Oh, CIA director, yeah.
Yeah, and my thing is, it's like when the president orders something that's classified, it's declassified. You don't need to go through a process.
Yeah, he's
the commander in chief.
Yeah, he's the de facto highest declassification entity in the land.
Yeah, nobody. You don't have to go through verification for that. It's done. When he says declassified, it's declassified.
Yeah.
But they're part of the resistance, and they feel. And then the problem is our national security laws, because that gives too much power to the CIA, and they can just say national security, and they can overrule the president. They think they can overrule the president and everybody else, and then they do release it, and then they just redact everything because they have that power too. And he's even told them unredacted stuff, and they still haven't done it. They even the legislature, when they were going investigating the stuff with Biden and everything, they refused to give them. The FBI just straight refused to do it. And Trump did nothing. He might have told them to do it, and they still didn't do it. And the only power he has is to fire people. The problem he got with that is he's got to get his people appointed, and McConnell hasn't let him have any of his guys.
Well, technically no, because that's what he's getting by with now, which is actually kind of smart, is that, with temporary appointments, you got like 200 and some days for a temporary appointment, and that can be automatic. So that's why he's got that guy at DOD now, and who's just like, yeah, we're pulling out all the troops of Afghanistan and Iraq finally.
Right. And that won't last, because then what will happen? The next Department of Defense guy will come in and add troops. I mean, it's he had to take over direct contact with the troops and everything too, to make sure that it's actually happening. Yeah. So I understand.
Like, he's been lied to for 4 years. It's like, oh yeah, we're not in Syria anymore. Wink.
But the problem is he's got to go through the Senate.
So we had Doomer chat for the last the last 20 minutes. So now I'm going to tell you guys what is actually going to happen. Okay.
Tell us something positive.
Here's what's actually going to happen.
Well, we're going to talk about comics.
In a minute.
We're going to talk about comics on the comic book stream.
All right. So here's what's going to happen. There are going to be enough states that don't certify their vote counts to where it's going to be pushed to the Supreme Court. It doesn't go to the states just yet. It's going to go to the Supreme Court. The court cases that are going to be filed by Sidney Powell, the information that's going to come out from all the things that they've put together, they have sworn affidavits from people that worked for Smartmatic, that are part of Dominion voting. There are people that were connected to the servers the night of the election and watched it happen in real time. That is one thing that she did release. She said there were people watching the fraud happen in real time. And they have sworn affidavits of those people that are going to testify in court to that. They have they're going to have the software reverse engineered. They're going to show how that algorithm works. And then what's going to happen going forward? The Supreme Court's going to throw out the election, and it's going to go to the delegation of states. And out of the 34 houses of representative that are Republican controlled, 32 of them will vote for Donald Trump, and he will become the next president. That's what's going to happen. So take that to the bank.
Okay.
And then and then the crying happens, right? Like the
yeah. And then then the country is going to get thrown into severe upheaval. There's going to be chaos. Mm-hmm. As soon as this election is certified, Trump will call in the National Guard. He will declare he will invoke the Insurrection Act, and people will be collected, brought up on sedition charges. There will probably be people that go to Gitmo for this shit, and hopefully the information will be released about other elections. So we will trigger revolutions in Canada, in South America. There will be multiple world leaders that are going to be brought up on charges, and the world will reset itself lawfully. There you go.
That sounds pretty
very
close
idealistic.
Pretty much what I said. Just release everything, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. first of all, you got to get all that stuff to court. You got to get a court to agree. You got to have someone actually be able to advertise the evidence. And so far, the media, all the major media and Twitter and everything is not letting anybody show it.
Oh, they won't be able to stop it. Once it goes to court, they won't be able to stop it. They'll be able to frame it still, and they'll say it's ridiculous, and they'll say all this and that. But once it gets adjudicated, they can still frame it. They'll always try to frame it, but they're not going to be able to stop it. So
it'll be up to the people in the end.
I can't wait to see if it comes true. I can't wait to see the re-fest, as Chuck says. That is going to be there will be nothing like it in our history.
Are you basically saying that the Tree of Liberty is about to be
no
Optimus, make sure your mags are loaded and you've had them stacked as high as your neck from the ground.
The refest. No, if the left ain't gonna fight anything.
They'll try.
Yeah. They most of them don't own guns, and most of them they just want to. Even with the Antifa guys, they mostly just broke some windows.
Shine lasers in your eyes and shit.
Yeah, they didn't do anything. Some of them carried guns around, I saw, but some of them would be nutcake enough to do something. But what does everybody do? Attack us with a bunch of pussy hats on?
Yeah.
I don't see that happening. They'll just use their technology. They have that. They'll use Hollywood. They'll use their media. They'll use influence. They'll do what they can. I mean, they've been doing it for 4 years. It's pretty clear. So I see your scenario is plausible.
I mean, look, see, the thing is, Sidney Powell she's a former prosecutor turned defense attorney who has almost 30 years of reputation and experience. That's on the line right now.
She used to work for the. She was a lawyer for the intelligence community.
Well, that's my point. To me, I don't see somebody of her caliber and her reputation literally throwing that away on a whim.
I heard somebody on talk radio say the same thing.
That doesn't make sense. It literally doesn't make sense.
Like literally the same thing. They said like people like her and like what's the other guy, Lynn Wood, with their years and years of. I mean, look what Lynn Wood has accomplished. Like he cucked the media.
Oh yeah,
he made CNN pay millions of dollars.
Yeah.
But Lynn Wood's he's been a braggart in the past. He likes to all lawyers. I mean, you shouldn't put all your faith in lawyers.
Oh, I'm not saying you're putting faith in the lawyers, but I'm just saying they have reputations that
But they're already trying to destroy these people. They're already going to attack the messenger. They're going to try to do things. They're going to bring up trumped up charges on these people. Try to find something on them. And they'll try to negate them. They'll try to deplatform them. I'm personally surprised that Powell's Twitter account is still active. I'm surprised she hasn't gotten kicked off yet.
Well, it's probably coming.
Yeah, so that because then they could do that. But she's making a lot of claims and some big ones. And she doesn't fuck around. I do agree with that. And I saw that conference she was in, and she was visibly upset about it, and because she knows shit. And I hope it all comes to light and it's pretty clear, and there's still going to be people who don't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot. This is not an easy thing, but I just I don't see someone throwing their entire life away over a hoax. I just don't see it.
I will say the the particular press conference where Rudy was melting.
Where he's melting down, literally. Yeah.
Yeah, he did have there was a funny moment where one of the reporters asked the dumb question. I said, considering, like, why isn't the FBI investigating? Rudy just started looking around the podium like, FBI, where are they at? Like,
yeah, that's
And that's kind of what Sidney Powell was saying. She's like, we're doing something that a federal agency would usually do. You know, like the FBI should be the one investigating this, but they're not going to.
Look at where's Barr at. Either he's coming up with something real big and setting it up, or he's part of the plan to get him out of there. That guy was useless. So was Sessions. It's just that's what they do. The Senate gets their guys in there who know are not going to rock the boat or give the president any kind of power. Yeah. They're not going to do that. They're never ever going to approve a guy or a woman, whatever. Like they talk about, say Trump wins and makes Sidney Powell the head of the Department of Justice. That's never going to happen. They'll never approve her.
No.
Because she'll completely destroy it.
He could probably make her like his Solicitor General or something like that. But
yeah, because what happens? Most senators and congressmen all work for the Department of Justice at one time or another.
Yeah.
So it's a manufactured thing to get you into politics. They're not going to let you go in there and destroy their factory. They're not going to do that. They don't want anybody to reform it. And Barr was never a reformer anyway.
No.
I don't know where anybody got the idea he was. He worked for the first Bush. He's the guy who defended the guy who killed the sniper who killed all those people at Ruby Ridge. He defended him.
Wasn't Barr part of the Reagan administration?
He's the first Bush administration.
Okay.
And then he came back when he defended the guy, the guy who shot up the family in Ruby Ridge. The guy who killed little kids and stuff. He defended him and got him off. So he's in there protecting that. He'll do everything to protect the federal government, which that was, again, the Department of Justice and the FBI and overreach. I mean, look at Ilian Gonzalez was another thing. What's her face? She was the worst DA ever. Reno, she's the worst DA ever. A lot of our immigration problems we have now is because of her.
Yeah, literally useless. But you know what's funny? Something you mentioned, Janet Reno. This is hilarious. I mean, it's just hilarious how it turned out because she literally said at one point, "I will be dead before we see a Trump administration," and she died the day before the last election.
Yeah, I saw something on Twitter that like that too. Is that true or is that?
That's true? It is true.
It is true. She did die.
Well, I know she died, but I wanted.
Yeah, but she literally died the day before that election. I was like,
I thought it was a meme. I thought it was a meme, so it's true, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen theories as she started the independent investigation. She assigned Starr because Clinton was thinking about firing her for all the fuck ups she was doing. And then she put Starr in there to make sure he would get impeached or whatever, find someone.
Basically making securing herself.
Right. And that's what they do.
But she was like AG like the whole time, right? Because usually AG's like step down after a while. And...
I think she was more than just one term.
Yeah.
And then
because Bush had Antonio Gonzalez,
John
Ashcroft, yeah, and then
he had another one. I think he had 3.
Did you have 3?
Might have been just 2, but I know he had like Ashcroft because Ashcroft got his because once again a shady election, like he lost his seat, his Senate seat. Yeah, that was the one. That was the one where the dude he was going to get freaking died in a plane crash, and they elected his wife.
Yeah.
And then there was a lot of legality about that because like she wasn't on the ballot, like.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
And then she lost her, like when she ran, when she ran the second, the next time she lost because, like a lot of it, the most it was like you could say maybe it was sympathy, the reason, why she got it like because
her name recognition,
because her husband would have had no chance. I mean, Ashcroft was running in a solidly Republican state, and so yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of weird stuff with that. But yeah, Janet Reno was a DA for a long time. She did a lot of these things. She set up the Department of Justice the way it is now. She did that. She did that. And, people forget Mueller was the head of the FBI during 9/11. He was the one blocking all the 9/11 families from suing Saudi Arabia. Why was he doing that? He was on television telling everybody. He's the one who told Congress that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. That was Mueller.
Mhm.
Comey was the head of the FBI right after Mueller, and he did all that crazy stuff during the Bush administration.
He was because he was assistant DA, assistant
Yeah.
attorney general.
They went after that guy for the ricin or whatever, and that guy's like, I didn't do it, and they tried to ruin his life, and he ended up killing himself. The guy, they went after him. They tried to fit the crime on this guy, and he never.
Right.
And that's what Comey was really good at, and he admitted that. So did Mueller, where they would go.
Comey did some shady stuff, like when he was assistant attorney general. Apparently, there was something that the Bush admin needed to get Ashcroft to sign, but Ashcroft was in the hospital.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And Comey did this whole running down to the hospital, and apparently
it was the torture memo. It was the whole torture stuff. And you know who helped write that too? Barr.
No.
Yeah, Barr did, and Kavanaugh. Those are two guys that helped write that bullshit.
And then apparently they said he hid behind the curtain. Remember, freaking James Comey's like 6'7" or something like that. He's a really tall guy, and he's over here hiding behind the curtains in a freaking hospital room.
Yeah, he looked like
Crazy.
when they show stock footage of him walking down the corridor. He always looks like a fucking giraffe walking a bunch of people next to a bunch of people. He's huge.
Yeah, like that one awkward guy, tall, awkward person. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like Phil Diaz.
or like have you ever seen Doug TeNapel in a crowd? It looks stupid.
Yeah.
Guys. I'm ruined, guys. I'm ruined.
What?
I'm ruined. I said something, and I expressed an opinion. I expressed a thought, and my career is over. I'm done.
What's new?
Oh, well.
It's a day ending in Y.
What'd you do this time?
So yesterday, I made a fool of myself. Yesterday.
Again, day ending in Y.
Just yesterday?
Yeah. So basically, I was recommended by Indiegogo, the Tim Lim's book, So
Common America, yeah.
Common America too, And I went and had a look, and it had I think it was 25,000 Australian on. And I went this is nothing. This is a failure. This is terrible. What's going on here? Now I didn't know that he funded mostly through Kickstarter, because I thought as a stand-up businessman he would fund.
Are you torturing children in the background, Liam? What is it?
No,
saying?
those are little tiny puppies that I'm feeding right now.
Okay.
Nursing puppies. So I know that's a popular rumor that I've got some sort of child dungeon here, but no, that's actually true.
one of the many myriad of rumors that goes around about Liam Gray.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, they got to talk about me. I'm the most important man in the world. So yeah. So I was looking at this. I was thinking, this is a problem. This is a problem where you've got essentially substance over sex appeal over substance, that you need to have more in marketing to radical political groups like the alt-right. To try and say a comic book isn't a good marketing move. I said this. I know it's out of hand. I know it's out of control. I know that it's a strange opinion to have, but it was mine. And I used it to talk a bit about the problems we're having in the industry, where we're using flash in the pan marketing rather than sort of enduring marketing tactics. And it turned out I was wrong. He made like $60,000, $66,000. I thought maybe he made $666,000, but it was it was a few bucks more than that. So I made a fool out of myself, guys. I'm humiliated. I'm ruined. Apparently the future of comic books is pandering to the alt-right, and sexy lady heroes. And you can't just have well thought out characters. We got to have just sexy lady heroes and the alt-right. It's the only way to success, guys. It's the only way.
I'm with you on the alt-right thing, but what's up with sexy lady heroes, man? Come on.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you've got a reconstruction. You got a reconstruction. You've got like an intelligent, insightful piece of work that has good commentary on something.
Okay.
We really just need ass and tits, man. You wasted a whole bunch of time on character development and shit.
Mhm.
Like, we really just need more titties. That's all we need. We need our mums and our wives to save us and fight our battles for us.
Mhm.
And we need the alt-right. Apparently that's the bright path to the future of marketing. That's what we've all been doing wrong, guys.
What in the fuck are you talking about, Lee?
He's just making some shit up so he can sell more books.
Jesus Christ.
Trying to build drama
Come on,
over that
man.
little
Just-
tweet
yeah,
you just did.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, did you make a tweet again, Liam? Let me
Come on,
see.
Liam.
Hold on. Let me see what you
Yeah,
said.
that's it. He made a tweet. He's just trying to build the hype around it.
Come on, everybody go watch my channel later, and I'll tell all about it.
Retro boy.
Ah,
Here we go. Let's see.
Oh,
who else
God.
but Liam?
Who else but Liam? That's right.
That's Liam.
Now you
That's
guys
Liam. Who else but Liam?
Now, see,
So I
this is what
told
I
you
like
guys,
to hear.
mentioning his name more than one time, you were going to conjure him.
Yeah.
I know, it's like,
Yeah, you're exactly
Beetlejuice.
right, Tim. Good morning, bro.
Yep.
Would you
I
like to
wonder
read
what
it?
I'll do or say today that will make me own the only thing people can think or talk about. Oh, and
Yeah.
remember, kids, apparently pandering to the alt-right with sexy ladies.
There you go.
Good, it makes money. Back
Okay.
Xenotype today.
That's
I
all
gotta
he's
say,
doing.
I gotta say though, that's pretty good. No, you did good there. I don't. Yeah, this is,
Thank you. I try to have fun. And,
this
So-
is fun.
yeah. I mean, I can laugh at it, or I can become crushed by the weight of my disillusionment. And I like to laugh. What can I say?
yeah, might as well have some fun while we're doing it, right? Like,
Oh gosh.
you know what I like? Having my nuts in a vice.
I think I think that I'm
Right
gonna have
about
to
now,
get on,
yeah.
I'm gonna have to get in on this Lady Hero thing, man. I'm gonna have to get in on it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to start. I think I might talk to Micah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll come up with something myself that'll be able to compete in the.
Didn't you say not too long ago that you already had we're already working on the female IP?
What are you talking about, Sims?
Not
That
too
doesn't
long ago, you said it in a video. You even shared a video. You even shared a fucking
hold on.
image of
I
a
got you,
silhouette.
Liam. I got you on this, Liam.
Yeah.
Sim.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Thanks for the laughs, guys. I'm sitting here feeding puppies. I've had my sleep, and I'm having a good time. So how have all you boys been doing? Like, how is everything?
I'm doing. You know, like I said, I don't know if anybody's told you. My pops had been in the hospital for about a week, but he's home now. So
Oh, good.
so
That's. I had heard, but I didn't bring anything up or say anything because I'd wanted to respect your privacy.
yeah, he's home now, and Mom asked me, "What are you going to do today?" I said, "I'm going to go upstairs and I'm going to play video games and hang out."
Yeah, no, that's good. You need to do that, after
Yeah.
something so heavy. And he's fully healthy and everything. He's all
Well, I
right.
didn't say there's still some things we got to deal with, but he's home. That's the key thing. He's home. He's not in the hospital where he, as he says, getting bothered every 30 damn minutes for something. They said they're either poking me or pulling me. It's like.
Oh, that's
So,
Jim Cox says the alt-right is SJWEs, Oh, well, I mean, I assumed that it was just for the people that were affiliated with the political movement, the alt-right,
well, see, there was actually, believe it or not, there was two alt-rights.
Yeah.
There was the alt-right that Richard Spencer was in on.
Well, that's what I assume. We're talking about. When you
It's
say,
which is essentially, like almost not Nazis.
yeah, they're the neo-Nazis, exactly.
And then there was another alt-right, which because people didn't realize that there was that alt-right. That alt-right was basically saying we're the conservatives who don't cuck, kind of thing. It's like,
Yeah.
And then they realized like, oh, there's this other alt-right. So now they had to kind of rebrand, all that stuff. So yeah, that's really what it was. It's like it was a bad set of circumstances that the alt-right was made into a thing that shouldn't have been made into. You know.
Well,
Tim Cox,
a
sure?
prominent figure
I-
used to talk about alt-right all the time was Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You kind of coined the phrase.
Yeah. And then it became a thing.
I haven't heard from Milo in a long time. Last I heard, he was bankrupt. I've still got him on my Skype. I could probably hit him up. Is he like what's going on with him? Like,
Why don't you hit him up on your Skype?
well,
Find out what's going on with him, bro.
Well,
You got his phone number, literally. You just said it. Why don't
last
you give
I
him a
heard,
call,
he
brother?
married a black dude.
Well, I mean, I
wrong
could
with
get,
that,
but like,
but,
I can't do it right now. Well,
No, you
maybe-
can't do it right now. Oh, well, that's a shame.
Well, do you want me to? A minute. Hold on. Are you okay with me bringing Milo in if he wants to come on?
Can you imagine Milo coming on this today?
Yeah.
That would be. Scott was like, "Well, I wasn't expecting this today, but
That
okay."
would be sweet.
Maybe he'll back Xenotype.
Yeah, back to
Yeah,
Xenotype.
that's some sales right there, man.
Yeah.
Hold on. Go to my Skype, and then I'm gonna find it. Okay.
You know, you might like. It's true. Nah, that's true.
Scroll down.
preference.
I've got to go to.
Last time, one of the funniest things that Milo ever did was when there was this person. She was a gaming journalist at the time. Her name was Liana something. I forgot her last name, but they called her Liana K. Right? And she was making some point about this and that, and she was trying to dog on Milo for something, and Milo said, "All you do is get your tits out for the living. Shut up."
He hasn't been on in days.
Yeah.
He has not been on in days.
He's really bad with money.
Yeah. Well,
Like-
I mean, he is. I just let me delete our. Oh yeah, that's I've deleted our chat conversation so that no what we're talking about, and now I share screen. Because I got a feeling that Mr. Passion Victorian doesn't believe me.
I didn't say that. I'd like to meet Milo, actually.
Oh, okay.
I used to
You're
be
putting words in my mouth.
back during Gamergate. I was in some stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm
me too. I've been following him for a long time.
I
Yeah,
was
well,
Hey,
that's what I was
dude,
wondering.
what's up,
That's
man?
what I was wondering about. That's what I was wondering if, like, in all seriousness, right? Like, not doing a bit. Like,
No.
just wondering what's going on.
No,
with
no.
him.
If you know him, it's more like
Yeah,
Get him
let's,
in here.
let's
No,
yeah,
I-
get him in, man.
I
Let's-
probably.
I mean, he hasn't been
I
on
don't
your
know.
stream, which I find odd.
no.
But
Well, who's going to be on my? I'm a comic book stream. I'm a comic book stream. For
this is a
crying out
comic book stream.
doesn't he
Yeah.
like comic books?
No,
He's like
really.
I don't know.
Well,
I mean,
to be fair, this was more of a political stream than a comic book stream over the
Yeah.
last couple hours.
Yeah.
What's funny is like how deep he was into politics, considering he was a tech writer.
Yeah.
At the time, I think it was with the was it a Guardian?
Breitbart.
Breitbart.
No, it was with
Yeah.
Breitbart, but before
Breitbart.
that, because I remember somebody asked him one time, did he ever do anything quote illegal to get a story? And he says, "I've never done anything illegal with Breitbart."
Well, what drove him to politics was the fact that he was one of the first prominently openly homosexual conservatives.
Yep.
Yeah. He was doing it before he did his sort of character bit, like what I do. Like before he was doing that, like he was doing serious commentary. You can still find it, like from back in the day, where he was just represented as, just a conservative who was a homosexual, and he was very professional and quiet and proper,
Mhm.
So, but yeah, no, I haven't talked to Milo. Oh, fucking about 3 years, and the last time.
Well, let's catch up with him right now, brother. I mean, it's great.
Oh,
Get him on the horn, bro.
He has not been online. Look, his account here says he has not been online in days, has not been seen in days, and he hasn't got a green spot next to it. It's there. 1 minute. There, look. Sharing screen. See? He has not been on. Last seen days ago. He's not on. So.
And that's Milo's avatar. I've seen it before.
So
So he's a-
But I was in a, like I said years ago during Gamergate, I was in a Skype group with him, and he eventually left because everybody was calling each other, gay. Because that's
Hit a
what
little
you do.
too close to home, I guess.
Well, I don't know why. I mean, it's like he could have joined in.
yeah. Last I heard he went bankrupt. He had a bunch of money. He went bankrupt. And then he had a thing that was going on with his no, his book happened first. I'm trying to get the timeline right because it's been so long. So he had his book. Then he had that big party with the Anaconda where he blew all of his money so that the government wouldn't take it in taxes to spite them. And then he was bankrupt. That's the last I heard of Milo. Then he came back. He did a couple of podcasts, a few podcasts, but he didn't really keep that up. And
that's par for the course with Milo when it comes to
yeah.
Because he doesn't. He'll start like a podcast thing, and then he'll like abandon it, and then the people who helped him put it together are left hanging. They're like, oh, well.
Yeah, that's all I really sort of remember. I haven't heard from him or anything in ages. I'll hit him up the stream and see if he'll respond. But he might have ditched his Twitter or something. I don't know. 'Cause it's been days since he's been on.
I remember when he went with the full platinum blonde.
Yeah.
He's not on Twitter. You got kicked
Oh
off
no,
of
I
Twitter.
didn't say Twitter. I meant to say Skype. I'm sorry. I'm still waking up and feeding puppies. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he got shit canned from Twitter.
Oh gosh. Did you see that? Carl Benjamin is sort of rebranding himself and everything. Like he's because he's shadow banned and shit. Like as
he's he's rebranding, and I'm saying somebody who likes Carl, right?
Yeah.
He rebranded, but he shit the bed with that rebranding, dude. Like,
he fucked up. He only got like 40,000 subscribers or some shit.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's like he launched a website. I think what was it called, like Lotus Eaters or something like that.
Yeah, the Lotus Eaters. Yeah,
he launched this website and didn't have any kind of like way to what do you call it? Basically he wasn't ready for the traffic he would get. And he just dropped it. He didn't do like any kind of like, beta testing or anything for the site. He just dropped the site, and it was. I think it's still down. You still can't get to lotuseaters.com.
Yes, Johnny Midnight, it is. It's a page of Xenotype.
He's got his balls hanging down there.
Yeah. Liam, why are you letting Esper's balls like be out in this like?
Yeah.
I mean, the world
it's gonna get
to see.
cold.
The world needs to see. You know what I mean?
They need to see They need to see the grapefruits on this young man.
I actually gave Esper a cod piece because I thought, hey, you know what? Like, we don't have heroes with cod pieces anymore. And if you get kicked in the junk, you're fucked. So when I give him armor, I'm going to give him like Nad armor. You know.
Nad armor. That's the word of the day.
Yeah. Maybe that's what people will talk about instead of my, in parentheses, attack on Tim Lim.
Nad armor?
Yeah. Maybe that's the superior hashtag, the superior marketing tool.
Hearing these puppies just reminded me I need to go feed mine, so I will be back in a few.
Go for it, man.
Yeah, those are the mouthiest puppies I've ever heard, Liam. Holy shit.
Well, they make noises because they're learning to like talk and everything. I just woke up in the morning, so they need to have their bums cleaned. Each one needs to be fed and taken to the toilet because they can't go for themselves yet.
So you came on this stream instead.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
it was it's sort of a big moment. It's a big moment, that my boy Scotsman's coloring here, So I figured that I should be here. I should stoke the fires of interest. I should get all of my stalkers in here to bump up the view count. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it flew up.
I know. So, I should probably put it out on social media that I'm here. Let me just feed this puppy, and I'll let everyone know that I'm here. Because I'm such a star.
So let's see, what the fuck were we talking about?
We were talking about politics, but then we started talking about me, and I like that one more. So, in all seriousness, what's been going on, Scotsman? What's been happening?
What's been happening? I've been
coloring.
Yeah.
Because I haven't talked to you in a couple of days, so I just thought I'd check in. You just been coloring?
Mm-hmm. Just coloring. Just coloring.
Just coloring. Hey,
You
now
should-
people are starting to pop
You
in.
should retire too, Scotsman.
Yeah, Scotsman needs to quit too. He's been culling 200 pages of work. Don't you know you can't do that, Scotsman? Make everyone else look bad. Yeah, not allowed to do it. You should resign to being shunned, Scotsman. You know, you're associated with me. You're ruined, Scotsman. You're ruined.
I mean, I don't see how that's the case. I don't subscribe to that theory.
Hmm. So that was some sort of noise there. Something was happening.
That's my dog.
Cool.
It sounds manly.
Yeah. Mine aren't quite there
I'll be
yet.
right back.
Mine,
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Jake.
Yeah, Passion's got a beagle.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Oh, that definitely sounded very beagle. We're so close to being done with Xenotype. I cannot believe it. Like, if you're trying to suckle my shirt, that means you can suckle the damn bottle. What?
Oi.
You little freak. Come here. No, stop fighting the bottle.
I'm holding remarks. It's it's kind of. This is like having Odie at the corner of the table, and you being Garfield, and you're like, can't.
Yeah. Well, last night on our cartoon opening stream, which I wish you could have been there for, Scotsman. It was a lot of fun when you eventually got through all of my Spurgery, you know. I learned that I prefer Heathcliff to Garfield because he has more orange and is more American, you know. So
Heathcliff over Garfield, huh?
yeah. He has more orange on him, you see. Garfield's got more black, taken away from the glory of the design, you see.
Well,
Don't you know?
That sounds like heresy to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a heretic now. It's great.
Sounds like heresy to me.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing we're gonna be seeing a whole bunch of videos about. Did you know that Liam Gray is he said that Heathcliff is better than Garfield? Can you believe that, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes.
Unbelievable. Can you believe that he would think that the quality and good storytelling is more of an important value than just putting titties on the cover? You know,
That
like,
Liam thinks maybe not, but that Liam would say it to create some fuss. Yes.
Oh goodness!
Damn.
Oh, I've been burned.
Maniacal bunch.
I love you guys. Blasphemy, says Chuck Keyworth. He's already getting ready to string me up and crucify me. You know, like no, not tie me to the pyre, call me a witch. You know. So
I don't think that's in Chuck's nature.
he wants to destroy me. You know, he wants me to cry.
No, I think it's called. He says blasphemy, more on the heretic side of Warhammer 40k.
Oh, nice.
You know what? I want to be one of those puppies of yours, Liam. I want my bum wiped by you. Will you do that? Can I be your puppy?
No, I don't know, man. That makes me a little bit uncomfortable, you know. But you can get these wipes, you know. You can get these special wipes that I'm sure will help.
No, I want your gentle.
You know what,
gentle,
Liam? Maybe you should start your own brand of
hands.
Your own brand of wipes that has your smell, so people can, you know.
Oh my God! I should sell toilet paper with my face on it.
Yeah, there you go.
Scotsman, when you finish calling it Xenotype, how much time would it take you to whip up a little graphic design on my face so I can put it on toilet paper?
He's busy after Xenotype.
Yeah.
Can you do a commission for me? Can you do a short commission for me? That way I don't have to go bug an Odie to do it.
Nah, you're gonna have to get Odie to do that one.
Ah, damn it.
Like a nice.
Maybe I can reuse some of the art from Strive or something, and just color it, and then sell toilet paper with my face on it for a limited time.
Yeah, just have your small, supple hands caressing my butt, wiping it gently. It sounds amazing, Liam.
Well, no, I was thinking that I was just gonna, I'm not, my hands are not gonna touch your ass, Passion. I'm sorry. My hands are
You're ruining my day, Liam.
I know my hands are my livelihood, my friend.
Your hands are your livelihood.
Yeah, I can't risk them near your
my hairy ass. Yes, it's very hairy too. It's very hairy too. It's like a jungle down there. So,
but what I can do is I
can't
can
believe we're at the point of talking about hairy ass, dude, and somebody caressing somebody else's hairy ass.
Yeah,
this is what it's like. This is a day in the life with Liam. But what I can do is I can put out some toilet paper on a limited Indiegogo run that has my face on it. It should be pretty easy to put together. Print on demand.
Johnny Midnight, mouth open and tongue out preferred.
Yes, exactly. And
okay, all right.
And
We've
then
got requests.
You can have Scotsman color every individual sheet.
That's not good for your bunghole.
You just need to color the one. You know what I mean? So
to be done by 2024.
Yes, exactly.
Oh no, I'm. You guys think I'm joking? I'm fully serious. After I get off this stream, I'm literally going to be looking into printing custom toilet paper with my face on it. It will sell. I have enough people that hate my guts that it will. The people will buy that. They will delight. They will delight. I will make it the best toilet paper. It will be soft. It will be multiply. It'll be the highest quality premium toilet paper for my fans.
Your non-fans.
Yeah, and Johnny Midnight too. Yeah, he'll just for him. Every time he wipes his ass, he'll be able to think of me. Hygiene's important, kids.
I do that now. I mean, I don't need toilet paper for that.
Yeah, I mean, but look, I'm a capitalist. I'm trying to make money here. Some people might go to the bathroom, take a shit, and have a moment reprieve from thinking about me. And I don't want that. I want them thinking about me all day, all the time.
With the shortages and everything, I still don't think people would buy the toilet paper, Liam.
With the shortages, you don't think?
Yeah.
Well,
the toilet paper shortages. I mean, that's already hitting us here in the States. I don't know about there in down under.
No problems like that here. But thanks for telling me, because I'll actually stock up on a bit if that's the case. And I'm not being sarcastic. Like, genuinely, thank you if that is the case, because I didn't.
Yeah, we have some shortages. Did you guys get shortages in the store where you guys are at?
Yeah, we did way back with the corona, but not like in ages. So.
Our local store here is shortened out, so I can't wait to see your face in the toilet paper aisle.
Mm-hmm. I hope that you'll be willing to drop a few dollars to get yourself your custom toilet paper.
Absolutely not.
Dollary poos.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
poos.
The dollary poos. That's right. I'll have like my face on one and then like a golden poo on the other. I guess I don't know. And we've got to give a range here. Got to give a range, people. Oz. I'll have Oz be ahead this one. He'll enjoy that. Yeah.
It's like watching that movie Grumpy Old Men.
No, it's not. That's you and me.
Yeah, no. I'm just enjoying myself.
I'm enjoying myself too. Believe it or not. I'm really enjoying myself.
Well, that's good. That's the goal. The goal is to have fun.
Yep.
People like fun.
And stop taking everything so goddamn seriously all the fucking time.
Yeah. You got to take things seriously sometimes, but you got to be able to laugh at yourself. You know what I mean? You got to be able to laugh at yourself.
I laugh at myself constantly.
I'm taking back the thing about wiping my butt. I don't know, because I'm a pretty tall guy, so I don't know.
I don't know if I could reach.
Yeah, exactly. So,
guys, it isn't the Stone Age. We do have ladders.
Okay, so what we're gonna need is a Liam bidet, and it just sounds good, right? Liam bidet.
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 Maybe you can have an add-on to the Indiegogo campaign for the toilet paper for a ladder.
Yep.
You know what I mean? The
I
lame
don't know
ladder.
if I
Call
can.
it the
I don't
poop
know.
and shoot.
The poop and
I don't know
shoot.
if I can. I don't know if I can realistically and logistically ship a ladder without, going broke. I don't think enough people would buy a Liam ladder, So
For the
No,
poop.
it'd be great, dude. I mean, everybody's making toys now and hoodies and all kinds of stuff, man. Why not make a ladder stick out?
mhm. Well, I mean, I can't burn all my money. You know what I mean? I've got to.
Yeah, I mean,
I can
you
on
got
my.
puppies
I
to
can,
feed, Liam.
I do. I've got 9 little lovely little puppies to feed. They're formula.
Cool.
The little guy's getting strong. Like the guy that I thought might
I'll be
die.
back in a sec. I'm just gonna go refill my
He's
coffee.
actually
Okay?
real.
Right.
Yeah, cool, man. He's actually really good and stuff, man. Like Scotsman. He's like he's wiggling along. He's fighting strong.
What do you do with these puppies when they're not puppies anymore?
I give them to loving families.
Do you just find these puppies on the side of the road, or how do you get these puppies?
I clone them in my machine.
You clone them in your machine.
Yeah, I clone my puppies. I've got a puppy army.
Puppy army.
When they become dogs, they're useless to me, though. I've got to rehome them, but I've got them. They're good guards. I sick them on people when they come into my home. But in all seriousness, no. My border collie and my blue heeler cross had a. Well, it's not blue heeler cross. My blue heeler had pups. So it's that simple.
You didn't get them fixed, or you wanted them to breed?
I don't really
passion. When a boy dog loves a girl dog very much.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I don't really agree with spading and neutering animals. I know a lot of people do, but I don't really agree with it. I've had dogs for like pretty much my whole life. I've had 2 litters the whole time. Neither were my fault, so they were people interfering in my life when I was not at the house.
Oh, so someone came into your house and raped your dog?
No, Mrs. let my dog out while I was in town.
Okay.
And didn't know that they were still on heat and put them in the backyard together. And so here we are with a new litter of puppies, 9 lovely little puppers. But it's all good. It's all good. It makes me happy to be able to pass them along to families. See them light up. It's like one of my few joys. Like that's what happened to the last ones. The last ones got really sick, and I had to nurse them all.
You know what? I light up when I see Scotsman colors on Xenotype. That's when I light up.
Well, you're going to be done with that because the band's nearly finished.
Every time I see it, I light up, Scotsman.
Well, I'm glad I could be the light in your life.
Yeah.
It's joy. It's joyous.
You
I'm back, baby.
Welcome back, Sims. What are you doing? What's happening?
I'm working on Demona for and I'm working on Luani.
So, have you thought about maybe marketing your book to alt-right radicals? Maybe, do you think that maybe that's
No, I'm marketing to everybody.
to everyone?
Yeah, and I don't, and if people don't like the fact that my characters and my babes are sexy, I pointed to my guys that are as sexy, if not, I treat everybody, sexualize everybody equally in my books.
I think that maybe Sims, you've gone, unaccountable too long with your objectification of men.
I will say,
young boys.
Nat has a great ass.
I know, right?
Young boys that have unrealistic body expectations because of Nat the Merc Sims. They're growing up, they're looking at that, they're like, I can never be that cut. I can never get my chest hair to grow in that way. I try shaving it that way, it doesn't work. You're bringing down, you're creating despair in the market, man. You got to stop. You're a monster. You have to stop, Sims. These little boys can't grow up to have super swole arms or cyborg parts. The technology's not there yet.
Brutal.
You're crushing the dreams of children, Sims.
Fucking
gotta
brutal.
stop. hmm
Doing it like a champ too.
Yeah, it's not right. It's not right. You know.
I didn't realize.
Like you say, it's not all right.
Sim.
Oh goodness.
This whole conversation's not right.
I think that Johnny Midnight has a really solid point. Can we actually have a quick look at a picture of Nate right now? Is that possible? Can you share something with the Sims?
If I could share something from that.
Yeah. Just what Nat looks like. Give us a proper look at him. You know, his full body shot if you've got one. Just briefly.
Of course, I have a full body shot.
Yeah. Welcome back, King of Brave. We're dealing with the problematic art tendencies of Simon Portier.
There you go.
Sorry for distracting you, Scotsman, but this is
I
the deepest social.
I forced them to work out to really look good and be shred. You know.
Yeah. Okay.
They have to work out, otherwise they don't. So otherwise, I redraw them.
Where are his organs?
I'm that drastic.
Where are his organs, Simon? Where are his organs? Where are his organs?
Dude, they're pixels. They don't need organs.
Where are his organs? How young boys expected to look at this and not feel intimidated?
Next thing you're gonna tell me is that people like that don't exist in the real world, right?
They don't. Look at that. There's no one that looks like that.
Yeah, right.
It looks like how do you have enough time for ab day, chest day, and leg day, and be a superhero and save the world? It can't be done, Simon.
Never said he's a superhero.
Well, I mean, he does super heroic things. You know, he gets out there, larger than life. And, every time he does something great, every time he completes one of his missions, you're basically spitting in the face of your readers. They're like, I can't accomplish this. I can never do this. So
I'll be right back.
Yeah. See, Passion knows he's got to leave because he knows you're cornered, Simon. You've been...
No, I gotta go check on my dog. I actually take care of my dogs. So.
Dude,
okay. So are you actually seriously accusing me of not taking care of my animals, or is that a joke?
What?
Yeah, because he said, he actually takes care of his dog. Like I don't. Like I haven't been sitting here for 2 fucking days feeding these pups and looking after my dogs like they're my kids. That's fucking something that, nah. Saying I don't fucking take care of my animals is not on. Put your fucking teeth down the back of your throat, cunt. So what were we saying? Sorry, I was trying to be funny and now I'm mad.
No, I kind of missed that one.
Yeah.
Check at that ass and check at my demon. I mistreat him so much that he need to be bulk and dehydrated at 95%. I'm that evil that even to the demon king, I make him be dehydrated to 95%. And now I'm even thinking of adding more details so he looks at 98%.
Oh gosh, he's like, bring me a glass of water. Bring me some hydrolytes.
He's so pissed of what I'm doing to him that he's killing a whole bunch of people and eating them, trying to get some liquid out of their blood. Right?
Yeah, he's like, humans are 70% water.
And I'm not done. I'm sending that beautiful babe to ruin his day. See?
Yeah, looks good.
And that tiny little one is gonna, bring him down to size.
Nice. Good design, man. Good design.
Thank you. This is gonna be in coming next year. Part of the Explorer project.
Nice. I like what you've done with those bricks there in the foreground. If you just go back, just see just there on the top of that building there. They're all sort of individually drawn. They're not just sort of stock in square blocks. Nice
the
shape.
Thing is, I'm trying to do like, if you look in the first one, I'm trying to look like it's a town where people can live, but they live in a demon world. So it's a,
Okay, cool.
Bricks and a bit like they live in a medieval time, you could say.
Okay. Oh yeah, because of horses and stuff.
Yeah, if you look at the demon horse. Yeah.
You Scorpion. You're trying to learn to talk a little bit. Settle down. Damn, look, your brother's over here, so not cold.
So if you look in the buildings in the back, I'm trying to make it look like it's a city, but you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I like it. I like it. I like. In all seriousness, I've seen the piece that you did with ink spots, and those buildings in the background are fucking stellar. Like fucking stellar.
And here's some of Luwani stuff I'm working on. Killing Chris again. Chris Evans is biting the dust once again.
Why do you always got to kill Chris Evans, man?
Because he's my little bro, and he wants to kill everyone. He wants to be the Sean Bean. Is it Sean Bean? Sean, yeah. Of CG. So I'm making his dream be a reality. I'm killing him and everything.
What did Sean? Oh, what did Sean Bean? What did Chris Evans ever do to you, man? Like what did he
Nothing.
ever do? Yeah.
I want him to
And
be a
he-
star. Like I want him to like. Yo, he's the one that has the record. He's holding the record of being in the most books, independent books. Period.
Oh wow, nice. Hold on a second. In all seriousness, I am actually feeling a bit lightheaded and dizzy. So I'm just gonna take some water and just let me sit here for a minute because I'm not joking. I'm not feeling good right now. Just give me a second. Been too awake too long and stuff. Not enough sleep.
Oh, here's a glimpse of something to come and tell Southern Adverse. We're done.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Hope you had some laughs. I hope everyone in the chat's feeling good.
I gotta get going. My wife came home with groceries. Thank you again, Scotsman, for always having me on. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Sim,
Same to you, brother. Passion.
nice seeing you. Nice seeing you too, prime time.
Always, bro.
And Liam, let me know when you go out with your punk monk band. I'd really like to hear them play. So I'll see you guys later. Thanks for having me. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Take it easy, bud.
Later.
I think that passion for drawing has been guzzling the anti-comicsgate Kool-Aid. I've never said that I was in a punk band. I said that I've toured with punk bands. I've said that extensively. It sounds like he's been hanging out with a certain triangle. Yeah. Passion doesn't like Liam too much.
Look, you have to see Passion as grumpy.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. But you know, I mean, I can take a joke and shit. You know what I mean? Like that's not the issue. Just don't say that I fucking don't take care of my fucking animals, man.
I
That
didn't.
shit's wrong.
I didn't hear that one, but
He said I'm gonna go off. He said like the equivalent. I'm gonna go off because I actually take care of my animals. I was like, fuck you. I'm literally sitting here with 9 puppies, hand feeding them by bottle. Get fucked. But anyway, I've made it not fun now. Now there's an awkward silence here.
There's no awkward silence.
no. I just got a message from Chris saying that our evening show was canceled because the person cannot make it. We were supposed to be doing what's Magna? Is that it? His name is Joshua Plack. Is that him? Anyways,
I don't know.
we're supposed to have somebody on.
What was it? What was it for? Like, has he got a book or?
Yeah, he has a book.
Cool.
I just need to read the thing. Hold on. Trying to figure out what it is. I think it is the Magna one. Magna or something, and Magna.
Actually, I think someone did show me Magna. It's so hard to keep track of everything, everyone's names, everyone's books.
Oh, by the
I
way,
might actually be tired. I might actually need to take a break off the internet for a couple of days and sleep.
tomorrow. By the way, everybody, tomorrow on the watch along, we're watching freaking RoboCop 2.
Robotop. See, yeah, no, I've got to take a break. I can't do this.
RoboCop.
Robotop. I can't even say RoboCop. RoboCop 2 is great, dude. Like,
Yep.
it is great.
Yep. A lot of people don't know, but that was scripted by Frank Miller.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
They changed the script. That's why if you look for in the Avatar collection, there's a RoboCop collection. They got Rip. His name is something Rip. One Rip. To illustrate the original script of RoboCop 2. And they got another one to do the original script of RoboCop 3 because he wrote RoboCop 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
And they changed a whole bunch of stuff.
Interesting. I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Yeah, I have the collection here. You just you can buy it on Amazon. It's called the RoboCop Frank Miller collection, the complete Frank Miller RoboCop omnibus. It's one Jose Rip that's doing all the drawings of the RoboCop 2 script.
What do you What do you think, Sims, of the What do you think of uh the this whole culture of the director's cut that's going on, like the Snyder cut and all of that stuff? Like, do you think that that's going to be like the future of film and stuff, or do you think it's just sort of a trend? What's happening here?
I think that before it used to be an honorable thing that directors that used to be not fully happy with some changes that were made by editors or company, that when
Mhm.
they made big enough, they would get the chance of, there you go, do your director's cut, your final version maybe, which is like a little bit of a, hey people, you've been watching my movie for like 10 to 20 years. Here's what I originally envisioned before this, so tell me which one you like better, right? But
Mhm.
right now is that there's so many people, they actually go into movies, force reshoots, delay shit, change story to implement certain things and to force them to do things,
Yeah,
ruining the goddamn said movie. Like I
definitely.
really like the fact that I really love the original the Man of Steel movie, right? But
Mhm.
if you know of the main issues I have in
right.
it, right?
What
The
a
main
cuck.
issues I have in it, I don't give a fuck. Let me finish my point.
You're still a cuck though. But go ahead.
I'm a cuck.
Go ahead.
You're like, oh, you're a cuck. You call him out, and he's like, go ahead. I'm the cuck.
Well, I mean, if you like Man of Steel, I mean, you're kind of
Okay.
telling it.
No,
You're
but
just like,
that's another thing. It's that the dad thing. It's something that that was forced to change in the original script. It was not part of the original plan. The same thing with the lowest part, right? And it
Mhm.
got worse and worse and worse. So that's why there are certain points when you watch certain movies, right? And it shows that it's a different movie. Like it's like they took a part of a different movie that was filmed in an alternate dimension of the same goddamn movie and they put it in it. Like you see the difference of direction, the visual, the everything. Like when you're watching Justice League, you know which shots are made by Whedon.
yeah.
Yeah,
You know it.
Whedon is a
It's fucking
fucking
obvious. You know.
and Whedon is a piece of shit too. Like he's
Yeah.
such a fucking idiot. Like,
So I mean,
like
they ruined that guy's vision. And I'm
yeah,
sorry, everything he did before, Watchmen, 300, was fucking amazing on point. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I love Men of Steel because of the idea of what they tried to do in it, trying to tell you the growth of the man behind who became the Superman. Right? He needs to make mistake to become the better man because nobody becomes good at something without failing a few times. Nobody makes
that's
Oh yeah.
that's that's 100% true, my
So
friend.
that's
And
what
that's
I
what
love
also
about
it's not.
that Man of Steel. But the parts that I don't like in it is the agenda. They destroyed the father figure and they tried to overplay the mother figure.
Mhm.
I'm glad you said it because I was about to.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what I don't like that they were in it, and it's the thing that
For you, that you could get over that. For me, it ruined the movie. Right? That was just
Yeah,
me. I was like, I do not like the way they portray Jonathan Kent. I was like, no.
no.
yeah.
It's like you get an A1 actor like Kevin Costner and
Yep.
make him a bitch.
Yep.
You know?
I do.
And I'm
Truth,
I
like,
technically
justice,
skipped that
and
part
all
when I
that
watched
other
it.
stuff.
Yeah,
so
but
you get where I come from with that. So yeah.
yeah, but I saw how he did it though, because he was forced to do something, but he used it wisely. If you understand what I mean, he used him instead of using him as the father figure. They so let's say it that way. Don't do that. Destroy that father figure, but he made it into the one that he's telling him don't, and he's gonna go. Well, you were wrong. I was right. Type of thing, right?
Mhm.
Kind of the killer's the one that's like you're not gonna achieve at nothing being an artist, and you're like, well, I'm gonna fucking do it, guy.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean, like I said, I get.
but they killed the idea of what Pat Kent used to fucking be, which was giving him the heart of
Mhm.
being a man. You know,
I mean, he
uh,
was just like I could see it coming from the point of view of like to the degree maybe not knowing quite what his son's capable of, knowing he's got capabilities, knowing he's got these
yeah.
powers,
But
and then but
now
still
he dies by selfishness instead of being something that's out of his power. You know what I
Right.
mean? That he can't, that he's powerless to stop.
I
That's
mean,
the thing that any
I
death
think you
that
would
it
agree.
was,
You would agree the heart attack in the original Superman movie was bar.
it was
That
one of the
great.
best things. Yeah.
Yeah, because he literally said, "With all my powers, I couldn't stop this."
Yeah. But that's the
Yeah.
point. That's the lesson that he learns there. He loses his dad to age or something that he cannot change. He
Yeah.
cannot help. Which
There's another aspect to Pa Kent that is being left out of this equation. The installation of American values.
Yeah.
I just said it.
Yeah.
No. You only pointed out how to be a man.
No.
It goes further than that.
The good old dad, the father figure, the classic
it's
father
not.
figure.
It's not just the fathering. It's the fact that the Midwestern American values that were instilled in Superman because of his father, not just how to be a man,
Dude,
but how to be American.
it was the same freaking values of Canadian values of the freaking like country. That's what I'm trying. That's the point.
But but juxtapose that with the reflection of the disdain that the writers showed to America in that movie. In one single
What?
line is all you truth, justice, and all that other stuff. That's all you need to remember. That is an absolute slap in the face to exactly what Superman stood for. 100%.
No, who was no,
Why?
I'm trying
Because
to-
he
was that
became
well,
more
wait,
about
wait,
the
wait,
world
wait,
than just.
wait. Was that in Man of Steel or was that Justice League? I can't. Or Batman v Superman. I can't remember. I remember the line. I just don't remember where it came from. Was it Luke? Was it Lex saying it or?
I forget the character that said it. I was so angry that I threw it out. It didn't exist to me. I'm just tired of directors working out their own angst and their own little fucking
Well, that could be writers
political issues in our
But I get
superhero
what
movies.
you're saying. I get you. Yeah. Studio edicts. You know how they
Yeah.
go.
Superman's an American. He's not a citizen of the world. We need to fucking quit that shit.
Okay, you know he's Canadian and American, right?
Superman is an American character, and he's not a citizen of the world.
He's going back to that whole like I renounce my American citizenship thing. That was stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. The globalists, they're coming. They're coming. The Great Reset. We're gonna take Superman away from you.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to certain things that people try to canonize just because they saw it. I don't subscribe to it.
I just I'm glad that superheroes are able to touch people's lives and are able to help people. But I do wish that they did honor the actual stories that were written. That I guess is my point. I wish that we didn't have this failing of aspiration that ultimately poisoned the industry. Everyone sort of became a teenager and said, "Fuck you, Dad," and we're so edgy and cool, and it's kind of passe, frankly, at this point. Like, it's
Not my real dad. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just kind of like, so, I mean, Superman is a pivotal part of American culture and society. It's not just a guy in a funny book. People sort of would like to relegate him to just a silly dude who wears his underwear on the outside, but is an icon of American industry, of American values, and,
which is a power move, by the way. Wearing your underwear on the outside. Talk about Talk about inflicting your dominance.
You guys say that, but me, he's always been an icon of exactly because he's created by a Canadian and an American. So
just because he was created by a Canadian person doesn't make him a Canadian character.
Do you think that the Seagulls?
so?
Seagulls would have made even more money if they?
Why do you think he's a Boy Scout so much without being a Boy Scout? Why he's such a farmer?
Yeah. Do you think that the creators of Superman would have the Jewish creators of Superman would have made more money if they sort of made him a sexy lady and pandered to the alt-right? Do you think maybe that
Could have
was?
been.
You
Could've
think that
been.
was maybe what was holding them back from achieving true global recognition?
Could have been a miss. We call that a miss.
I think it worked because for the last few years, Supergirl is more popular.
Mm. Mm. Do you think that's indicative of a problem that we face in society? Maybe.
I don't know. It's ponderous, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes you think. Makes you think. Really makes you think. And again, that's not me throwing shade at you, Optimus. You've got a good book. I wouldn't promote your
I
book
know.
and tell people to buy it if I didn't think it was good.
I know.
I'm talking about a larger issue here. You know, like
Yeah.
a much larger issue.
But, I mean, not even. I wouldn't see like pandering to the just pandering. Period. Right. Like.
How the fuck have you guys been hearing me when my mic's not plugged in? Hold on.
I think because you're probably on a default something. It's probably why we heard all that background noise too.
Sorry, I had no idea. I was. Is that better?
Holy
yeah.
shit! The puppy noise decreased by like 2,000%.
Holy shit! I'm so sorry. I didn't
It's all right,
realize
man.
that was going on. But yeah, you're saying.
You got a laptop, right, Liam?
Yeah.
Yeah, what it is sometimes when an update happens, your laptop mic will become default again, and and your good mic will be turned off, kind of thing.
Oh no, I'm an idiot. I sat down and started feeding the puppies and joined the stream and just didn't plug the microphone into the computer.
Well, that'll do it too.
I'm tired. I'll be okay in a couple of days. I've got a headache. I'm tired. I've only been getting. I have to feed the puppies because they're so small every 2 hours.
Yeah.
Normally, I could leave them on their mom, but she's not producing enough milk for all of them. So I've got to. So I did that, and yesterday I streamed for like. I think it was like.
I saw the pictures of the litter. That's a big litter, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
How many was in the litter?
9, man. It's 9.
Whew. Good
Yeah.
gracious.
But sorry, you're saying about your work.
Well, it's just that I don't like my thing. You pander to the biggest audience you can pander to, right? So that's just like I want everybody to buy it. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to pigeonhole any kind of anything that I want to do. It's like
Well,
I only want X buying my book. No, I want I want everybody to buy it. It's like
for me.
Want E through Z buying the book.
I've got no say in how Nenos runs their business, but I can offer my opinion, my unsolicited opinion. And my unsolicited opinion is that the way that we improve the comic book industry and we actually do the work that we need to do as men to fix this is not to do what the social justice warriors did, except just for the other side. I think that is fundamentally flawed and will ultimately just create more division and potentially worse division and flies in the face of like when you've got when you're trying to sell your book to groypers and shit like that, and it's like, look, we were just talking about Superman, who's a creation of 2 Jewish immigrants. Is that who we like? Can you imagine the conflicts that would come out of really embracing those elements within the scene? It's like inviting a bunch of skinheads to a punk show. You're going to end up with a lot of fights. And I just think that's not the right way to go about doing things, to have a harmonious environment, But, that makes me a fool and wrong. But I guess we'll see in the long run. That's the only thing I can say, To everyone, I would say, hey, focus on one property, one character that you're doing, Keep doing that consistently for your fans.
Yeah.
So that this is my flagship character, the same way Stan Lee and all of those guys had their guy, and lean into the success, you know what I mean? But
yeah,
stay focused. Focus is everything. But and that's why I like what you're doing with what you're doing with Peregrine, because you've got this whole reconstruction angle, and that same logic, man, is honestly what I was doing here in Xenotype. That's the reason Esper's superpower is the ability to rewrite his DNA and reconstruct himself as new forms and stuff. It's because it's symbolic for the reinvention of the superhero and the individual to achieve success in a world that's ultimately stacked against them. But
Yeah, you got that, and like mine's just literally like, are you you're the daughter of greatness. Are you going to take up the mantle, kind of thing,
Mhm.
And,
Yeah.
And see, and the whole thing with Reconstruction, not only just like giving those classic, trying to bring back those classic stories, was also to do legacy in a way that's not stupid.
Yes.
And
I agree. That is something that is a squandered squandered thing.
because I always think they screw up legacy so bad in comics.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, you could get away with it, like with quote Green Lantern, because there was always more than one Green Lantern, right?
Yeah.
The Flash, but you can't do. I'm sorry, Superman can only be Clark Kent. It must always be Clark Kent.
Mhm.
I don't see how you can, in any way, shape, or form, have a situation where Clark Kent is not Superman.
Mhm.
You just, like I said, every once in a while you refresh the origin a little bit. Make it more current.
I could
current.
in that, like, I could see Clark Kent retiring to be a father for a little while or something. Like, I could see him just being, I've got to focus on family first because there are some issues that, maybe Lois and I have been having in our marriage. I'm not spending enough time with her, like, I could see something like that for a short period of time. But
Well, they
Kent is
overcome
the
that by
definitive
adding more
Superman.
Kryptonians to the canon is what they do.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. I agree. And I mean, if we look, that's what we've got. We don't have a bunch of, oh, well, I guess we've got the Chinese Superman, but I mean, we look at these other guys. They're not really called Superman, They're different characters.
Like, that was like I'm sure y'all remember from back in the day, like when you talked about like the Kryptonians and stuff, and they would say, and there was that whole, well, if you remember the Daxamites, they're actually more powerful than the Kryptonians, and all this stuff. And it's like, I never seen the Daxamites and the Kryptonians fight, so I don't know.
I mean, it's the Dragon Ball problem. I mean, fuck,
Yeah.
dude. Like, how much more powerful do you need them to be? So whenever a Kryptonian punches somebody, they fly through 3 buildings. But when a Daxamite punch somebody, they go through 7 buildings.
Yeah.
I mean, how ridiculous.
It's kind of like I was read this article of CBR, so pretty much instantly discarded, but I like to read them and laugh, because if anybody keeps up with CBR, they do those whole like 5 reasons why this character would beat this and 5 reasons why they wouldn't, stupid stuff like that. And they did this article where they were talking about like this Asgardian dragon or something that the new Savage Avengers are taking on, and apparently Juggernaut is one of the Savage Avengers, and the dragon said, he hit me so hard, I've never been he hit even harder than Thor. I was like, okay, look, Juggernaut's he's way up there on the scale, right? He always has been, but I don't ever see like him hitting harder than Thor,
later in Asgard, is it true that you that the blah blah blah, and then Thor's sitting there in an interview and he says, verily, I felt sorry for the wee wormling. So I used 4% of my strength.
Yeah, I held back a bit.
Yeah, no, but in all seriousness, I agree. They lose a sense of scale. Like people, especially regarding the Asgardians. Like people really, really don't know how powerful Thor is because most people don't read his books, which is ridiculous. But they sort of see him as a sort of B-string Avengers sort of, Avenger rather than like the God of Thunder, one of the greatest warriors of 4,000 in the last 4,000 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, people need to realize it's like, if I remember correctly, like in a straight up fight, like, one-on-one, the Hulk never beat Thor.
No.
Thor never beat the Hulk really, but it was a standstill usually. It was like, and then something else came along, kind of thing that they had to. Ultra Instinct Goku versus Superman, who wins?
Superman. Look, guys, I've said this over and over, like when we did the death battle thing on Screw Attack and everything, right? Like, look, the reality is, whether you like it or not, like Superman is on a whole other fucking level. If Superman is at his strongest and Goku's at his strongest, there ain't fucking nothing that Goku can do because Superman can react in attoseconds and Goku is still limited by
his own mind.
his
Pretty
own
much.
mind, and like, whereas you can do these weird fan calculations to try and drive up his capacities and stuff and make him seem like he's faster and stronger than he actually is. How about we base it off what we actually see in the show, instead of you taking like 3 frames of animation and then trying to justify that to mean that he's moving at like Mach 7 million. If he could move that fast, then he would be doing so in other things.
And
right?
also, if he was moving that fast, he wouldn't need instant transmission.
Exactly. You know, like
he could literally just hold his breath and go through space. You know, like
exactly. And it's like Superman is just so powerful that, like, again, when we're doing the research for those episodes, right, when we're putting all of those together, like, I kept bringing stuff up to people and they're like, no way. Like when I said, look, he held a black hole here, they said, that's ridiculous. No, he didn't, Liam. And I said, I'll show you when I get home that Superman held a black hole. I just have to get scans and put it online and stuff. They're like, no, he didn't. You're just talking shit. You're just a Superman fanboy. I'm like, look, I fucking want this to be accurate. You'll see. And then I showed him, look, this is Superman holding a fucking black hole. I scanned it in and everything. And everyone was like, oh, well, you know, okay. Goku could probably do it too using key control. I said, he didn't. He hasn't. This is where the bias comes from, you fuckwits. Like, I like Goku, but let's just speak honestly and accurately about who would actually win in a fight, and it's fucking Superman, plain and simple. The guy can tow fucking planets, okay? Not one planet, not like he could tow a few, like he can chain them together and tow multiple planets, okay?
Yeah, I think there was I know they used it in that death battle where they showed, like, I think he was like like Green Lantern made like some chains, constructed some chains, and he actually hauled Earth to back where it needed to be and all that stuff.
It was Oa, I believe. It's Oa, but yeah. Because that's the thing, and that's the story behind that was, I said he can tow planets, and I showed that classic image of where he's like got multiple chains and he's dragging multiple worlds behind him, and they're like, oh, that was post-crisis, that's so old, that shouldn't count, blah blah blah. I said, fine, and then I went and I got that, and I was like, look here.
He's still doing it. Yeah,
he's still doing it. It's not on the same scale, but I mean, and
it's like I think we'd all agree, like, if that's the reason nobody uses pre-crisis Superman, because it wouldn't even. It's like the dude sneezes and knocks solar systems out of whack. Like
they didn't believe that either. They did not believe that at the beginning either. I said he sneezed and destroyed an entire solar system, and they said, "Nah, show it, proof it or nothing." And I was like, "All right, do a basic." And this is what I learned a lot about people on the internet, because I was like, I was saying like, hey, well, no, just people in general. It's like, hey, I tell you, Superman can sneeze and destroy an entire solar system. You yell at me for 5 minutes about how that's not true while I'm off taking a piss. I come back to like 7 comments about people calling me a liar and faking it. Not one person just typed in Superman sneezes into Google image search, because it's the first thing that comes up. Instead, they used all that energy to scream how I was a liar. And I was like, all right, that's just people, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, there was gosh, I think this is a post-crisis like show of strength. Yeah, it was like, if you remember the Electric Blue Superman.
Yes.
There was and it was actually in Wonder Woman, where Wonder Woman, like, she got like some kind, like, deathly ill, and they couldn't figure out what was wrong with her, and Superman started learning by speed reading at a incredible rate, like medical procedure.
Yeah.
And because like, so it was like him, and I think it was him and Green Lantern and like a couple other heroes and like stuff, but like Superman was literally learning anatomy and how to operate and stuff. It like, just like speed reading through medical journals,
They got fucking crazy, because in the beginning he could just leap over tall buildings. Then after that, they're starting giving him all the fucking powers they could imagine. Was what can we do next that can be wow, until they went, fuck, we went too far. And
then they scaled it, and then like I said, in post-crisis they scaled it back. But even like I said, the Electric Superman was still post-crisis, and he was still doing that. He was still
because he's got a superior brain. And this is the other thing they said. Well, they said in the things like in when we're going over everything, like with the research teams, they said like, oh, but Goku has way more combat experience than Superman. And I said, how can you justify saying that even a little bit?
Yeah.
Like, in what world does Goku have more combat experience than fucking Superman? They said, well, Goku's known for fighting more and this and that and this and that.
Well,
And
I mean, the best you could say is like,
I showed them the storyline where Dark, whatever the fuck it was called, I can't remember. It's been a while now. I'm tired, but it's where Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, and I think like the DC Thor, like DC, like the god Thor, or whatever, are in this alternate universe for like 2,000 years.
okay.
Oops.
Yep. Had to mute.
The dog took his computer, his internet out.
As we were saying. Scotsman over here working like a madman.
So everything Liam just said is null and void. The dog said that.
Yep.
By order of decree of Corn Pop. But I'll say I do agree. I don't see any way that like, oh, Goku has Ultra Instinct. Well, that means Superman would have a harder time hitting him for a few minutes until he adjusted to it. You know, people are really passionate about these characters. That's true. Yeah, there's a lot of passion out there.
Well, I mean, that just speaks to how important they are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it's kind of like, people say like, like use, step it down a bit. Use the Hulk, for example. It's like, well, could Hulk be this, do this? I was like, well, I mean, if it was World Breaker, maybe, like, because World Breaker Hulk is no joke. So the reason he's called World Breaker,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. They get these monikers for a reason.
Yeah. I mean, literally like stomps and cracks the planet, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's no small thing.
The world, the World War Hulk was so powerful because, as they said, the reason he was so powerful at that point was because it was all of his rage, but it was focused on one thing,
Mm-hmm.
and, and the last thing you want is a focused Hulk,
Want to keep him a little bit distracted.
Yeah. Like the first thing he sees his cousin, he said, he asked, "Are you standing with them?" She said, "If you are, then I am." And then he just smacks her. Like, get out of here. The funniest thing was in the X-Men one for World War Hulk. I believe, what was her name? M. She was in X Factor, and she was like had all these powers. She was invulnerable and this, that, and the other, and so Hulk just like picked her up and tossed her, and he said, "Go be invulnerable in New Jersey." Just threw her away from the fight, like bye. Like,
yeah.
He was fighting. What was that? Was one of the Academy kids? It's like, what was it, Rock Slide or something like that? And Rock Slide punched him. He does like, he punched him and he does like his little rock thing, and then Hulk just ripped his arms off and he threw him. He said, "You'll find your arms in Connecticut." Rock Slide said, "Oh, dude, that's not fair." That was a good little lead up because like the Academy kids were all like, "Oh man, we get to fight the Hulk," and like Beast is over here. It's like, "No, we are not going to fight the Hulk."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I really don't think that would be a good use of our time.
Yeah. I'm already over my deductible this year, so gonna go ahead and pass on that.
Mm-hmm. Charles over here is like, how many times I've rebuilt this damn mansion? It's like,
right.
All I need is a Hulk, Hulk problem,
Yeah, like Hulk when he went to Asgard.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just watched that.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Hulk versus Thor?
Yep.
That you talking about the animated one?
Yep.
That was a really good one. I like that
I
one.
know. And the Hulk
Yeah.
versus Wolverine.
Yeah, dude, that was fun.
Scott never saw it. I made him watch it, and he's like, he was silent all along. Dude, this is good. I don't know, right?
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it a lot.
I just like that because that was like my favorite, like one of my favorite iterations of Deadpool. Honestly,
Hey, Logan, I shot you.
you. Or how about the part where like Logan cuts his arm off and he goes and he and then Deadpool goes in slow motion. He goes, "No, my favorite gun."
Where he just, they're all in the middle of a big fight, and all you hear is him going bang, 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 as he's shooting.
Yeah.
Rockabye, bang, bang. Like, what? Dude, the guy that got, I think his name is Cary Nord or something. I don't know.
I know who you're
It's
talking
Nord
about.
something. Yeah.
Let me think. He's done a lot of voice acting for Deadpool, and it's like
He did the voice for the video game too.
yeah, he did, and he also did it in the Marvel vs. Capcom 3
Mm.
Deadpool. He did it too. Gosh, he's done so much stuff. I can't think of his name, but I'll find it. But yeah, he nails the character. Like there was a part in that movie where I think it was like he put like a bomb or something on Hulk, and he's running next to Logan. He said, "Logan, I think we got him."
I think we lost him.
Yeah, and it's like, "Rah!" You know?
Yeah, dude. That was
I'm alive.
He
Gets crushed.
Yeah, like geez, pancake.
That was also fucking awesome.
I will say, and I say this is like not because I was not a big fan of the Ultimate Universe, but one of the coolest things was like when Ultimate Hulk versus Wolverine, where the first scene you see is like Hulk just ripped Wolverine in half, like, and you just see Wolverine's just like sitting in the snow with nothing but him and his torso, just and he had to like hand walk himself back to his legs and put himself back together.
Yeah. Yeah, Wolverine's been through some shit, I'll tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, one of my favorite characters until Origin.
Oh, when they changed his
They changed him literally, not just the name. They changed him from bottoms up. Like they just changed everything that made him cool.
Yeah, it's like I've always said, like with Wolverine, I always felt like Wolverine never needed a definitive origin. It should always have been a mystery.
They made him a rich snob.
Yeah,
instead of
it's
being
like,
a guy that
the whole time you thought Dog was was going to be Logan, and it turns out it wasn't. It was the whiny kid, like
yeah. That was sick at all time. Every fucking disease. And you're like, what? And then James Howlett. It just happens that his name is James Howlett.
Yeah. But like I said, you looked at Dog and you looked at his father. Especially when you saw the father, you saw that's got to be, that's Dog's got to be, Logan, right? He's like, oh nope. Then wasn't it implied that like the father had an affair with the mother, and that's what?
Yeah, it's Dog. It's So technically, they're Sabretooth and Wolverine are actually brothers now.
Yeah. So they basically
They
got
have
the
brothers,
genes from their father. Yeah.
They just don't have the same mother. Yeah.
Right. Because didn't they do something in the books? They did something stupid. They said like Dog was a separate character and it wasn't Sabretooth. I was like, no, that's stupid. Why would that?
Yeah, because Sabretooth's dad was Creed. Remember?
Yeah. Do you ever bring Sabretooth back? Is he alive again?
Oh no, I don't follow that shit anymore, dude.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm just wondering.
Like when I'm buying old shit, when I'm buying Marvel or DC, I'm buying old shit.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the coolest things. Is like Wolverine, that lost his adamantium, and they built that whole thing up like he was getting his adamantium back in the 50th issue and all that stuff, and you turned out. But they teased you. They said an adamantium, the adamantium skeleton is coming back, but they didn't say who. And when they, in the issue, you find out Sabretooth ended up with the adamantium skeleton. I said, well, this changes the dynamic a bit, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does.
Because, as we all know, Sabretooth didn't give a fuck.
The only X-Men stuff that I bought lately, or Wolverine included, because I did order a few things,
Mhm.
was I found the Mark Silvestri
Mm.
years on Wolverine and the what they used to do Marvel Archive, so they're like in black
Yeah.
and white.
Yeah.
I got the Wiles Potatio X-Men run trade paperback.
Oh, that was a good one.
I also got the X-Force one with Rob Liefeld. I already had the Jim Lee one. And what else? Oh, I just ordered the. Remember when Mark Silvestri went back and do like a type of X-Men? I forgot how they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me go.
I'm back. Sorry,
Check my
sorry about
orders.
that, guys. Sorry
It's
about
okay.
that, guys.
Figured a
People-
couple of us
people-
must have had a.
Yeah, people coming in without, when they're not meant to, and the mother dog was not having it. Not having it at all.
Understandable.
When Mark Silvestri came for new X-Men and he did the Here Comes Tomorrow, I
Mhm.
remember that I really liked that one, so I found the trade paperback and ordered it today.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Liam, we just started talking about how, what Marvel has done in the, any company really has done to ruin their characters as time has gone on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just consistently as well. They just consistently fuck everything up,
It's going to be, it's sad, but it's going to be a day where kids, like young kids, are not going to remember when Wolverine was cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they go back and look at like when he
But
was.
that's the point, because he was he was rebellious, dude. He was.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I loved about him so much. He was the the guy rough around the edge, but with a generally good heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's
Yeah,
kind
no,
of like he's a short mountain man. Is really what it was, like.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, the foreigner, the Canadian, back
He was-
when that was more of a meant that you were more of a rustic lumberjack and less of a prissy Trudeauite,
Yep. Exactly. My type of Canadian.
Yeah. Had to be rugged.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, no, they fucked everything up to the point that they've killed nearly the entire industry.
I always
Anybody-
like that.
Yeah.
They often like he was the most violent, the most rugged, the most blunt, but often he was the one with the biggest heart,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and he was the most loyal and the most
Well, you think about it, like of all the characters, and it's happened like 2 times, 2 different, occasions, in 3 different eras. Like 9 times out of 10, like it was Logan who ended up like protecting the kids.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
He looked after Kitty, then then he would go look after Jubilee later. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why later they did the Wolverine and the X-Men. Remember?
yeah.
He was being the big brother to everybody. He's always been the big brother. Always.
Yeah. I mean, that was the thing. It was one of those things. Like even before they did the whole Schism storyline, which I thought was stupid. Another mess up by Marvel was, that him and even him and Cyclops got to a point where they're like, okay, we're actually friends.
Well, they did that with him and Rogue in the movie.
Yeah, same thing.
He was-
It's the same kind of thing. Because that was originally it was going to be Kitty, and then they were going to do Jubilee, and they said, well, let's go with Rogue because figure out a way to introduce her into the movie. So
Yeah.
but yeah, that's exactly what they did. They, he was like the mentor / protector. / I'm always going to find out what Logan thinks before I do.
I always thought it was funny that the guy that played Logan is Australian,
But right,
right?
yeah.
And the girl that played Rogue, the Southern girl, was Canadian. I always thought that was ironic as fuck.
What's really ironic, because I said, man, that it kind of brings it full circle. The original, X-Men TV cartoon, prior to the X-Men, the pilot, they had Wolverine with an Australian accent.
They couldn't figure out a Canadian one.
Yeah, I think the only one that came close to Canadian was the X-Men cartoon, like the '90s cartoon, right?
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
he had that slight twinge of rough Canadian.
But if you watch the first X-Men
Mhm.
with what's his name again? I have a blank.
Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman, right?
Yeah.
He does pull it off once a few times in the first one.
Yeah.
It's like around the third one, they just let him go like just do
Mhm.
your own accent because he
Whatever.
was still trying the second one, but in the first one, dude,
Mhm.
when he's in that pub,
Oh yeah.
yeah, dude, he sounds Canadian.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing with Halle Berry and Storm, right?
Mhm.
She tried to do like a twinge of an African accent in the first one, and then in the second one they just said, "I forget it."
I forget it, yeah.
Who cares?
But she couldn't pull it off though. She could
No,
not
no.
pull it off, but he
No,
did
it
though.
wasn't. Yeah, he did good, but
Yeah.
hers was like it was terrible. Like
'Cause he
I
even
still
did it.
believe, and this is something I like Halle Berry, but I think she was miscast.
Yep.
I always said Angela Bassett should have played Storm.
Yep. Agreed. She has more of the "I will punch you in the face" attitude, look, and behavior.
Yeah, and she's
Halle
also-
Berry, she doesn't have the tough girl thing. Like she can't.
Yeah.
She could not even sell it in John Wick.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, even like I said, Angela Bassett, she's got the look. She's already like statuesque and tall and everything.
She already did actions.
Yeah, exactly. So
If you've, I think it was Stranger. Was it Stranger Thing? No, not Stranger Thing. That's the
new
something Stranger, or it was Hackers. Either
it might have been. It was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, remember? Yeah, and she was one of the main characters, and she kicked ass in that one.
Yeah.
And Hackers?
No, there's another one.
Well,
I think it's
Because in
Hackers, or
that was
it's,
Angelina Jolie.
there's another one that it's the other one. Strange. Hold on.
Strange Days.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Strange Days.
Yeah.
That's the where she fucking kicks ass. Thank you. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah, she's
something
got, like-
strange. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got
That's it.
guns. And once again, my Google Foo came through.
Yeah, that movie was good, dude.
And I mean, that's what I'm talking about. You look at that, like I'm looking at it on Wikipedia right now, just looking at the cover image,
Mhm.
like the poster.
Yeah.
That Storm.
Yeah.
The
that's
look on her
Storm.
face is fucking Storm and without white hair. That's
Yeah. She should have been. Yeah.
yeah, she
100%.
definitely should have been.
Especially when you see the pic with her with the full dread, and she has the freaking bone structure of
Yeah.
Storm. How she's always been drawn.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, she's tall. I mean, she's not tall. But she looks tall. Like she's actually 5'4", but just the way her shape is, and everything, she portrays as very tall.
Yeah, I remember I really liked the movie, but I can't stand Juliette Lewis. I think she
Mhm.
looks so goddamn dumb. Every time I don't know.
Julia Lewis is gross.
Yeah, she looks like.
She fucking grosses me out.
I won't say the word of what I really think, but she looks like she's special.
This is I just want to say I'm looking on Facebook for something I only do like once a month. And somebody posted a thing and I said, "Yeah, this is me." It says like me, be kind, you never know what someone is going through. Also me, nice turn signal, fuckface.
Yeah.
I swear, like the last few days, it's like I swear that I've ran into people who do not know how to drive. Just the idea of controlling a 1,500 to 2,000 pound vehicle is lost on them. Like,
Yeah.
which way do I go? I don't know. Halle better getting railed by Billy Bob. Yeah, I saw that movie too. She said, "Make me feel good," and he did. He threw it to it. Also, was it
Yeah.
Swordfish that she was in with
John Travolta?
Travolta and Hugh Jackman? Yeah. She got the girls out. It's like, woo.
Yeah, that was a sight
People
to
waited a
behold.
long time for that scene, right? They're like, yes.
There's a chance that I will just fall asleep at random. But,
So you're narcoleptic?
it's not you guys or anything. But if I suddenly just stop replying or anything, it just means I've literally just micro sleeped out on you.
You just blew out. You're like, "Blah."
I fed all the pups. I've got them down in their cradle. I'm just waiting for the aspirin to kick in. So
Yeah, get that headache out.
yeah.
Wait, that's all it takes? You're just gonna dip out like that?
No, I'm here. I'm here. You know, I'll stick around.
He's
No,
just saying
I
if you
understand that
know
everyone needs. I
if he
understand
becomes
everyone needs my.
unresponsive.
Yeah, exactly. You know, everyone needs my cutting commentary. They won't be able to have their daily dose of the internet without Liam. You know what I mean? Are you ready to get mad at me, Scotsman? Ready to get mad at me?
I already know I got to replace all the things.
All the things? What things?
The things.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just saying that you're coloring what you're coloring right now is a massive burn. Just in case you weren't aware of that from the earlier page. All over his chest, there's all burned because he blew his own chest off. So I don't know if you want to make it like red or bloody or pinkish or just leave it the same. It should be fine. But that is a burn. That's why the texture's different and why he doesn't have his chest plate armor there.
Yeah, well, I still need to render it with his skin tone that I use. I'll add blood.
Awesome, cool beans. No, I was just saying, like, I didn't know if you knew or not because they were colored out of order, so I didn't know if you knew what was going on. So
yeah,
cool beans.
Continuity, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
continuity.
Liam being a pain in the ass, more of a pain in the ass than he needs to be, as always. I'm a constant pain, ladies and gentlemen. I'm difficult to work with. I'm abrasive. I say dumb things. I throw rakes in my yard. You know.
Keep going. You're almost there.
I enrage people. You know. I cause women to have jealous fights over me in the street.
Is Scott? You trying to make him have a breakthrough here? Like,
yeah. keep coming. Keep coming.
I want to be like Clint Stoker, but I can't achieve that because he's a better person than I am. What else? I don't know. I guess is there anything more? I mean, I got a lot of other, you know, like I'm short, you know. I
don't think you've quite hit everything yet. I think.
Yeah, I can probably keep finding things that are wrong with me. Let's see. I'm stubborn, you know. I'm
Those are low-lying fruit. Come on.
Yeah, what else have I got? Help me.
Really open up. That's low-lying fruit. Really open up.
What else I got here? You know, I could probably treat my fiance or my wife better, you know. I mean, the orange juice thing was, you know, a big eye opener. The chat called me out on that last night. They're like, just marry her, Liam, just marry her. I was like, I want to have what Scotsman has, you know.
We'll see. Well, hold on a second. I've cultivated that. I've cultivated that through hard work and through personal effort.
That sounds like a lot of time I'd have to put into something, man. I'm not sure I'm up to it.
Well, you know,
I just want to have it now.
I've
relationships.
I've treated my wife. I've treated my wife and served her with as much as she has me, and so that resulted in the way she takes care of me.
No, that's exactly. That's how you got to do it. That's how you.
Are you saying it's a partnership?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you know,
holy
I mean, she takes care of me, and I can't even describe how well. I mean,
she does.
Obviously,
his missus is great. I've seen it.
So, but the thing is, the other side of the coin is I do the same. You know what I mean? Mine's just not on stream.
Yeah,
so,
I don't do it on stream either. I keep it all private. It's the best way to do it.
What's the orange juice thing? I kind of.
Oh, you missed it. I mean, well, you're gonna have to go watch my 5-hour stream from yesterday. I guess.
Boy, got a timestamp.
see, listen to Liam try to play. You gotta watch my 5-hour stream yesterday. We've been live for 5 hours right now.
Yeah, no, I have to. Well, I was live for 5 hours and 20 minutes. I think.
So we got to go a little bit longer.
No. You know, you've been working hard, Scotsman. I appreciate it. No, I don't know the timestamp. Like, I just told the orange juice story, and I was like, my missus was in the store standing next to the orange juice, and she was on the phone to me, and I was like, "Grab me some orange juice," and she's like, "I don't want to walk over there." I'm like, "It's like 10 feet away from you. Like, you could get me the orange juice. I can't marry you. I
Whoa.
can't marry you if I ask for orange juice and you won't even walk over and get it. Like it's right there. You know, like what are we even doing? Is this a facade? Is this a sham? What are we doing?" They said that was emotional abuse. And I was like, "Oh, fucking hell!"
Well,
But
one
I'm
of
like, "Hey, if
my
I
best-
was there and she asked me to pick up the orange juice,
Mhm.
it's not like it was on the other side of the store. It's like right there by the counter. So I'm like, just grab it, but you walk past, you know." And yeah, no. So,
my,
but then the other day, where I'm chilling out here, like just yesterday, I think it was, or the day before. I'm chilling out, and she pops over, you know, for a bit, but after she finishes work, you know, home early to surprise me. And when she stops over, she brings me a thing of orange juice. I didn't even know we were out, and I was like, maybe I will marry you. Maybe
there you go.
I will marry you. We'll see. I don't know.
It's like
Yeah.
my friend, he has this thing. It's a running joke. It started because I was on the phone with him. He was just trying to show off a little bit,
Mhm.
you know. He was like, I was talking on the phone. He said, "Hold on a minute." And he hear, like back and forth talking. And he says, "Hey, honey, one more thing. What? Can you make me a sandwich?"
Yeah, I do that.
And I could feel her eyes cutting at him, right?
Yeah.
And then she said, "No." And he says, "Well, can you make me a foldie? Can you meet me halfway?"
Oh, that's good.
So
That's
ever
good.
since then, it's like anytime I'm like around them or come over, he would go like, "Hey, baby, can you make me a sandwich?" And I hear her shut the door. Like, that's what you get.
Oh, that's great. That is great. No, but yeah, no, I got a pretty good deal. Yeah. I was saying, like, I got 80% perfect, 80, 90%. And people are like, that's like as good as you're gonna get, Liam. Stop fucking everything up. I'm like, pretty good at fucking things up, guys. It's kind of my thing. I don't know.
Yeah, we've seen the streams.
Yeah. We've seen the streams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm just busting you, man. You know.
I'm a walking disaster. You know, I'm a walking disaster. But you know, I'm a work in progress, as they say, to make it more, you know, a little bit more noble. I'm a work in progress, but I just am glad that I got good people, talented people around me, and friends. Like I'm watching Scotsman Color, and like I'm so proud of him, man. Like he's so good at what he does, and we're nearly finished. This is it, you know, like. This is the end of an era, you know, and then he's going to move on and color Simon's book, and I'll never see him again, you know.
And there he goes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
You just see.
I got dreams too, Liam.
Yeah.
One day, Scotsman hops on his griffin and flies
I'll
off.
be back in a sec.
All right.
You know, I just watch him fly away, and I think he was the best colorist I ever knew. A tear will roll down my face.
I hardly knew him.
Yeah.
That's some nice blood. Nice little splitter splatter. You know.
Yeah.
Well, it's raining, so it's got a smear here.
Yeah, raining men.
No, it's raining the broken dreams of a shattered empire, but close. I mean, they're built on the backs of men. You know.
Oh God, why is there? Man, these Star Trek accounts are getting too much. Now there's one called Rapist Riker.
Oh my God.
And they're doing like they're not. He did a play on the you know the whole Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. You know.
I'm curious. Did Riker, you know, the guy that played Riker, I forgot his name right now.
Yeah, Jonathan Frakes. Yeah.
Jonathan Frakes. Did he show up in that Picard thing?
Yeah.
Oh fuck no.
Yeah, he did.
No. Okay. Let's change subject. I don't want to hear it.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you about this because
go.
It was like playing off the whole Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra episode. You know, like
I didn't watch the thing. I don't want to watch it, but.
But this is old TNG, not Picard. But it's like it says Sargon and Jim at the Killstream. And he goes, "What? I don't understand. Mundane Matt when the boulders fell."
Oh gosh. You know that I now get more views than Monday and Matt, you know?
Doesn't surprise me. Like,
I was like, holy shit, you know, Matt, what happened to you? What happened to you?
cuckolded Matthias.
Do you
The
not
Boulder King.
Yeah, the Boulder King. You know, I wish that I had his strike power, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he had dozens and dozens of strikes that he put against people. But his
Yeah,
are
yeah.
stupid. Like, I can understand,
Yeah.
if it's just someone straight up playing content and not, doing anything else with
Exactly.
it. But his was just like they were literally just people talking about it. Weren't even showing his shit because you've seen Monday Matt videos; they're boring.
Yeah, exactly.
Like nobody wants to replay a Monday Matt video.
Exactly. You know, they just sort of, hey, maybe I should steal his content format and just start talking about the news and reading it off, you know? Like,
Yeah, get on your iPhone and just read the news.
like my opinion is uninformed and limited in its scope because I've just been I won't say that. I think that Mundane Matt fucked up is what I will say.
Yeah.
Boy done fucked up his career and fucked
Mhm.
up everything. And but at least I'll tell you what, at least he stuck with it. At least
Yeah.
when everyone told him to quit and to fucking stop, he stuck with it. In all seriousness though, Optimus, like if you missed my stream last night, the one that I tweeted out just recently,
Mhm.
it started off chunky and slow, but we
Right.
had what was one of the best moments like in fucking Comicsgate last night on that stream.
Mm.
Like it was like we got ourselves into insanity. So we were watching let me find it here. We were watching okay, this is us talking about things. Okay, this is where I start playing the 80s cartoon openings. Which is a lot of fun, where that was just us talking about Gilligan's Island and all this other shit. We scroll through. I've got to find. Here we go. Bingo. No, that's Gumby. That's not the right part. Scrolling through. So we found this guy called Greenwood, right?
Mhm.
It's best you just experience it. I'll give it to you. It happens live. We go on a full adventure. We like stalk this guy. We find out like who he is, his whole professional career and shit. Like
Mhm.
it was crazy and it was great. Let me just here we go. This is from the Shazam show here. So this is almost there. So, bingo. Okay, here we go. I'll share the screen now. You don't have to share it if you don't want to, Scotsman, but if you do, this is a fucking spectacle.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
So,
Oh God, what the hell?
yeah, like I said, my shows, the last few shows that I've been on, people aren't watching them because they're not drama shows. But the shit that has been coming out of my channel in the last like week is fucking pure gold, like meme gold. Look at this shit.
Oh, I doubt it.
I doubt it too, but I'm very curious because he wasn't a huge star, you know what I mean? So
Right. I wouldn't be surprised if it was, but
just stick with this a bit. We got to just get into it. See we got to start the chaos. As soon as we hit play, it starts to happen, you know.
All right.
funny if it was him.
Yeah. Come on, Liam, you're stalling for time. What's going on? Gosh, you little worm and dogger. No, this is me feeding the pup, right? Yeah, you're running to protect him. He doesn't need protecting. He's a troublemaker. There you go. Got more squawking. Yeah, but,
Kid.
here we go.
Oh man.
Here we go. So
Real
we're
winner.
introduced.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
So bear with me, guys. Trust me, it is worth it. It is.
John
You just got to
Berwick is my spirit guide.
Yeah.
Does he come and see you regularly? Like,
look at this John Berwick guy. Okay, he's the happiest man
if
on
this
earth.
is the correct person. It's hard to tell because there's no photo.
We've begun stalking people at this point.
I must find this person from this
Hold on,
80s
bro, just let me put
cartoon
this
intro.
Yeah. We wanted to bring them on. But John Berwick, I thought, oh, this is peak. When I saw him on the drums, I thought, oh, this is great, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is the dude. But this was only the beginning of the. We found Cyborg Jesus. Like, just trust me.
The pain.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, it is him. Kid Superpower Hour with Shazam. He also did he wrote for He-Man.
Oh shit.
We couldn't find John Berwick in the end,
Interesting.
you know.
Yeah.
But
I'm back. So what happened to him? What happened?
He
to him?
wrote for He-Man.
Oh wow. Okay.
It's his only writing credit.
I mean, maybe he was the guy that put the gay joy into Masters of the Universe. You know, maybe
After Kid Superpower Hour with Shazam, he was a crewman on Goliath Awaits, the TV series. And then he was Rex Ruthless in Hero High, another TV series.
What year is that?
1981. All three of these are 1981.
Okay. Does he have any other credits or anything?
Before that, yeah.
Nothing after. How old would he be now? Right now?
see, the stream's so long I can't skip to the relevant
let's see.
part. We've just got to wait out like 30 seconds.
There's like no info on this guy. It doesn't say a birth date or anything.
Guys, bring me John Berwick. There are stalkers and widows out there. Please bring me John Berwick.
Lazarus syndrome.
Leaning into the
Time
meme.
Express.
Good job.
A last
I
cry
want-
for help.
I want to interview John Berwick and know all about his. I want to know about this moment right here.
Do you know Space Academy, the TV series at all?
No, I do not.
Okay, that's what he's best known for.
He could tell me all about it, I'm sure. You know.
From John's mouth.
Look at
From
those
Berwick's
perfect. Look at those perfect teeth.
mouth. Straight as an arrow,
Straight as an arrow. Yeah. Let's get
white
going.
as an eagle's head.
Yeah.
What
White,
the hell?
white is the driven snow.
Misty magic. Oh my God, look at him.
He's wearing orange. Okay, look up Jim Greenleaf.
This is the guy.
Too. I need these guys on my show right now. I need them found on social media. I need you guys to hunt down their Twitters, hunt down their Facebook pages, and I need you to bring them to me. Bring them before me.
There's a woman in the show who plays a character named Dirty Trixie.
I don't care about her. I only care about Jim Greenleaf. If they want to bring.
Oh, you know that? Do you remember that fucking weird high school superhero show that we saw and it looked awful?
Yes.
He plays a character in that.
Interesting.
well.
Interesting.
Jim Greenleaf is the
I mean, he
hero.
looks like he does in that cartoon, I guess, in real life. So, Smiling Bandito, you have the link if you would care to join us this evening. It is in your face. It is in your.
Jim Greenleaf was in Mork and Mindy.
Oh, so he's probably too big for my humble little channel.
Hey, I don't know if I'd go that far.
What
He's
else?
kinda big,
What else
though.
is he in? What was his last role? That's all we need to know.
1986, played a character named Slatkin in a TV series called The Fall Guy.
Now, does he
Toy
have?
Soldiers, a movie, I guess. Surf
Oh wow,
2,
he was in Toy Soldiers. Okay.
not the one you're thinking.
Oh okay.
Something from 1984.
Oh gosh.
Powers of Matthew Star. He was in a thing called Joysticks. Wait a minute. Is Joysticks the Porky's kind of movie?
We're on the road. We're on the
Like
path
Like
now.
a sex
for crime.
exploitation movie?
I'm sure he did, you know,
It is. Yeah, it is.
Great.
Joysticks. He was in Joysticks. He's in Night Shift as frat boy number 4. He's in a movie called Tag, the assassination game.
Nick knows everything. He goes, no honesty, that episode of Fall Guy was pretty good.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, that particular
He's a
episode
font
of
of
Fall Guy
knowledge.
was pretty good.
Um,
He remembers Jim Greenleaf. You're muted,
We're
Liam.
about to learn. Yeah, we're about to learn about Jim Greenleaf, and it's going to be wild, right?
Oh,
It's
boy.
going to be a bunch of ups and downs, and yeah. So let's
Rises and falls and
rises and falls, and it's going to the realm of cyborgs and resurrection from the dead. Like,
holy shit!
we're like,
Are
we
you
just
telling
gotta-
me is Jim
I-
Greenleaf Jesus? What's going on here?
Jim Greenleaf conquered death. We're gonna just keep going.
He was in Laverne and Shirley.
Mhm.
Pigs
Wow.
and Freaks. Yeah, he was in Hero High as well. That shitty movie or show.
Well, what's his latest credit? Like, when's the last time he
I
worked?
told you, The Fall Guy.
It was the Fall Guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
1986.
Does he have a website or anything on his IMDb? Any sort of official contacts?
Seafold Bio. Let's see. No,
Guys,
he
it's
has.
in
He
about-
doesn't even have a photo or anything either.
Can we get this trending on Twitter, please, ladies and gentlemen? Bring me Jim Greenleaf, please. Bring me the other orange man. We must speak. I want him to wear this onto the interview.
Wait a minute.
Squeeze back into this orange
Uh-oh.
leotard and
We're
come
about to
talk
learn.
to me.
Hold. I think I found him.
Excellent.
Jim Greenleaf was an actor who founded his entertainment career success with roles in film. He additionally landed roles in the TV movies Elvis, Marilyn the Untold Story. Wait, is this the same guy? It's got to be.
Mhm.
Yeah, it is. It's Joysticks
Nice.
again.
Nice.
Joysticks also has a 29% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Mhm.
Just as a fun little bit of information. Yeah, this ran concurrently with Hero High and shared the cast between them and characters too.
Mhm.
They were companion shows.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Apparently.
please use the power of your social media to find this man on social media and to bombard him with 30 or so. We've got 27 people. 30
check
or so.
your screen share for a sec.
Let me just bring it up with a bit of magic. Shazam.
Jim
Okay.
Greenleaf has top billing in this
Amazing.
on the
Amazing.
poster for Joysticks. That might be him in the
That
machine.
probably is him. You know, he probably is famous.
Yeah, starring Joe Don Baker, Leaf Green, and Jim Greenleaf.
Friggin' Joe Don Baker.
That's not confusing.
It's
Not at
awesome.
all. And we do love our arcade games here at Conquest Comics. So it looks like Mr.
Hey,
Mr. Green.
Benito.
From the look on his face, it looks like Mr. Greenleaf really loves arcade games too. You know.
Yeah, he's having fun.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Perfect. Hail and well met.
Ask him if he still has a costume. I'm sure it's when they sell it. Actually, yes. If you guys can find me him and link us up, I will buy that costume if he will sell it, and I will wear it. I will wash it.
unwashed Jim Greenleaf costume.
Yes, I need it, guys. This needs to happen.
I think we definitely need to do a EFAP on this movie.
Joysticks?
Yeah.
I mean,
Sure
it's pornographic.
Oh, that's a different
Not
kind
the,
of
well, I mean, it's top. You know, it's got topless. I don't know if it shows
Yeah.
more than that, but
I'll never be able to look at Jim Greenleaf the
it's
same way.
it's like a Porky's knockoff is what Joysticks is.
I mean,
That's
that sounds like fun. That sounds like a fun time.
Of
But
course.
yeah, seriously, guys, find his social media account. Send it to me. At him. Bombard him. Seriously, I want this man on my show, and I want his orange costume.
You got to have him dress up either as you or you dress up as him, and you both have to be.
He almost looks like a priest right there because of the little collar.
It's a little white thing. Yeah, exactly. You know, but we all know, ladies and gentlemen, the Jim Greenleaf fucks. We know now, right? So anyway, let's continue.
Weatherman. Jesus Christ.
He
That was
he had a lot
that
of
was-
sugar. Yeah.
yeah. I want the
Lot of
time that you sniff up your fucking nose, man.
Yeah, they look similar.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
no.
What? How did they make her uglier? Like,
Yeah,
was that
it's-
was that even
It looks like
possible?
she's got an undercut there.
It looks like Donatello painted his skin. He's got a wig.
I got my Halloween costume.
Yeah, she's trans Donnie. So
Yeah.
she's a bit of fucking all right. I would pound the fuck out
Yeah,
of her.
this is good.
She wouldn't look good now, but fucking she
I
looked.
wonder if she was in Joysticks.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess we could look up Becky Pearl. You know,
Becky Pearl.
no, my luck, it'll turn out that she's been happily married to Greenleaf, and I just blew my chances of getting him on the show.
Yeah, what'd you say about my Becky?
I'm sorry.
He'll be on to. He'll know that you only want him on to get to his wife.
No, we got to get him on because I bet you he fucked the shit out of Becky backstage. Now, just so you guys know, it's I know it's taking a little while, but right now, as this stream plays, you know, as right now, my elite team of researchers are on the ground looking into who Greenleaf is. Right, so they're out there researching, and they're about to bring me more data on Mr. Greenleaf. You know, we just got to sort of get through objectifying Becky a little bit first. You know,
Yeah.
stage. You know,
Probably.
yeah, he's like, yeah, I had her like 8 times. You know.
Well, back then, everybody was a freak, so they probably were all banging each other back then.
Especially if they're on a kid show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Pearl or Rebecca Pearl, maybe.
Maybe she was.
Rebecca Pearl. Okay, she's got some stuff going on here.
Oh dear. Joysticks too.
Bachelor party. Looks like she plays a nurse in something.
Oh dear.
Hello, nurse. Hello,
Yeah.
nurse.
She was a Knight Rider.
Oh,
Oh, cool.
Street Hawk.
as the car. Or...
It's Kit. Yeah, there's Hero High. Greenleaf went pearl diving.
Oh dear.
Bachelor Party Tightrope, His Mistress, a TV movie. Stitches as a character called Bambi Bolenka. She was an airwolf.
Ooh.
Nice.
Another show called Falcon Crest. A movie called Heartbreak Ridge.
Yeah, I bet
A
she broke
movie
a lot
called
of
Not of
hearts.
This Earth, where she plays the nurse, I think.
I think every single one of those was just a porn credit.
I'm sleep
I hope so.
deprived. I'm sleep deprived, and
She was in a movie called Savage Streets.
nice. You know, I'm sleep deprived. I'm not very funny, and I still have the best YouTube. I am the king.
Heartbreak Ridge was a Clint Eastwood.
Just a bit of
Oh, wow, okay.
humility there. Just a bit of
Wow.
humility.
I'm looking at a couple other pictures of her. She was smoking.
Yeah. She's a hottie.
Oh my goodness.
We get her on and we just ask her about her playing the keyboard in this one thing, and every time she brings everything else, we can come out and back in this one scene with the keyboard.
And she'll be like, just so you guys know, like I did a lot of porn. Yeah. But the scene with the keyboard, like tell us more about that.
Yeah, but let's talk about kids' superpower power or whatever.
Yeah.
Inquiring minds.
Yeah. How did you get this job? Like, what were you in that moment?
Did you have to bone Greenleaf to get it?
Yeah, exactly.
What's the casting couch for this show?
Yeah.
Oh,
Greenleaf
God.
is the casting couch.
Was it hard to fight? How many other women did you have to fight off Greenleaf? You know,
Even her cartoon is hot, unlike fucking Donatello.
Trenny Donnie.
Yeah. Tranatello.
Oh, whoa! What was she doing there? 1 minute.
Greenleaf, I think.
Yeah. She was doing the Greenleaf.
She was doing the Greenleaf. She was on the casting couch.
Do the Greenleaf.
Look at this motherfucker.
Actual
Yeah, see,
footage.
remember this from the fucking cartoon?
Yeah.
This is like the real version of that thing.
Holy shit!
Holy moly.
Look at this motherfucker. He's like,
He really likes his shoulder pads.
I'm never gonna take this off. He thought. You know? I found myself.
Yeah, who is this? Johnny Venetor.
Johnny- Oh my
Venator.
God, ladies and gentlemen, look
Look
at
at the face.
that.
You know, he had to go through the casting couch.
You can't buy this shit. Look at this. Oh
Oh my goodness.
gosh. We want you to react to the keyboard scene. Yeah, I'm judging her pants. Sam. Rage is based off.
Maybe.
We got to watch that. Dude. We got to put that on our list of must watches.
Or a lot of the other people, like they
Yeah,
changed-
I'm
changed
sure they
it.
tried to figure out.
I need Greenleaf. My life will not be complete until Greenleaf is brought before me.
Oh God, he's in a 2020 Gary Busey movie. And Robert Picardo.
I wonder who the agent is.
I worked on a movie with Gary Busey.
Can you use that as a? Can you?
Is that the way in?
Can you
No,
make
it's
a?
not. I helped with a wardrobe.
Yeah, but you got no one you could call from the. But you could get in contact, like maybe.
No, I do not.
This is
He's-
important stuff. I'm sure that he would, once he knows the desperation of our cause,
The urgency,
he
I
would,
mean.
yeah.
The Kiss. He's the waiter in The Kiss.
That's the most important role in that.
We've
film.
got to get this
Okay.
data.
Tracy
It's
Morgan's
taking so long. Sorry, guys. It's taking longer than I
Everybody's
remembered.
We need to get.
Well, you
Greenleaf
were
for him. We need him to get a Greenleaf. It's the
Carnival of Wolves.
That is an
Carnival.
epic. Actually, that is a really cool title. Actually,
5 hour stream.
Is it a Japanese movie? Directed by Takeshi Watanabe.
Oh,
Gray Substance Abusery. Oh, Gary.
Gary
Substance.
Substance
Wow, I said-
Abusey.
Abusery.
Gary Substance Abusey.
Hard Rock Nightmare.
These
So
guys
like
seem to
a-
have these guys seem to have a fantastic career. I mean, like,
Need it, guys. It's time for us to come together. We're all about causes here, ladies and gentlemen, and it appears that more pictures of Bryce's dong. You son of a bitch.
They kept sending me
You're
dick
too eager.
pictures of
That was
Ryzie.
uncalled for.
you know.
That was
You're-
twisted and evil.
I don't want to see no Risey junk. Not right before bed.
Ew.
I know.
I'm gonna go grab some coffee. It's just finished brewing.
Check your chat stream.
Here
Come
we
on,
are.
I don't know
Here
what
it
that
is.
means. I don't know.
Check your.
Oh, your chat messenger. My messenger on Facebook. Okay.
Oh.
Let me get back over to the computer a bit. And thank you.
Crack team.
Here we go. We're gonna go
Are
on
you
a
guys
magical
literally
journey.
sending each other pictures of Risey Lee's penis?
Okay, so everyone here. Jim Green.
I guess that's just what they do. At 6
That's
a.m.
what
on
it
a
is.
Saturday.
We need it.
Complicated.
We need it, guys. It's time for us to come together. We're all about causes here, ladies and gentlemen, and it appears that fate and God has brought us to a new
A gift.
cause. Okay.
No, he's in
Let's
trouble.
find out.
Hail
Jim
Cyborg
Greenleaf
Santa
needs your
Jesus.
help. Why does it take challenging circumstances to learn the meaning of Christmas? Our dad Jim is now home from the hospital. His toe was amputated due to gangrene.
Jesus.
Okay, Jim, he's had a hard life though. Let's see what this video is about here. Okay, the video is private.
You've like
This
really
isn't talking-
leaned into your microphone, there, Liam.
Yeah.
Why,
well,
why is this on Indiegogo and not GoFundMe?
I don't know. We're about to find out. This is look,
What?
This
This
is
is
a
our
wild
guy.
adventure right now.
this is what life with Liam is.
I
all
can't
about,
believe we
ladies
got to go. Whoa!
This is the man, the legend. You know, this is the
Okay.
gangrene toe. You know,
Yeah.
this is him in the Navy.
Damn.
Jim was in the Navy. You know, this is more gangrene.
Holy fuck.
$1,800.
That's he only got 17 people to support him. Oh, come on, guys. Jim deserves more than that. Let's see. Here we go.
When was this put up?
You're in Australia. You can just go over and cut it off for him.
Yeah. I mean,
When
I
they
don't
say
know.
Christmas, do they mean like this Christmas? Or
Yeah.
like a
Oh,
year
good
ago or
enough,
what?
really.
we must contact the children of Jim Greenleaf. Got 14 comments.
Is there any sort of date on any of this?
No, they're from California.
Oh, so they're closer to me.
Hmm.
We can raise the funds, and I will go down to California and cut off Jim Greenleaf's toe.
We've got him on. Why does it sometimes take the most challenging of circumstances to learn the meaning of Christmas? For our family,
What?
the understanding of Christmas
Quite an opener.
comes from a very scary realization. Yesterday, we got a call from our dad and went to the hospital with gangrene. A part of his foot was amputated. Our dad, Jim Greenleaf, has been through a lot in his life. How you doing, Jim?
He's looking good despite missing half his foot.
He's got Brian Blessed look.
Yeah. Many of you know him or have known him through his work, may have memories about our dad that are better than what is written here. For those of you who don't know him, here's a little backstory. He has had many injuries and accidents. Can someone whose
This was from 8 years
I
ago.
can't even read that.
Yeah, here we go. Can someone whose eyes are not foggy?
December 2012.
Yeah. This is
Is he dead now?
Is he dead? I don't know. We got to find him. We got to find his children, you know?
Did the gangrene come back and claim its prize?
Yeah.
Yeah, read this through. First.
Jim Gang Greenleaf.
We got to get to the deep law, Bandito. Is that big enough? Can you read that? Can you
Yeah. He has had many injuries and
I
accidents.
fucked up. There we go. Sorry.
Move it around while he reads it. It'll be a fun game.
He has had many injuries and accidents in the past, and all of them have brought him to a new chapter in his life. As a young man, James, like so many others, dreamed of pursuing a career as an actor. He also realized he should invest in the more practical study of his craft, so he applied and received a full-ride scholarship to the University of Idaho for theater. Why are we funding this guy? He's got a scholarship. Shortly after his time there, he broke his leg severely enough and had to quit college to heal and rehabilitate himself. Mm-hmm. During this intervening time, he lost his scholarship and couldn't afford to return to college. I wonder what college is capitalized like that. The college. This left him asking all kinds of questions about his future. At the time, the only viable solution seemed to join the Navy as a journalist, which he did. Oh, okay. The experience taught him discipline and determination and gave him a real sense of purpose and understanding, the value for living life to the fullest. He was later honorably discharged and began to reimagine his future as an actor. So he moved to Hollywood to pursue the next stage of his life. His first appearance was on The Gong Show. The next stage of his life, where he performed a skit of a ping pong match in slow motion. We need to find this. This got the attention of Norman Lear, who called him and gave him his big break. Seeing the potential in him, Norman gave him a lead role in his show, All the Glitters. He was a hit, and the doors blew open. He was cast in movies and in guest starring roles on TV, and at the time, people recognized him wherever he went. I'm glad that he had his time in the spotlight. A well-known celebrity by the age of 25. On his way to becoming one of the most sought-out comedy actors in the 80s, starring in hit TV shows like Laverne and Shirley and Mork and Mindy. We already know this. We're
already experts.
Yeah, we're experts, right? We go way back. We go way back with Jim Greenleaf. And blockbuster hits like Night Shift and unforgettable films with co-stars like Matt Dillon and Denzel Washington. He later received a lead role in Sunday morning cartoon series on NBC. Yes, that's where we found him. Mm-hmm. Everything seemed to be going great. Little did he know, gangrene had his eye on him. At the height of his career, he got in a terrible car accident that changed his life and our family forever. As kids, we heard that he was first pronounced dead at the scene. Oh my goodness.
Holy fuck.
That seems more traumatizing for the kids. That moment, everything changed. But miraculously, our dad came back to life. And after
Holy shit. Holy shit. One minute, guys. Look at this. Look at his eyes. And you're saying, is he alive now? Is he alive now? Yes, he's fucking alive now. This man cannot be conquered by death. This man cannot be conquered by death. There we go.
That is the look of a haunted man, though. He has seen the other side and come back.
Imagine the supernal truths that he could pass along to us.
It's true.
This is written in a very incredible way.
Yeah, I'm loving this. This is awesome. So miraculously, our dad came back to life, and after 2 years in the hospital, he made a remarkable recovery. The surgeons performed a never-before-done surgery, rebuilding his hip with titanium chains and screws. He's also a cyborg. Jesus Christ! Man, oh my goodness.
Oh my god, this is great. Yep. Okay. So we have Cyborg Christ. Continue.
Cyborg Jesus.
And he tells jokes, apparently.
Yeah, he's talented as well on top of all of it. Oh my goodness. He underwent rigorous rehabilitation to learn to walk again. Since then, he has faced every struggle with optimism, attempting to turn every opportunity into a positive vibe and hope-filled situation. Although he would never reach the level of stardom once anticipated after this life-altering accident. He managed to
welcome to the stream, Vinny Art.
Honing his skills as a character actor, doing stand-up.
Vinny's like, what the hell did we come in on? Right?
Yeah. Well, guys, the video is on the stream. We're just sort of getting into it, but as you see, we go the ups and downs. We learn that the man survived, death. He came back to life.
We thought he was dead, but he was actually alive. He is now cyborg, and
I am not. What are you talking about?
And it only goes. That's the beginning of the wild ride. If anyone's interested in watching it, it's about the 4 hours 9 minute mark into that stream, and it really just gets wild from there. There's a lot of build up, but
he is legend.
we have his whole life, you know, and we have his whole life. And 1 second, there's one last thing I got to share, but it's just an image, real quick. Hold on, just to show the glory of the stream. Like it's okay. I admit it takes 4 hours to get into a good Liam stream, you know, but once you do, I mean, look at this. Look at this here. Like, there's nothing better than this. We have found the glory in the internet, and it is madness, true madness. But yeah, but Mr. Greenleaf is a patron saint. He was called Santa Claus, you know, and he lost his leg, so he's like he lost his leg. Yeah, his hip rebuilt with cyborg parts, with chains and titanium chains and bolts.
That's
And,
he's like, what?
he then went on to do stand-up comedy, you know. So
Wait.
I want to find his stand-up comedy.
Fucking Jim Greenleaf is an American hero, is what I'm hearing. Like,
Yeah, exactly. It's like gangrene couldn't kill him, but you know.
yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't get him on my show because, as it turns out, we found out this website that tells you whether celebrities are alive or dead, and it told us that he was alive. So we all got excited, and then I found his personal Facebook page, and he dead. He dead now.
Oh, he really is dead now?
He died recently, I guess. And I was like, oh, he's left behind by his widow and his sons and 2 daughters, who are having them on, but it just wouldn't be the same. Wouldn't be the same as the man himself, the man and the legend.
You've done all that to bring in Greenleaf, but Greenleaf didn't make it.
Yeah, he was. He transcended the mortal plane, and now he fucks broads in heaven. You know, he's like he like finds keyboard broads and just bangs the shit out of them. You know,
Pimpin' ain't easy.
Yeah, in the great, you know, the great Hollywood in the sky. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Took us a while to get going, but once we did, it was wild. You should see the chat. The chat was going off. It's great. So much fun. But yeah, so now I stalk people online. That's
well, you know,
sounds like an adventure.
It's not a healthy habit.
No.
I mean, I guess it's not doing cocaine or something, but still, you know.
So Vancor, I believe his name is Vancor. You know that guy that I showed you that had the mohawk and like the visor, like fucking Bebop, right?
Yeah.
Now he's a big star. He's still alive.
No.
And he's got movie work up to like 2020. Yeah, he's got some porn in there, you know. It's okay.
Who doesn't?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe we could get him.
Even Sylvester Stallone had to pay the bills. You know, I mean, come on.
Exactly.
How do you think he got his name Sly? You think it's because his name was Sylvester?
Exactly.
A good Liam stream once in a while, I suppose. Wink. That's right, Jim Cox. It's very rare, you know. Wait through like 30 hours and maybe you get like 5 minutes of good content, you know. But yeah, so I might have him on. If he does come on, he's got to wear his glasses, and I want the mohawk back. You know, he's got to shave his head to come on my show.
Coming on my terms, son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to get back to your fucking roots. I've seen that you've been using a different name so that you wouldn't be credited and linked to your old work on the Shazam Hour, but that shit's a disgrace. You know, you got to honor your roots, man. Got to honor your roots.
Yeah, wake up.
Yeah. Well, it's sad that he's dead.
No, I'm talking about Vancor. Like, he's very much alive. But yeah, but Greenleaf. Gang Greenleaf is dead, unfortunately, you know. You know, Ever Greenleaf, we were calling him for a while since he kept conquering death. He doesn't die nearly once or twice, by the way, in his the grand saga of this man's life. It's a few times. But it just couldn't claim him. He was just too powerful. He was Cyborg Santa Christ, and he will live forever in my heart. The world is dark.
Cyborg Santa Christ.
I came on at such a tragic part.
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave. I'll come back later.
It only gets worse from here. Yeah.
Oh shit! Liam, how did I miss this stream of yours?
I streamed. I got told by some like one of the anti guys that were fucking with me, like Motel 6 or whatever his name is. He was like, "Stop streaming! You're embarrassing yourself, Liam. You're disgracing yourself." I was like, "Fuck you!" So I streamed for like 17 hours straight to spite him because they were telling me not to stream.
As you do.
And now I'm tired as fuck, and I'm feeding puppies. And
Oh shit! Yeah, because I was on with you last night. I don't remember any of this stuff.
Yeah, I just kept going because they kept telling me to stop streaming. So I was like, fuck you, I'm going to keep streaming. I got like 30 people in here. I got 50 people in here. I'm not stopping.
Spite stream.
Yeah.
Well, you know, when you cycle through your audience multiple times in one stream because of different regions on the planet, you know,
Yeah.
Spite
Speaking of
stream
cycling.
successful at that point, I guess.
Speaking of cycling, I better go cycle myself for dinner and get that going. So
I cycled myself many times today already. Wait, what are we talking about?
Oh my!
What
Okay, Vinny, I wish I could talk to you more on here, but you know.
Yeah, brother. Well, I should be streaming again sometime this, if not this weekend, probably on Monday or something. So
I might come on in. I hit you up.
cool, man.
Yeah, I might. All right, guys.
All right, man.
Have a good one.
You have
Yeah,
good
Later.
Take it easy, Poptimus. My best to your pops.
Thank you. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
man. Sending some good thoughts.
Send them
Appreciate it.
prayers and stuff.
Thank you
man.
so
Send 'em
much.
prayers.
Bye.
You got it,
See
Corn
ya.
Pop.
Good dude. Good dude. That guy, Chief Optimus, is a good dude.
Yeah.
So now I'm hungry.
I mean,
Woman,
strange things inspire you to hunger.
Woman, make me a sandwich.
You didn't snap your fingers.
Oh, hold on.
There you go.
There you go.
That's how that works.
All right.
Right, Scotsman?
Is that how
No, I don't need to do any of that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. His wife
shit.
just knows. His wife just knows when he's hungry and brings him food. He's got like the ultimate wife.
Listen, I was in bed yesterday morning, right? And I hadn't told my wife I was taking some time off. So I had yesterday off and woke up in the morning, my alarm went off, and like instead of getting out of bed to get ready for work, I just kind of went like, I said to my wife, I took the day off today. And she's like, oh, you did? And I said, yeah, I'm kind of hungry. And she got out of bed and ran downstairs and made me a amazing English, Scottish, UK breakfast.
Wow.
Eggs, beans on toast, some avocado slices, and tomato slices, and yeah.
Oh crap! Does she have a sister who's single, by the way?
Oh,
yeah, she's got two brothers.
Sam, all yours.
Sorry about that.
No, oh goodness, no, yeah, it's great. It's great.
What's up, nerds?
awesome.
Word.
What did you have? So was it like a nice haggis or like what was your?
No, it was beans on toast.
Oh yeah.
With a couple of eggs, some fresh avocado slices, some fresh tomato slices, and some bacon.
That's so good, dude.
And some coffee.
She's gonna make.
How do you think I maintain this glorious beard? You have to be you have to be well cared for. Your nutrients have to be kept up.
Because I snapped it as she's leaving the sandwich in the kitchen. I have to get up and go and get it. I have to walk like 10 feet.
She's like, get off your ginger ass and go get it yourself.
Yeah, that's because I snapped at her. Thanks, Vinny.
Hey, you told me you had everyone trained in your place. So.
I gotta get it in order. I'll be back. I'll stop dominating the stream now like a rude dick bag. Be right back.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I just been sitting here coloring.
Nice.
I'm here drawing.
I'm actually sitting here inking.
Damn, we're doing. I mean, we just need to have Liam get on letters, and we could have a full comic being made.
Yeah. Although every project is different.
Yeah. I mean,
we could mishmash, but I don't know how it's going to turn out.
The time traveler.
Time traveler.
Yeah, because he'll go from a pirate book to a sci-fi book to a demon book to an alien book.
Nice.
If you
Good
mix
stuff.
and match and everything, yeah.
Yeah.
You just have to add one character, and you make it like one of those little anime, like like what's the name of it? Thundercats, Ho, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Thundercats roar.
Ho, yeah, that's it.
What are we gonna Hachiman?
You just put one
Hachiman?
character amongst all the pages. It just fit. That's how they do shit. They reprint old comics with new dialogues.
Yeah, seen that too.
They did that for X-Men. They reprinted an old X-Men, just changed the dialogues in it.
Yeah, I bet they didn't even pay the artists again, the creative team.
Of course they don't. It's part of their contract, remember?
They're disgusting. Remember? How
Yep.
disgusting they are.
I remember.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Oh, sorry, I was thinking about that Captain Marvel again.
Yeah.
The vomit came up.
Ugh.
It's fucking disgusting.
I don't think they drew the nose big enough. What do you
Nope.
think?
No, she doesn't
I
look like a
mean-
dolphin enough or a turtle.
I wasn't convinced that wasn't even a dude. I mean, didn't even look like a chick.
Yeah, it's just that's what they that's
You know,
all they could
that's-
afford right now.
That's their new agenda. It went with you need to have big boobs. Now you need to have plastic big caboose. Now they want everybody to get a fat nose.
To match the fat asses.
Yeah, there you go.
The only shape they like is the round one or the rectangle. Those are the
Yep.
only two shapes that they like.
The hourglass thing, curves is not a thing with them anymore.
Yeah, fuck them. You
Yep.
want curves? You want hourglass? You come over to here. We got them. We got them in spades. We're doing awesome here.
That's right.
I am
Doing awesome.
awesome. Awesome sass. Awesome sauce. Booty sweat.
Dude, booty sweat. I mean, if you're gonna be exposed to any kind of sweat, I mean,
You want to talk about booty? Look at that booty. I just finished putting the sword in there.
There's some booty. There's booty,
That's
there's
some-
pectorals. Look at that.
brutal booty.
Brutal booty.
Yep.
Nice.
Then after that, she's just gonna come and fly in and land amongst the people running.
You can run if you want to. You just gonna die
Mhm.
tired.
I bet Liam is getting yelled at now for like 20 minutes while he's eating his sandwich that he had to make.
Why did you listen to Vinny? You should listen to me.
I think you should shut up.
Ooh, yes.
Vinny's got great advice. And I was only
Right.
going off of what he said on another stream. He has all of his women trained. So I said,
Oh.
why don't you snap your fingers?
You said that.
No, I don't know. Maybe, possibly. Maybe
I'm
just
here.
hope-
I'm here. I was, for a start, I was talking to mute because I'm an idiot and a boomer. And the other, I'm also eating. I don't want to eat into the mic. So I am here. You guys can
Well, that's
continue
good.
to talk about me like I'm the most important person in the world because I am. Everyone
Of
else
course
thinks
you are. Next to me. But
The fuck are you guys?
you know, we're two of the Three Stooges is what we are.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, shit.
Goodness.
Why are you chat ahead?
Yeah, it's great.
Listen here, there, tough guy. I gotta go away from there. I had a little problem up there.
No
Can't come
problem.
back.
We take care of all these problems. Oh,
I had a
my
problem
gosh.
with my fucking boss.
Well, I have a problem with the boss.
Oh, no.
You remember the Jerky Boys? Guys, yeah, I'm calling about the job. Oh, okay. Yeah, I quit my last job. I had a problem with my fucking boss. Guy's like, what? You had a problem with your wait? You can't talk that way.
I don't remember that one.
You don't remember that shit?
Well, I remember a lot of this shit, but not that one in particular.
Can we play some of it?
It's been
My
forever.
name's Frank Rizzo. Frank Rizzo, open your fucking ears, jackass.
They were
Come
great.
on, Vinny, you don't remember that shit?
No, I remember them. I don't remember that specific.
Yeah, cool. Can we
I gotta
find it and
come-
play it? I mean, can we? Are we allowed to?
Dude, they did so many of those fucking things.
I haven't heard it either. You know.
Well, I don't think that's something I could play on YouTube without getting struck.
Okay, that's a pity.
Yeah, we don't want to ruin a 7-hour stream.
5 hours and 48 minutes.
Oh, my bad. I'm not that close to the computer right now.
Yeah, he's surpassed me to prove a point. You know, he can stream longer than me. He's got better stream endurance than me. You know.
You can just look on my channel and see that I've got 8, 9, 11, 12, 14-hour streams.
Listen, we're gonna call Scotsman the camel. You know, he could just hold that water. Oh shit!
So on my stream
Right.
later today, when I eventually stream, since I'm not working until fulfillment happens, I'm going to be continuing my my part 3 of my cartoon openings segment. So we'll be going over that later today, and that'll be all the content I do today, I think. Unless people start telling me that, you know, I'm an embarrassment and I need to end my stream, then I guess I'll stream for another 12 hours to prove a point again.
Okay. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, you know, I've got to prove that no amount of... I can be the biggest spurg in the universe. I can be king of the spurgs, and people still buy my book. In fact, I made a sale yesterday, you know.
Beautiful.
So,
That is awesome.
so.
What's up, Angela Pearlfish?
Good evening, Miss Pearlfish.
Hello, hello, hello.
Chuck says best ginger streamer. Well, thank you. I'm nothing compared to Scotsman, but I
He was
appreciate your
referring to
support.
me.
Oh. Oh.
How did you know I dyed my hair red?
Thanks, Angela. Yeah. How did we know? I mean, Vinny, it's obvious. I can hear it in your voice.
Oh shit! You could hear
Yeah.
that my soul left my body.
Mm-hmm. You sound a little bit more, I don't know, at rest.
Ah,
You know what I'm saying?
yes.
A little more appeased.
It's because the mic is so far away from me right now.
Oh, okay,
That's
well,
all.
maybe that's the case.
I've been speaking with Triple R, not a lot, but here and there. You know, he reached out to me. We've been talking a little bit, just a little bit, and I've been quite proud of him. You know, he's made a lot of real positive changes in his life, and like I'm not saying that ironically. Like I'm very proud of him. It's really cool. Like he seems like he's in a lot happier of a place and stuff. Like it's really cool. Do you still stream with him at all, or
Say again?
do you still stream with him at all, or not? I'm guessing not. He's sort of been busy doing other stuff, but I thought I'd ask. Like,
Yeah, he's been doing IRL stuff. I mean,
yeah, which is good.
which I respect the hell out of. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
He got himself a pupper.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. Brand new pupper. Dog's growing big and strong. Yeah, and as Angie says, he's doing great. Talked to him the other day a little bit, and yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, he hit me up and he was just sent me a message about some Xenotype stuff. He wanted to know some things, and so I told him what was going on, and he thanked me, and then he just told me a bit about what was going on with him, and I was really proud. I was like, "Wow, dude, you're fucking on point. Keep winning at life, mate. Very proud of you." It's good to hear when people are doing well. You know what I mean? It's good to hear when people are doing well. I mean, not everyone can live the charmed life of an untouchable, indestructible ginger, you know. So I like hearing when other people are doing well.
Well, it
You guys
comes with the
just-
ginger
yeah.
territory, you know.
Yeah. The chosen ones, you know, the chosen people.
What were you chosen for?
Apparently to have
The adoption agency?
generally-
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, we're chosen to be the ones who we're like the canaries in the coal mine to know that, you know, when the sun is too hot,
Yeah.
we just burst into flames.
Gotcha.
So-
Yeah.
Hey, that's good to keep around. Ginger vampires.
We keep people from getting cancer because we inform everywhere. We're like walking public service announcements to be conscious of the sun.
This is true, yeah.
That's
And
good
I live
stuff.
in Australia, the number one place of sun cancer.
Oh, is it?
Oh, skin cancer, not sun cancer.
Well, everything. I mean, by definition, everything statistically is more dangerous in Australia.
Of course it is.
I mean,
because Liam's there.
Yeah.
No, I mean, everything there wants to kill you, and the sun is no different. So.
Right.
Yep, we got high rates of skin cancer and shit in the country.
I mean, even the rabbits there will eat your face off.
Jeez.
So, yeah.
Watch out.
Mm-hmm. Angela says, that's so sweet. Well, I mean, look, I remember a time, Angela, and so would you if you cast your mind back into the annals of memory where we were all friends and we all cared about each other, and there was nothing wrong with that. Like I like you guys. Like
Yep.
I hated the way everything went down. So, I never wanted to be at odds with anyone. I never wanted to disappoint anyone,
Mhm.
But
Yeah, we're in this again, create great projects, have a good time, and when shit gets too stupid, too much drama, too much lies and bullshit, it's just that's what's gonna happen. But what do they say? The cream rises to the top.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
And that's why Scotsman's abandoning me,
Oh shit.
He's rose above me to now he's gonna finish Sim's book and he doesn't want to
Abandoning you.
work with me anymore. Yeah, he's like, I'm too good for you, Liam. Don't bring it up on stream because, I don't want to embarrass you. I'm like,
Wow.
oh, you're so considerate, Scotsman.
Is that what happened? Because it looks like he's working on a Xenotype page.
Yeah, but once he's finished, he's done. He's gonna collect his last paycheck and then tell me to go fuck myself.
Oh.
Punch me in the face. So he's too good for me now.
These things happen.
Moving up in the world.
Moving on up.
See how silent he is? He doesn't deny it. He doesn't.
Damn.
He's gonna yell at me later after the stream. He's gonna say, "Liam,
I've already said I got dreams too, Liam.
Yeah, that's right.
Dreams are good to have.
They are, and I'm very, very happy actually. But
But get back to work.
Yeah, we'll have Scotsman back. We'll have Scotsman back. I want to have his book out by 2021. I've already planned in his life for him. So it's,
That's awesome.
you can get angry.
Oh, my book will be out way sooner than that.
Good.
Oh, really?
Good.
Yep.
Good.
Like the sound of that. Have you mentioned it before yet?
Have I mentioned what before?
Your book.
Only like 1,000 times.
Yeah. Which one is it?
It's a samurai book.
Yeah. I'm setting you up to go a little further into it.
What do you mean? I'd go further into it.
Have you heard?
It's not time.
Mm.
It's not time to go into it yet.
You son of a bitch, but I want to know more about it.
In due time.
I will tell you privately, Vinny. You
All right.
deserve to know privately.
All right, cool.
But I want chat to be just salivating.
All right, I got you. I might have to show you some cool stuff privately too.
Ooh.
Art related this time.
I'll say this. It's a tale of an American boy who finds out that he's part alien, and that alien race was the cause of the samurai. I guess you could say the samurai discipline and religion being born in Japan. And it's 1,000 years later, and an ancient alien is coming to Earth to kill him because he's the one remaining ancestor of somebody very important.
Nice.
Yeah, it'll be good. I'll promote the hell out of it when the time comes.
Yeah, I think I do remember you telling me a little bit about that
Mm-hmm.
a while ago. But I haven't heard about it in a minute.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, hey, let's get this happening.
Typically, when I commit to completing projects, I stay focused on those projects.
Well, of course.
Yeah,
Same
and
here.
that's how you got to be. And I appreciate you, brother.
You got to fulfill your obligations, and because look, I've said this a few times, but I'll say it again. Being handsome is temporary. Having a good physique, temporary.
What?
Being wealthy, it's temporary.
What?
Right? Being important or popular, it's temporary.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Liam, shut the fuck up for a second. Having integrity and having your word be fulfilled, that is eternal.
Oh, I know it, brother.
Amen.
Right?
Boy, do I know it. I'm like a sexual tyrannosaurus.
if you make a promise to do something and you keep that promise, that's forever.
Of course.
If you break that promise, no one ever forgets. And once you've breached your word, you can never get that back.
Yeah.
So that's more important than fame, than money, than physique, than popularity. Integrity is the only thing that's eternal.
Amen, brother.
Amen.
Sorry, I didn't mean to shut you down, Liam. I just wanted to make that point. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I am a bit worried about this whole looks fading thing and like not having money, like it being not forever. Like that's just news to me, man. I'm kind of worried now. You know, like I work really hard to get my one pack, you know, and
the decadent life of Liam.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do now. I'm like on shifting sands, you know.
Unbelievable.
My looks could fade. Can you imagine? Like,
oh, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
I mean, your level of orange can decline over time.
Bullshit.
Yeah, it can't be true.
He drinks the orange drink every day. There's no way he's going to fade.
No way. Can't be. I can't accept it, Scotsman. You brought me down a peg. I'm reeling here.
Well, you know, sometimes you just have to realize what the truth is and act accordingly. You know what I mean?
I agree. All joking and shit aside, you know, you've got an impeccable work ethic, Scotsman. I've seen what you've had to do. You've gone above and beyond. And I would highly recommend you to anyone that was looking to do a coloring project. I really, it's been a joy to work with you, have you be part of the Conquest team. And, you know, you've always got a job here with me, you know, always. You're a good man, and I respect you a lot. I mean that too, you know, I'm not just saying it. I truly do.
Appreciate that, man.
Hell yeah.
Good people. Chuck Keyworth weighs in with a bit of wisdom, and he says, your word is your bond. Integrity is irreplaceable. Is inseparable from manhood. Wise words, Chuck. Very wise words.
Very wise.
I know I do a lot of posturing. I know I talk a lot of shit, but like when, you know, like I also get shit for being sincere, but I mean, being sincere and sentimental, but it's true. You know, you're right, Chuck. Being a man is important, and having your word, doing your best is important, you know. That's why you guys are going to see, you know, you guys are going to have this book in hand real soon. You have my word of honor, you know. My word of honor.
Beautiful. Give me my fucking book.
Yeah.
Do it now.
So
I'm waiting.
I'm actually kicking my ass because like I can't like do anything right now. I just need to wait for the books to be printed and shipped to me. They're printed, but they're actually, let me check, are they on the pallets yet? It's been taking them like 2 days or whatever to get the pallets, but I guess it's not Sunday. That's why nothing's happening.
Yeah.
So
can you fold mailers?
No.
Not till you get some.
Why not?
1 second.
Because don't shipping boxes come like flat packed and you have to like fold them up and get them ready?
No, because I'm getting them custom made for me from Australia Post. So no, I don't need to do that. I also decided to dump a little bit of extra money out of my personal pocket and get everything shrink wrapped at the printer, so that I don't need to sort of wrap anything, which will speed up delivery significantly, just so that I can deliver sooner, so that people will shut the hell up, you know?
Mhm.
So that way, you know.
But my only concern on that would be how you're gonna do quality control if they're shrink wrapped.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
No, they should be fine. They should be fine. You know, if someone gets a damaged book or whatever, I'll just replace it. It's no
Okay.
issue.
All
But
right.
the
I was
printers,
just being real, you know. That's all.
yeah, no, for sure. I overprinted. I overprinted it, you know, for damaged copies and stuff. But that'll be fine. I'll just open up a few and make sure they're all good. But
Okay.
I had to look at all the prints and everything like that, you know, like that they're doing before the thing.
Okay. Beautiful. All right.
Like I showed the other day. I showed the print files and everything too, because I think it was anti CG as well, because they're always doing this shit. But like they're going like, oh hey, you know, I want to, you know, can you show us the proof copies of your book and all this stuff? And I was like, all right, I guess, you know, they're in storage, but I like just went and got them. I don't think they believe. Like, I just don't think they believe me. Is
Who
the thing.
cares if Anti believes you or not? We know what they are.
I don't exactly. I know, but it's
Mhm.
just like it's just these crazy talking points all the time, and it's like, look, the book's done. Like, guys, I haven't even spent most of the money. It's just sitting there. I paid my teams.
Mhm.
You know, they're all
Well,
squared up.
the biggest proof should be that you have 2 other books completely finished and out there for people to read for free.
Yeah, they ignore
What-
those, I suppose. You know.
Yo, please. Again, that's why those kind of animals I just mute because those people don't amount to shit.
Well,
They're
exactly.
they're literally there to troll.
Exactly. I don't really want to like talk too much about them. I'm just sort of saying like
I know.
I have this stuff done. I've been working very, very hard on it. Scotsman's been working very hard on it every single day.
Mhm.
You guys can go and watch it. Like, it would be like if you use even the smallest basic part of logic, it would be absolutely fucking retarded not to put this book out and get it into people's hands. You know what I mean? It would be
Right.
absolutely terrible. Can we have a tour of the Liam Vault? Yeah, like, you mean my storage room where I've got like everything stored up? Maybe. I want to move through into a new studio soon, you know, but I can't do it until I file my taxes, and I can't file the last of my taxes until the Indiegogo is closed out. So like I'm stuck in a limbo right now over here. But once I move into a new place on my own, you know, I'll you know, like where I've got all my own, by which I say I won't have to share it with anyone. But like the studio, once I have the studio set up, right, and I've got everything in there and it's all my own stuff and everything, like fucking God, I'm half awake. I'll show you guys all where everything is and stuff. You know, it'll be fun. Like go over and see all the setup. It'll be good.
Of course. It's great.
I want to have a setup like Scotsman does. I've got to get all of like what his microphone is and all of his devices and tools and shit, so that I can set up like a spaceship war room like he has, because he has like the best workspace in all of independent comics.
Oh hell yeah!
It's like a battle station. It's fucking epic.
Guide missiles.
Yeah. Oh gosh. The last couple of years have been like, there's been a lot of downs, but there's been a lot of ups. There's been a lot of wins, big wins. And I really am thankful for all the support that I've got and all the hard work that everyone's done. Help bring this to life, make it a reality, make it possible.
You know it, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think once it does ship, I think a lot of people are going to be very surprised.
Yeah, I think so too.
And blown away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, let's be perfectly honest. There are people who are going to talk shit regardless of how good it is and whether or not they like the book. They're going to talk shit because that's what people do.
Yeah, for sure. Like, what do you call him? What's his name? Hard to remember. Like, Big Daddy. Like, Big Daddy on his YouTube channel said that the comics I put out were universally panned by Terrible, and everyone agrees they're horrible. And I thought, no, like, I literally have dozens and dozens of comments praising the story and praising the artwork, and we got nearly 1 million views on one, and then nearly 700 views on the other. And they were like, where do you get universally panned from? Because a few little people in your idiot echo chamber said it was shit, who had vested interest in hating me. Like, anyone who's not invested in that has said they're fantastic, to the point where, like, we're literally, like, we're finalists in the entry, you know, if not the winners.
Yeah.
And the only books that managed to generate more views and hype than ours were basically all pumped up by, you know, by Black Lives Matter, you know. So like, they were all over Tumblr and stuff, promoted as, we've got to defeat the evil of, you know, these guys, because we need black representation in manga. And so they got a huge influx of views from that, and the quality is way lower. You sit their work next to ours and you can see it's not on par. So like, you know, I don't mind losing to the numbers game to something driven by a political movement. Like, we were able to score more views on our submission than pretty much any other fucking contest entry for that website in the history of that website. And the only ones that overdid us were, again, ones that were driven by a huge social agenda that saw our numbers and went, holy shit, and so got a huge push. Like, I'm good at a lot of things, and comic book writing is one of them, and I'm bad at a lot of things, but I've learned what they are, you know. So I don't know, I'm rambling. Sorry, I'm halfway.
Not being orange is something that you're, you know, not good at.
Yeah, that's right. Got your back, Liam, and yes, just lurking here. Thank you for the kind words. How, bros? No, yeah, definitely, Triple R. I'm happy that you're here. You have a good one, my friend. Can't wait for the book. Yeah, it's on its way, guys. We promise. I give you my word. It's on its way. You're going to be seeing me fulfill. You're going to be seeing me packing boxes. So there's not going to be anyone that says you can't. And I'm doing that not because I'm worried that people are going to think that I'm conning them or any bullshit like that. I'm doing that because I want other creators that are doing this to see what goes into actually fulfilling your project, you know?
Right.
So I was thinking about getting a label maker and stuff, but I'm actually thinking that I'm going to write each address by hand, because it'll save me a few $100s. And I mean, if I had more, I would definitely use the label printer and everything like that. But I don't like writing a few hundred addresses. Seems easy. I've only got like 668 customers. You know what I mean? So
it's drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
Still a lot of people, man.
Oh yeah, for sure, and I appreciate the support. I'm just saying,
I busted 700 on Through the Woods, and I'm telling you, you're probably gonna end up using that label maker.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I guess we'll see.
The ones that trickle in is another story, but yeah, the initial, yeah, you're gonna want something.
Dude, your wrist is gonna be so tired.
I don't think you underestimate how much I use my wrist.
He just burned himself.
I tried to set up my own masturbation joke. I was about ready to snap on him.
But I took it. I stole it away.
Waiting for literally any response, and he fucking sacked it.
As he does.
I'm like,
listen, there
was a universal setup. It had no predicate. It needed nothing from him. He just needed to answer one time, and then out comes the dick joke. And he just literally like, yeah, I jerk off all the time. You have no idea, essentially.
I don't really jerk off at all, to tell you the truth, you know. But yeah, it's a funny joke though.
Yeah, you can't backtrack. Yeah, no, I was vigorously fulfilling all of my campaigns.
I vigorously fulfilled myself earlier today too.
My shoulder was so fucked up, And that was before the books came, and I had to lift literally a ton of books up 3 flights of stairs. Yeah.
Why the fuck you living 3 flights of stairs off the ground? You nuts?
Apparently,
Play some Barry White and pack them books slow, brother. Oh, that would be funny, actually. Triple R, that is funny. Maybe I will.
Got to record that.
Yeah, just really slowly pay. I'm fulfilling, ladies and gentlemen. I'm fulfilling these books, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Go check your babies.
We're going to change your name to Liam White.
Yeah. Oh, God, don't do that. Can you imagine what everyone would say?
What would they say?
You know, too much of anything just ain't no good for you, baby. Except for Xenotype.
Except for Xenotype. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, gosh, I can't wait to get back into full-blown production. I feel lost sitting around in limbo.
Mm-hmm.
I've got other book stuff I could be working on, but then like it's going to require full focus, and I know that I'm not going to be able to do that while I'm fulfilling, so I don't want to start on it until.
Yeah,
I think you have in your head a thought of how fulfillment is going to be, and I think as soon as the rubber hits the road and you start packing those boxes, you're gonna be shocked at how much work it's going to be.
Oh, yeah.
No. I worked in the mailroom for a couple of years. I know what I'm doing. Yeah.
Whole different type of mailroom, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just take the book, I put it in an envelope, I throw in some stickers, I fold the poster. Actually, I'll probably have a whole day where I just sit there folding all the posters. So they're all folded.
Should be doing that now.
Yeah, actually, that is a good idea. That is actually a good idea.
That's what he's been trying to tell you for like more than half an hour.
Yeah. No. But see, Liam likes to be egotistical sometimes.
Yeah, I only sold like 230 posters. So
yeah,
like
but
that's
230 posters you can fold while the books aren't even printed yet. It's 230 less things you have to do while you're packing boxes.
While you're yapping, flapping your gums.
Yeah. So.
Guys, I literally feel useless. I don't have anything to do. I don't know what I gotta do. I don't know what I should do. Hey, Liam, are there any things you can do ahead of time before the books get printed? Oh yeah, I can fold posters.
Yeah.
As he's sitting back eating grapes like a Greek god.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just like, there's nothing for me to do, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing. Lower the grapes into my mouth, more woman.
That's right.
I feel useless at present. Please inform me of a task that's worthy of my time.
No, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you the reason that the logical fallacy happened there. Daughter wants to learn work ethic. Well, doesn't want to learn work ethic, but has to learn work ethic. So the missus and I had basically decided that she was going to be doing the folding of the posters and that I would oversee it, you know? And yeah. I was going to stand there and watch her fold the posters and then pay her to do it. So as her first job, you know? So
that sounds like some shit you just came up with like right now.
Mm-hmm. No, truthfully, this is something we've been talking about since we first went through fulfillment. So that's why I wasn't thinking about the poster thing. But we figure that what's going to happen is she's going to get like 20 in and then say this is boring, and then we're going to have to yell at her and she's not really going to do it. So, because I don't want to fucking anything up either. That's what I said to Miss. I said, I'm not going to be buying all these posters again, so she cannot fuck these things up. Not happening. So, but yeah, you're right. Like I should totally head over, get the folder from storage, get the posters and start folding them.
I mean, you should literally front load every single thing you could possibly do ahead of time and have it all done, folded out, whatever you can do, stacked in the side of the room. That way you can collate and close a box the day of.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, that's, because anybody who's packed boxes before will tell you that it's your forearms and wrists and hands are going to be fucking destroyed. Not to mention getting paper cuts from cardboard.
Nah, dude, I have leathery skin. I'm fine.
You have ginger skin. Shut up.
Yeah. I'm basically like a big old sock, you know, like you can stab me and it's gonna be extra hard to fucking
Don't invite that kind of stuff, buddy.
I'm just a big old sock.
I'm just a big old sock, you know. I'm just
I'm like a cuddly sock. You know what I mean?
I'm like a cuddly ginger sock, you know. It's oh gosh.
That was a setup right there.
Yeah, I know. I didn't take it because you know I was trying to be a man of sophistication class, you know.
He was breaking some wind and he missed it.
Do you think that do you think that if we were to launch? No, I don't know. So I mean, Ethan's launching Rainbow Brute in like 8 days or something, and then you got Christmas coming up.
Yeah, trust me. I was on the fence with when I'm launching this book, and I kind of wanted to do it sooner rather than later because we don't know what's going on, especially with the economy and if there's going to be shutdowns again and whatnot. I've been weighing out all this shit in my head.
If I put together a, hey, should I drop some money on Odie out of my personal savings, and get him to put together like a 24 or 48 page Xenotype Christmas special, and release it and see if we can deliver it at the same time as the like add it as a potential bonus to the campaign. No, because the books will take a few weeks to get to America, so they won't get.
You should do nothing that is going to jeopardize the time it takes to get Xenotype 1 out.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I wish I had a thought about this beforehand because I would love to do like a yearly Christmas book, you know, each year is like have it done so that it arrives for Christmas that you could give to like your kids or whatever in a stocking stuffer sort of thing.
Yeah, that's good for later on. Right now, all I'm hearing is Liam needs to take a nap. Is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I can't take a nap, or I'll end up being awake all throughout the night like normal.
Oh, okay. And you mean streaming again in the middle of the night?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just being lazy, hanging out.
All right.
Who's drawing Rainbow Brute? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't actually know.
Maybe it's Mike Miller.
Isn't it supposed to be Donald?
You think it's Donald?
I said, wasn't it supposed to be Donald?
I don't know. I mean, it would. He's probably capable of doing it. You know what I mean? But
I think Donald's style would look great on that idea.
Mm-hmm. The correct answer is hire me for something. Nerd is the word. You got to finish your book because this is the thing. This is the thing, man. And this isn't me like, oh, you got to finish your book. And it's just like, I want you to have your book done. Like, I will not hire artists that are already on other things because, like, I want them to be able to finish their things and do their stuff. So, like, there's people that are really talented at stuff that I really like and I would like to work with. But it's like, I'm not going to get in the way of this dude's future. I'm not going to, like, take his time away from something he needs to be fucking doing. You know? Like, I feel guilty about it a lot of the time. Like, that's why, you know, there are a lot of talented folks. But, you know, they got to finish it. Like, I'd have Vinny all over my work, like, fucking immediately. But Vinny's got to build up Vinny, you know? So.
I know. I'm working on campaign 6. Yeah, dude. My plate has been full. But like I said, I'm always available for covers, and I've been doing them for other people as well. So.
So Angela said Cecil is supposed to write it too.
Oh, yeah, I did hear that. I didn't hear about an artist.
Cecil is going to write Rainbow Brute, and Donald's going to do the art. Maybe that might mean that Ethan's seen Cash Grab and really liked it. You know, maybe. I'll tell you what. I was worried about Cecil. You know, I was worried about Cecil's ability to write. You know, He's very, he's a funny guy. But then when I read those first 5 pages that he had with the turtle and everything like that, I went, nah, this dude can write comedy. This dude can write comedy. He'll write a good comedy book. He seems to have a good set of he seems to have good pacing, and that's an important thing for a comedy book. So,
Yeah, and don't forget, he's been a diehard fan of comics for a very long time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't really question if Cecil could write or not. If you've spent that much time reading comics all your life, old school ones, everything else, he's very witty. I don't think there's going to be a major problem.
Exactly, there won't be an issue. It should be an enjoyable laugh for those who invest, I think. Chong says Cecil writes slower than Scotsman Colors. It really could very much be that, like you guys don't understand that, like, what do you call it? Writing requires a sort of mindset, and in my experience, it's very different as a streaming mindset. And it's the leading cause of why I come off looking even more retarded and stupid than I am so often, It's because, like, you've got to rewire the way your brain thinks to do public speaking compared to doing internal speaking, which is what you're channeling when you're writing. And so, like, with Cecil doing streams all the time and drinking, he probably doesn't have a lot of time where he's got the mental energy to just focus and write. So that's probably what was happening there, And wait a minute, fuck you, Scotsman's on the slow colors.
I'm literally coloring a book that was not designed to have color in it. So
yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to figure out a bunch of ways to, monkey shoehorn in color into this book.
Mm-hmm.
So, which
you're doing
I
a
think
great job at it.
I think it's turning out good. Thank you, sir.
Oh, hell yeah. All those weeks we've been sitting on those coloring streams and everything, and the tips that he says and how he shows his process. Yeah, I can see 100% why. You were getting amazing quality out of this project, on every front.
Yeah. Chuck Keysworth says creativity isn't a switch that you can just turn on and off. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to master. Since I started this whole thing, and it's hard as shit, man. Like, I was able to conquer the whole writing block thing early into my career because I was able to just sort of be like, no, fuck it, this is a job, right? And if it's not good enough, replace it with better writing. Write anything, And so I got through, like, writer's block. I don't have that anymore. But now I've got this new barrier where it's like I can't concentrate, because I've used all my mental energy on stream. So I kind of sort of got a bit of a solution where I was like streaming in the morning so that I'm like not tired, and then writing in the afternoon. But then that seemed like the perfect solution. But then I noticed that my writing was getting a little bit sloppy because I was tired. So then I thought, well, what if I write really early in the morning and then stream? And then I ended up with streams where I was looking even more retarded than normal. And it's like, I need more. I don't have a big enough pool of mental energy to distribute throughout my day. Like, before you start to get tired and foggy, And on top of that, right now I've got the puppies too. I'm only one man, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah, you would. You're doing the colors and the inks and the story and everything. You've got to be fucking maxed and tapped out, dude.
A little bit. This year, I told you, all my hair is just turning white.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why it's the only thing that's really been suffering the most, I would say, is my YouTube channel. I need to get back to it. I was going to stream today, but I jumped on Carla's stream, came over here. So yeah, I need to get this page all inked up anyway. So it's easier when someone else is hosting.
There you go.
It is.
There you go.
Thank you, Scotsman.
Welcome, Vinny. I appreciate you being here, man.
Oh, of course. I always love hanging out with you guys.
Yeah.
Good people.
Yeah, and Sims here, and we had Optimus here.
Mm-hmm.
Had a good
good
crew
folk
today.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
So what's everybody doing for Thanksgiving? You stay in quarantine? You staying home? You
Yeah,
gonna
for the
worry
most
about
part.
this fake fucking virus? I mean, this pandemic thing?
Well, I have some family members who actually have it.
Yeah.
So there's not really going to be much of a get together.
Yeah. They in deep trouble?
I wouldn't say that because it's like
Hmm.
there's two strains, right? One's the one that you're choking on your own stuff, and the other one is more of like just like a fever kind of
Mhm.
deal. And yeah, so far that's what they have.
Kind of like other flus.
Yeah, more or less. So.
Yeah. I personally know 2 people now that had it and didn't even know they had it.
Right.
Like tested positive for it.
Yeah. Well, I said this years ago. I had a version of this stupid fucking thing, and I had it for like, I'm not kidding, almost 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was one of the little test versions, and that's when I started getting really bad allergy problems around that time. So yeah, maybe I'm immune to it.
Yeah.
Well,
we had to put a Trump joke in there.
Yeah, Vinny's the cure, you know. Vinny's the guy that got to harvest his antibodies. He's going to save the human race, you know.
Vinny's our outbreak monkey.
Oh shit!
I don't know. Supposedly my kid had it, and I never got it.
Oh, see, we got another monkey we can use.
Mm.
Not just me.
You've been quiet.
Sam, cure Canada.
Yeah.
And take out Trudeau while you're at it.
Yeah.
Shh, don't spoil it.
Come on, don't get Simon locked up, man. We need him.
No. I'm gonna take him out to dinner soon. Yeah, that's what I meant. Tell him how good of a job he's been doing for your people.
That's right. Take him out for tea, maybe some coffee. Hey.
That's right.
So how much prog have you made while we've been sitting here, Simon? What have you got done? What have you been doing? You work pretty fast, so.
This.
Nice.
Yeah, Angela, I'm not adhering to Gavin Gruesome's fucking order. My family and we're getting together. He can suck my dick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you'll run into him at a restaurant somewhere.
Yeah, maybe, right? Fucking turd.
Yep.
So that's what I'm working on.
Nice.
Pages from Demona,
That was great stuff.
which is going to be part of that Inkslayer project.
Yep. That'll be good. No, I just like to bring it up every once in a while to keep people know that you're there, working your ass off.
It's fucking Inkslayer, dude.
Dude, the other day I spent like hours playing with settings to actually when you get a new program, right? It takes a while to get that effect that you want in that line, especially with new updates and stuff like that. And I changed from Manga the last version of Manga 5 to the new version of Clip Studio, right? So I still had some adjustment to do, and finally I found with the new update that they did in 2020 with the drivers, you have 2 controls now to control the effect of your line instead of just one. So yeah, I can control the pressure better. So now I can get better effects in my lines.
I
happy.
I gotta buy this program at some point.
Yeah, get it when they're 50% off, dude. Like that, you can get the animation program with it. If you go like full pack, you get everything with it.
Yeah, the EX version or whatever.
Yeah, you guys gotta tip me off when that happens, because
I share it everywhere. I will let you send you a message directly next time I see it.
All right, beautiful.
Yeah, I always retweet it as well every time it goes up.
Mm-hmm. They do it like what?
A couple times a year.
Twice a year.
Okay.
Twice a year.
Yeah.
Shit, Christmas is coming up. What are they waiting for?
They don't do it. That's the thing. They do it more on the changes. I think it's every 6 months. I think it's May and something. I'm not sure. Why that? I think it has to do with tax year. Get it? Wink, wink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they have to do taxes twice a year, the big corporations.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Get one over on demand.
I'm about to wrap this page.
Nice. So when you started it earlier, you went with the skin tones first, and you had a close up, and I went, "Oh my God, what are you painting? It looked like a pair of testicles."
Oh yeah, right here.
Yeah.
This is her knees are together underneath his
Right.
junk, so it looks like his balls are hanging out of his.
Yeah, I was like, oh,
suit.
look at this. He really is a superhero.
Yeah, biggest balls in Comicsgate. The
Biggest
big
balls.
biggest balls. Vote for Esper.
A vote for Esper is a vote for balls.
Mm-hmm.
Testes.
Just another excuse to tax the people of California and keep the courts afloat.
Yep. Fuck, man. Cuomo and de Blasio should also be taken out to Tim Hortons.
Only 64 says puppies and Manga-chan is all we need. And great books and product, I would hope, you know.
Yeah,
This
that's
Tim
also
Horton
true.
dude, it's fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
Faux show. Fuck, I'm kind of dreading having to do the water over here.
Vinny goes, gonna make a pirate book. Kind of dreading the water over here.
Yeah. Well, on this particular page. Maybe I should get
I know the
Scott to
feeling
color
about
this
the
one.
water.
Yeah.
I know
maybe
the
should
feeling
get-
about the water.
I should get you to color this one.
Mm.
Yeah. No, I just trust me. The rigging I just had to do on this ship is not easy either. But man, does it look good.
Rigorous.
Rigorous. Oh, I see what you did there, you son of a. Good
That's right.
person. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, what else do I want to do with this? I could noodle around with this for fucking ever, but I gotta move. I gotta go.
Gotta go do what?
I'm saying I can noodle around with this for ages, but all right, Liam, take a look at this. Tell me if there's anything else you want me to do with it. All right, so full shot. Oops, let me take this banner off.
That's fucking nice.
Are you here?
Yeah. I literally was half asleep. So, so you're looking at this? Yeah, I mean, it looks good. It looks good. Do you want to?
Okay, so this is the full shot. So let's zoom in on the top part. We got the whips. We got some glows on the knuckles there from the energy. A little bit on the leg. All right, it's all logical. Makes sense. See, we got blood on the chest. Little smears. A little bit on her hands because she's kind of holding on there. A little bit of blue glow on her face. Not too much because I want her to stay pretty.
Yeah.
Waters. Everything looks wet. We got some distance there. Background screened back. Got some piping. These pods are, a little bit pulled a little bit forward so that they're there. We got some glows on the whips down here. Anything else you want me to do here?
How are we going to be able to make? Because we're about here. Are we going to be able to make out that little figure in the background at all with the whips, or are they going to get lost into the clouds? Like,
it does not read great. As a matter of fact,
like in printing, I'm thinking that that'll probably blur through straight into that cloud, right?
I mean, maybe, yeah. Let's see.
maybe if we put like a darker cloud behind him, maybe like maybe just insert an extra cloud.
Let's see.
But I
what
mean,
can
I
do
do
here.
kind of like the light that's coming behind him, like it's sort of shining through. It spotlights his silhouette, but I am worried that in actual print, it's just gonna get like he'll just.
Yeah, no, that is true. I mean, when we get to about scale, which is about right here, that doesn't really read.
Yeah.
So let's see. I can. Let's see. What are we looking at right here? Let me do this. So do that. Let me get the cloud brush. Working out the cloud brush.
Sounds like someone else doing some vigorous activity over there. Who's whipping up a cake?
Can't believe it's nearly midday. Jeez Louise.
Let's see. All right. I think that reads a lot better.
Let me have a look for a minute. Can't get to the. A bit, yeah, a bit. I can see it again. I'm just not sure about in print. Because we lose like. Can we switch over to KMC or whatever the hell it is to see what it look like in actual physical print, or do you have to export?
Yeah, there's CMYK.
Okay, yeah. See, it's still.
All right, so here's what we'll do. I got. What we'll do. We'll go with this brush here. We'll go there. We'll do this.
You're widening it up.
This white is going to contrast the most.
Yep, good thinking. That's why you're the best. That's why I hire you. Oh, it's still pretty.
He was just drawing too small.
Yeah. I wasn't super happy with this bottom panel anyway, but I knew that was going to be an issue.
Yeah.
This was actually meant to be a shot of Esper moving through the city like Spider-Man with a bunch of silhouettes all through it, but Odie, just drew that. I was like, what are you doing? Draw it like this. He's like, oh, we've just got to get it finished. We've got to keep it moving forward. I was like, okay, fine. This doesn't look bad.
Let's do this here.
Yeah, but excuse me for a minute, guys. I am here watching.
Yep.
That's right. I am hired for the beard and the dope wow skills. You're right.
Oh yeah.
All right, we'll just take that.
That looks a lot better actually. When I looked away and I looked back, but then when you zoom out.
Well, I'm gonna make it a pure silhouette. So I'm
Good
doing that, and now I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do something that Sim absolutely loves. He loves when I do this.
They're gonna be smoking pot.
No drugs in.
Sorry, couldn't help it.
Nah. When I do line art edits, he starts to quake. All right. So let's multiply. There we go.
It's one of those things where, like, Scotsman's made a ton of like edits to Xenotype Gold Edition. So like, I'm gonna be curious. I'm not gonna ask anyone to do it, but it'll be very curious to see if people go like, "Hey, that's not what happens in the book. This is what happens," and like, they get into arguments over it because some people have silver and some people have black.
Mm-hmm.
Have gold, I should say. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, I've seen some of the little touches. Yeah.
Little things. Nothing major in story or anything like that.
No. Yeah, just little stuff, Yeah, it should be interesting to see.
Yeah, see if they notice the differences.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Well, no one really caught too many of the ones that I did in Through the Woods between the single issues and the hardcover. There were some minor touches here and there. You know, I had to make sure it was like the ultimate edition, right?
Yeah. That's really what these gold are meant to be. They're meant to be the platinum premium edition ones. I mean, the silver ones are very good too, high quality.
Mm-hmm.
But I had people going like, "What's your paper stock?" and all this, they're trying to find out every little detail about my campaign so they can sort of try and pluck holes in it. It's like, no, I'm good, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I'm doing. Just let me do my work. Let me do my job.
Yes, sir.
Like, if they were genuinely curious, they could just ask, but they're just nitpicking, trying to find things to dramatize. Then when that does look a lot better in silhouette,
And then we need to go here.
Get a label maker, says Angela. I guess I should. I'll drive to Coffs and get one, I guess. But I was just going to handwrite them all. It just seemed like 500 doesn't seem like a lot to me, Like
so many labels.
I don't know. Sometimes, Liam, you're too cute for your own good. Yeah, it's nothing. It's nothing.
I mean, that's how Liam does. Liam's like, oh, an impossible task that people find overwhelming. Allow me to just do it.
It's not that it's an impossible task. It's just we know what it entails. Dude, I got 2,000 books out.
Yeah, that's great.
A fucking year and a half. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about too.
I wish I sold 2,000 books.
I think it reads like exponentially better.
Yeah, dude, it does, because the black then flows through with the white, and you can sort of see it doesn't, and this clouds are darker behind it. You can now visually see it more.
Yeah,
I want me to actually zoom all the way out, actually, because then maybe not. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I don't think there's much that we can do.
This isn't the print size. Print size is.
Yeah, print size. Give us print size.
Right here.
Okay, scroll down. Yeah, we're good. That reads.
All right.
Excellent.
They're going to think they have an ant on the page.
Well, the narrative should take care of the fact of what's happening down there, I would imagine.
Of course.
I would imagine.
Just being silly.
There's no dialogue or anything on that panel either. It's just like meant to be a visual panel.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Xenotype 2 is going to look so much better than Xenotype 1. You guys have no idea. So it's been so good, because now Odie won't give me like excuses for stuff. So like when I say, hey, do like acrobatic stuff here, he'll be like, yep. Like, you go look at what he did in Pursuit. Like, what I haven't really talked about is that Pursuit was, in addition to just being my little love letter to Osamu Tezuka, it was also me being like, Odie, draw poses, draw dynamic poses, learn how to draw dynamic poses better. Because he was drawing everything very, very sort of like, sort of classic anime style. And I'm like, I want more of superhero stuff. I want more of a superhero leaning into things. Mm-hmm. And so I've practiced a lot with that. And, you've seen that exquisite page where like Esper's like arching his back, leaning over the missiles as they all shoot past, and it's like, perfect, you got it, you're there. And he's been screwing around with perspective and stuff like that while he's showing his military service, you know. So it's been good.
It's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gonna. So the next book's gonna look so much better, and it makes sense anyway too, because I mean, this is Felix learning how to use his powers and everything, so he's a bit awkward and stuff. Like he hasn't trained how to fight or anything. That's a theme throughout the book too. Like this kid isn't a fighter, you know. He's an artist, but now he's got all these powers that he can use to fight, and it's kind of like he can lean on them as a crutch, or he can learn to actually fight, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be a fun thing to explore in later issues. On Monday, I'm going to the beach. So I hate the beach. I've got to go beat up the ocean. But when I go down there, I might see if I can head down and grab a label maker too, if I'm in the area. Just to have one there if I need it. That way I can handwrite them, and then when I eventually decide that it's a waste of time, I'll print them off. I'll have it there. Felix goes through such a gourmet of emotions throughout this first book, right? That you could basically have a Felix emoji for any reaction. You know, like he's been happy, he's been sad, he's been sarcastic, he's been confused, he's been distraught. You know, full gourmet of emotion.
Of course, especially 200 pages, dude.
Yeah.
You have a lot you could do in there.
Yeah.
Bringing the character
Really,
to
the
life.
main thing that allowed me to do was I could have a lot of action, and like here we're seeing that like she's all like, he's like, I gotta stop, I gotta rest, and you know she's just sort of talking to him, and he's just like, oh, I'm turning back to normal now, because like he doesn't know how any of his shit works, you know, like he doesn't know what he's doing really.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's trying to figure it out, and she's just sort of talking to him here. I see. Where it's like they're trying to have like a bond. Well, she's trying to have like a bonding moment with him because she recognizes that he's powerful, and she's grateful that she was saved, but mostly because she recognizes he's powerful.
Because she's a manipulative bitch.
Yeah. I remember we got to this part of the story, and Odie's like, why is she acting this way? And I was like, well, read her character. And he like went through and he read her, and she's like, I don't think that she's a very good person, Liam. I said, yeah, well, she's not evil. You've got to understand. She's just very, very like she's a social climber, you know, and she's grateful, but like she's a lesson that I want young boys to learn. There's a certain type of woman that she represents, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We've all met them. We all met them. But when you're growing up as a young man, no one tells you that they exist because it's not in media. I just wanted to show that an example of it, you know. It's like just because someone's nasty, so just because someone's nice to you doesn't mean they're good for you, you know.
Exactly.
But I'm sure that people will call it sexist or racist or something. I don't know.
Instead of what it actually is, it's realistic.
Yeah, you know, insightful.
Mm-hmm.
The sketch therapy type of woman. Oof.
Yeesh. No tanks.
Yeah. You know, I've got to have her call when everything blows up in later issues. I'll you guys are here for this. Like, how many people are viewing right now, Scotsman?
12.
The 12 of you that are here are going to know that later in the series, when things, you know, go the way they do, and she calls Felix or Esper a motherfucker, you guys are going to know the origin of it. You guys are gonna know where that came from and what it's a reference to. Sketch therapy woman, fucking hell. Nah. That's not really who she is. She's not like Sketch. She's not like crazy. She's just, she's a young girl that was born into poverty, like Felix. But in this society, social status and social climbing is like, well, not social climbing, but social status is determined by your social credit rating, like in China. So imagine Vaingloria is like the United States, except with a sort of caste system, and so her goal is to use her looks and opportunities and the talents of those around her to elevate herself so that she can have a more comfortable position in society, so that she's not stuck, in low poverty. She can live in like the safe part of the city, and she can accomplish, what the things that she wants to do personally, have personal agency over her life. But and that's who Robin is here, But we get to see more of that as the series goes on. She's not evil. She just is a
manipulative bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Scotsman, were you hurt sometime in your life by a woman like this?
Nah.
Okay. Just checking.
I just read the dialogue.
Yeah.
She never says anything nasty or mean to anyone,
Just manipulation.
Just manipulation, exactly. I hate manipulation, by the way. I once wrote an article for a magazine for Palladium Books called what was it? It was like something in the intimidation, like manipulation and intimidation. It was about the gameplay mechanics, essentially, for like controlling, manipulating people. I did like a whole psychological study, read up on it and everything, and how like criminal organizations like the mob are able to like keep what are generally good men like under tow and in thrall, and how they do it. I hated it. I was like, oh, this is fucked up. Humans are fucked up. And so I applied a bit of that here to Robin, So that's like what she does. And in her mind, everyone's doing it, so that makes it okay. But that's not what's going on here. Like, Felix is just trying to help people. He wants to help out and be a hero. And, I've got the ability to do something. I can make the world better, It's a dreamer. But Robin's just like, well, I've got to make my life better.
She's a manipulative bitch.
Yeah. But she's our Felicia, like everyone is going to say, oh, they should get together, but she ain't no MJ. That's all I'm going to say.
Everyone's going to be like,
brother.
Bye, Felicia.
Bitch. She don't want Peter. She don't want Felix.
Yeah, she wants Spider-Man, exactly. And it's the same thing here. Like, look at her eyes. Look at how she's looking at Felix, like, look at those eyes. She's like, this guy's powerful.
She got the crazy eyes. That's right.
Crazy. Those people out there, remember, you can have fun with them, but yeah, know what they are. That way you can break it whenever you need to.
Say that again, sir.
I said for those
Let's
out
have
there.
a fail safe.
Yeah. I said if you're going to be banging broads like that, so just remember to know what they are and don't get manipulated by them. That way you can break it off whenever you want. Because they are fun.
Yeah, exactly. They're fun. They'll take you on a wild ride, but
don't get fooled by that shit.
You want to be cleaning up messes your whole life because they want to have fun, or you want to have like a peaceful, prosperous life with a woman that you love, You want to have someone that you want to have a family with. You want a career-driven person that wants to that ultimately wants to just sort of make, get ahead, keep getting ahead till into their 40s, and they got nothing to show for their life.
I don't mind keep getting ahead.
Keep giving you head.
Oh, is that we're talking about something else?
What? Huh?
So that mark on her cheek there, for those watching, that's called a Xena mark. Okay, and that is a
Looks like a star.
yeah. There are 5 different shapes that different people have. They're born with them. They're typically born with them, and they're an indicator of psionic or psychic potential. Now, however, because they're kind of like rebellious, because psychic potential is sort of looked down on. It's like it's being an Esper is not a good thing. It's like, it's not cool. Because of that, they teenagers wear them in the same way that sort of tattoos are popular in our modern society. So they copy them, you know what I mean, and they'll put them on their bodies even though they don't actually have psychic potential. So that's what those Xena marks are, You'll see some people in the Xenotype series have they might have like a square on their hand or like a little mark under their eye, like waves, or like you see a star there, and it's just a tiny percentage of the population are born with those things, and teenagers wear them because they think they're edgy and cool. Yeah. Which one is it with Robin? I guess we'll have to find out,
She is a manipulative bitch, though.
Yeah, like exactly. Does she have latent psychic abilities of her own, or is she just a trendy girl that's trying to, get noticed?
All I'm hearing is Scott's been going,
She's
this
a
is
bitch.
it's his favorite character.
Yeah. Actually, I was a bit disappointed because there isn't actually a good female character in the entire book except for Felix's mom.
Oh shit.
Yeah, people are gonna give me shit about that. They're all
Yeah,
bad.
well, you write what you know.
Harsh. Well, no, to be fair, like Robin isn't evil. Like Robin is not evil. She's just
I'm breaking your balls.
Yeah, she's just not on Felix's side. You know what I mean? Like she's on her side.
Well, I mean, she seems like the type of manipulative bitch that won't always be on a side. She might sometimes just be on her back.
Oh. Shots fired.
You got to launch that manipulation somehow.
She looks like my cousin. I'm serious. Well, tell your cousin to buy my book. Buy my book. Buy my book.
That was too desperate.
Yeah, I'm not really. I was parodying the Critic episode. Or not parodying, referencing the episode of the Critic. Remember?
Oh, the cartoon one.
Yeah. Where he's like, buy my book. Buy my book.
Oh yeah. John Lovitz.
Yeah, he's like waving his book around. This is like
that show was fucking good.
It was. It's funny, and it's an example of how not to market your shit. That's
right.
why sometimes.
Yeah, it reminded me of somebody else.
I just hope that people are clever enough to figure out when I'm being ironic or not. I'm starting to think that a lot of people don't get when I'm being ironic or when I'm being sort of sarcastic.
Well, if you make the references a little bit more, current.
Yeah.
So everybody.
I did buy your book, and you banned me, Liam. Oh well, Tom. Message me on Twitter with your back number, and I'll unban you. Seems like I got a lot of people that are in causing trouble though, and I hadn't seen you in the chat before, so I thought, hey, I'm sleep deprived. Is this guy trying to cause issues? I don't know. Angel said, yes, I did. Thank you. I mean, you've been around for the last few days at least, Tommy. So you've seen what I've been dealing with from all sides. So I hope you can understand why I might be a little bit protective. And if I did stop streaming when you kept telling me to stop streaming, then I wouldn't have had that awesome moment where we learned about Cyborg Santa Christ, and and Gang Greenleaf, and had that epic 5-hour stream. Like that was some of the most fun I've had in ages. I said it once, Liam. You said it twice, and you've been giving me shit for a few days, dude. Like you've been giving me negative attitude for a few days, and I don't understand why you're doing it, unless you're an alt. And if you're not, I'm very sorry, and I hope you can understand that. Like there are people that will make alts to fuck with me when I've said, please leave me alone. Just let me do my book. So can I get a refund? No, I don't do refunds. No. Sorry. Don't play games. If you like the book, you'll get the book, and then you don't have to ever invest in me again. And I'm sorry for your trouble. Very sorry. If you send me your backer number or whatever on Twitter, I will unban you. But I have no way of knowing whether or not you're a real person or whether you're just, someone playing a game. Welcome to comic books in 2020, ladies and gentlemen. So.
Snow? This is actually just rain. Those are raindrops.
Mm-hmm. We can totally do snow, just not next issue or the issue after. I'm fully serious. I'm gonna do like a Christmas issue for.
How about a dry climate on the next one, Liam?
I can't. But what I can do is I can set a lot more of it indoors. That'll be how I'll cover it.
How about inside of big like warehouses and stuff?
Yeah, I'll just transition things into warehouses and stuff. I'll like have fights, smash people through walls and roofs and stuff like that.
There you go.
I'll put you to that fucking wall.
Oh, that is my no word of a lie. That is like my second or third favorite show. I love F is for Family.
Yeah,
man.
I
really, really do. The latest season was really disappointing, but the first 2 seasons were just solid.
Oh yeah, man. They were golden.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I love this shit. Bill Burr's hilarious.
So good,
He's like my spirit animal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, I was distracted by the tubes. The tubes.
You were distracted by what?
The tubes. YouTube's was popping up with something.
How about that curfew? Yeah, right. I don't know. They don't have the authority to do it, so I think we should just tell them to go fuck themselves.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like a plan.
It's called the Constitution. Last time I checked.
Yep. Have you ever watched that girl, that woman, Tina40 on Twitter?
Mm-mm.
Oh my gosh, she's priceless. She's always adding Cuomo or fucking De Blasio or what's her face? She calls Nancy Pelosi the slur of the House. Man, she goes off on them, calling them cocksuckers and everything else. Dude, it's hilarious. You would
Oh, is that blonde lady from Brooklyn?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That broad's too funny.
Yeah, she drops a lot of F-bombs.
A little bit.
A lot of F-bombs.
But she is entertaining as hell.
You guys go fuck yourself, okay?
You fucking cocksuckers telling us what to do?
Yeah.
But you're having your fucking Thanksgiving turkey with 40, 50 people, and we got to be at home 3 people at a time? Go fuck yourselves. You got to go to bed with a mask on?
I mean, it's only getting worse because we're letting them do it.
Yeah. China is asshole. Remember that.
We gotta push back, man. We gotta push back.
Biden turd and fucking Kamala douchebag. Jesus.
That's right.
Could you imagine?
You mean your future Canadian president?
Yeah, I'm not convinced that's gonna happen just yet.
Huh? Future Canadian resident.
No, president. She went to school. She grew up in my area, and she went to my girls' school.
Oh Christ. That's bad all around.
Yep.
We know she destroyed a whole bunch of places where she made her little stamp. Crime rate went up. More black people got thrown in jail.
Mm-hmm.
And then out. Dude, have you seen New York? They are just straight up shooting up heroin in fucking Manhattan. There's like drug addicts everywhere.
No, I didn't know that was a
What the hell are
thing.
you talking about? What the fuck? I walk away to take care of a puppy for a second, and they're shooting up heroin openly in New York. What's going on? Why?
Yeah, in Midtown, all these drug addicts are all over the streets, and they're literally pulling out guns too and shooting people. Just right there, out in the open. They didn't care. Usually they wait for a certain time at night or whatever. They're going to do big crime. They're just doing it in broad daylight. There's footage of people sitting in Manhattan, these guys doing fucking dope right there. They said they called the cops. Number of people called the cops. Nothing. No answer.
Yep.
Oh, Jim, yeah, there was no Minecraft stream today. I'm too close to finishing.
Nerd.
I didn't want to get called a nerd by Vinny, so
I do it almost every time I see him, just for a good laugh. Because every time I do it, he's so into it, and then like I just put it out of nowhere and I draw it out, and he laughs every time like nonstop.
Because I know it's coming. The second I see Vinny's initial hello comment or whatever, I know a nerd's coming.
Usually I've been doing that's the first thing I put out there.
I know it's coming.
Because I love you, brother.
Yeah. Love you too,
I fell
Vinny.
asleep like an hour ago, and that was 5 hours ago. Crazy. Yeah, no. Man, can I have some of your sleep? Can you just transfer that over to me? That way I can keep going.
Oh, does it work that way? Because I'm going to need to get some transfusions as well.
Yeah, I need some sleep transfusions, ladies and gentlemen.
Stat?
Yeah, I need more hours in the day.
Yeah, I don't think it works that way, fam.
God damn it.
Oh, damn it. We're only human.
Are we, though? But are we?
Well, I mean, I'm technically a superior breed of human, you know. I'm a ginger, you know.
I thought we were like the pantheon of the gods.
Yeah.
You're the god of oranges, and
yeah, that's right.
I must be Mercury because, man, all the shit I've been getting out there. I gotta slow up a little bit. I gotta make sure each and every page is just hot damn fantastic.
The citrus demigod.
That's right, the god of oranges and Discord. So the Chuck Keithworth comes in and says, "Yeah, how's that defund the police working out for you in New York City?"
Exactly, man. These people are insane. Well, that's why everybody's leaving. No one fucking stayed there. Everyone's
Remember
out.
when Cecil went out and he was filming and the streets of New York were just empty? I've never seen that before. Never
Dude,
seen
I know. It looked like I Am Legend.
Yeah.
Which, ironically, the book is actually set in California. And the book is way fucking better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Arnold was supposed to actually have done it years ago.
I'm kind of glad he didn't. Like,
I wish that he did, because it was back when he was hot. Because I thought the Will Smith movie they fucked it all up, and especially the ending.
Gay. It's back when he was hot.
I'm talking about when he was doing his Prime movies. Yeah,
I
Fruit
know
Loop.
what you're talking about. God
Yeah,
damn it.
Fruit Loop.
Yeah.
How cool is it that we get to make comics and talk about movies and hang out with our fans all at the same time?
It's
Come
great.
here,
man.
Vinny Daramella. Come here.
Yeah,
I'll show you just how hot I am.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I want you to tell me why they call you the Bono King.
Oh shit. No. Let's back up. Let's back that up. No.
Yeah. He don't want no prison rate. That's not Vinny C.
Huh?
Oh fuck! How would you feel if a dude who was built like fucking, like Arnie said, "I'm going to rape you," and started approaching you? Like
I don't know, Liam. How would you handle that?
No. If you can rely on that stereotype of steroids, you can go like, eh.
yeah. I just don't know how you'd react. Like you'd have to like run away, I guess. Like,
Well, now the question is, are they as wealthy as Arnold?
oh, that's funny.
Because if they're as wealthy as Arnold, I'd be like, well, because I'm getting paid.
Yeah.
But are you?
No, it's a power thing. It's like it's not going to be fun. It's not going to be a good time. You know what I mean?
It's not gonna be
a gay old time.
It's an investment. It's not a good time.
Yeah, Arnie in his prime raping you. Yeah, I don't think that would be a good time. This is Mr. Olympia. Giving it to you.
Yeah.
9 times.
Let's have a pose off.
I'm a 9-time Mr. Olympia. I'm going to show you how it works.
It's like I guess now that I guess I'm gonna shift my stance and become fully pro firearm instead of just sometimes pro firearm. Yeah. Since imagining someone the size and tone of prime Arnold Schwarzenegger raping me, like there's nothing I could do. I would be powerless. He would just I'd be like a little girl in his arms, Like,
yeah.
Got Simon laughing. I'm doing something right. Good.
It's a big yikes for me.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was like, actually think about being in that situation for a moment. Like you're locked in a room with him. Like there's no way out. Like you're in a prison cell or some shit. He's like, I'm going to rape you now. You're like, whoa. All right. Nowhere to run, nothing to do. Like that's true terror. That is true, genuine terror. That must be why,
I would say that's when you have to pull an Epstein and just kill yourself in whatever manner possible.
Yeah. Just like as he slowly approaches you, you commando roll over, grab a toilet roll, whoosh, whip it around your neck.
You think that's what happened?
Or you take opportunity to go, you know what? I'm going down fucking primal. I'm going full animal. Like I'm gonna bare my teeth, I'm gonna bare my claws, and he's gonna lose an eye. Count the cost there, sir.
Yeah, if you're ever in that situation, it is. Yeah, you're gonna do whatever you have to kill the man.
That's right.
Oh, jeez.
I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna just take it.
No way.
I'm just gonna take it.
Liam just wants to bang. No. Let's really think about that scenario.
You don't want a square jaw baby? You sure?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
No.
I don't know. Ask his maid.
Oh my goodness.
I'd be curious to see if he can. He's so manly that he can impregnate a man.
Yeah, that's right. Something we need to discuss here, says Angela. Yeah, she wants to sort of go over the full details of the rape scenario. She wants to know like the full terror of I guess Liam being raped by Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, no thanks.
Oh jeez.
Did you see that kid of his, that bastard one with the maid? He looks more like him than any of his other kids, and he's actually going into bodybuilding and acting.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Always pro firearm, Chuck Keysworth. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sometimes. I go back and forth because, like, and this is something that gets me in trouble with my sort of more conservative friends and stuff because, like,
now you're gonna get all gay Australian on us. Go ahead. Tell us how bad guns are.
Well, It's not that they're bad. It's that I believe that we've got an issue with mental illness in the like being at a higher rate than ever before in society. And it was a real culture shock for me when I did move over to America, and to see my missus and her family at the time just treating shootings and school shootings like they're just something that happens. Like they're just like, well, that's terrible, but you know, it happens all the time. When here in Australia, it doesn't happen at all, right? Like it's not sometimes, it's like never, right? Like
How
it's
many
happened
people are
like-
getting arrested for not wearing a mask?
I don't know.
Australia.
But yeah, that's shifting it to a different thing, right? Yeah.
Oh
we're
no, it's not. It is
No,
one and the same. Because if you were armed, then the police would not be fucking with you in that way.
I think the police are always going to fuck with you, you know.
Well, all I'm saying, dude, is that is a huge factor. Your government should fear the people. That is what a true republic is all about.
I think that the government should serve the people. I don't believe that the government should fear the people.
They should
fear
they should fear the people. They should fear every day that they serve that they're going to be removed with force if they fuck up. 100%. They should live in fear of the people so they actually serve the people, because otherwise they become tyrannical, which is what America is turning into, because they no longer fear us.
Okay,
Fear.
wait a minute. I'm being taken out of context here. Greg says school shootings are not common occurrence here in Liam. No, in
True.
the States. No, I know they're not common, but you know, they do happen pretty regularly if you look up the statistics and the numbers compared to Australia, which is like we've had like a handful and no one's actually ever been like, well, not no one's ever been killed, but only a handful of people have ever died ever from it. And
Well,
to me, the issue is not about whether or not the gun is evil or whether or not someone should not be allowed to have the gun or anything. Like it really, for me, it comes down to I try to be very hopeful and optimistic in a lot of my stuff, but in reality, guys, like if I'm not wearing my YouTube mask, I'm a very cynical person. Okay. I've seen a lot of the worst qualities of humanity throughout my life with a lot of the people I know. And I know the dangers of mental illness, and I know what it's like in lower class societies, right? Because that's where I come from. And as I look around at modern America with everyone packed together, living like ants in cities, and I look at the overwhelming mental illness going on, and I look at the increased narcissism going on, I'm like, these are people that I don't want to have firearms, because one of those people is going to lose their shit and then shoot a bunch of people. And then that one person, just because they were fucked up in the way they were raised and society failed them, or their parents failed them, or they're just literally deranged or psycho, send a tragedy that ripples all throughout a whole bunch of families. And I don't know of any way to sort of handle the gun situation except for you just remove it from the public eye. Like here in Australia, I can go get a gun if I want one. I can go and get one. It's not like we don't have access to them. It's just you've got to join a gun club. You've got to have a psychological assessment. And we don't have them in stores like you do in America, where you see them everywhere, you know, like you can go and see them commonly. You can only see them in certain places where you book a time to see them and stuff. And, you know, then they'll go over everything with you and stuff. So it's just about in the public eye, and access is the main thing. And my issue is not with the weapon itself or with responsible gun owners. I actually have a lot of respect for those people. It's just society is at a current state where I think there are problems we really need to address with mental health. And I really think that people should get the fuck out of the cities and go live rural. And I tell that to everyone. I really think you need to be getting out rural.
The world's a dangerous place, Liam.
It is.
And I don't need the state deciding for me if I'm able to protect myself from people,
Yeah,
regardless
that's
if it's
cool.
someone who has a knife. See, the thing is, Liam, the weapon is not the issue. And like you said, mental health is the problem. Taking guns out of people's hands is not going to solve the problem. They're just going to stab somebody. They're just going to hit them with their car.
Yeah, okay, but this is the thing. I would rather be stabbed than shot.
Bro, give me a fucking break. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard you utter in my life.
No way. I have a much higher chance. I think it's like I've got like nearly a third again chance of surviving a stabbing than I do being shot.
Bullshit. You know? That is not true. If you get hit center, no, it's not. It is not true. It is 100% not true. No. If you get hit center mass with a single round, if you get shot and it misses organs, you have a high chance of survival. If you get stabbed, you have a very high chance of bleeding out.
Usually a knife is the person is way more precise than a bullet.
You get way more hurt in a knife attack than you ever would getting shot.
Liam,
if it hits you in the head, you're done.
If I could stand
That's not
against
true.
someone, if I could stand against someone and it was like choose the enemy that you're facing, man with gun, man with knife, I'll take the guy with the knife. I've defended myself against guys with knives. Like I can do that. I can't defend myself at 10 or 15 feet from a gun. Like there's nothing I can do.
You can defend yourself better, but it's saying that you have more chance of dying from a knife than a gun.
That is true. Look up the statistics. More people die from gunshot wounds when they're taken to the hospital than they do from knife wounds. I looked this up a long time ago. Like I'm not being a troll or nothing. I'm being honest with you guys. Look,
I hear you, but I actually have an expert that I'm very good friends with, Master Bram Frank, and he is an expert at both firearms and knives. He's even developed his own knife. I think he would tell you that the knife is way more dangerous.
Yeah, well, I'm just going off reports from hospital statistics
and
stuff.
I'll tell you another thing. My Aikido sensei, he taught
because the knife ones don't get to the hospital.
He taught battalions of police officers how to deal with edged weapons and also how to disarm and all of that, right? And one of the things that he explained is if someone wants to stab you and they're within 30 feet of you, you're getting stabbed.
Yep.
There's no way around it. You are getting stabbed. You are getting cut in some way, whether it's plunging into your chest or into your gut, or you're getting sliced about the arms or the hands or whatever. You are going to take some damage. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that's why you'll see I've got like a stab mark on the middle of my forehead that you can sort of see. I'll show you at some point. Like I've got a big chunk of scar missing out the forehead. I've got another bit here on my wrist here from a bit here and this part of my hand. Like, yeah, you're going to get cut, but like I'm legitimately scared by firearms and I am not so much scared by knives.
Well, I'll tell you what, and you know, take this however you like. Your fear of firearms is not my concern, and it has nothing to do with my right to own a gun.
Yeah, well, that's not my point either. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like in a combat situation, like again, I would always, if I had the choice between going against someone with a knife or a gun, I would always choose someone with a knife because even getting to the person to disarm them is way harder with a firearm, you know, because they can shoot you 2 or 3 times, you know, by the time you close quarter to get into CWC with them.
See, and that's inaccurate also, because if you point a gun at somebody and your hand it moves an 1/8 of an inch to the left or to the right, you'll miss your target.
You can miss. Yeah.
You'll miss. No, you will miss. And in the heat of the moment, whenever you draw a weapon and you try to take a shot, your nerves kick in, your ability to aim and your ability to acquire a target gets severely compromised unless you're highly, highly trained. Highly trained. There are plenty of videos of highly trained people, cops, pulling people over where they get into a gun battle with a suspect where they're shooting at each other. They're missing every shot. Both the cop and the suspect are missing every shot.
Hollywood. Exactly. It's not Hollywood, you know, but
this is real, right?
Yeah.
It's much harder to hit a target than people think. But whenever you're engaged in a knife attack, when you're fighting someone with an edged weapon, you're going to get cut, whether it's on your wrists, on your hands, on your shoulder, whether it gets stabbed right into your body, you're going to take damage. I'm not saying all violence is bad. I wouldn't want to get involved in any one of these altercations.
Yeah, no, you don't want to. You definitely don't want to. So you're saying that if you had a choice, where there's no getting out of it. You're going to have to engage in a combat situation with an opponent, and you had the option to choose between if it was an opponent with a knife or a firearm, you would choose to go against someone with a firearm.
And I had no way out.
Yeah, it's just which would you choose, either or? Which is the lesser evil in your opinion? Like which
one do you think you have more chance of getting out? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm probably gonna get stabbed if it's a gun or if it's a knife. And if it's depending on the distance, you at least have a chance to try to control the weapon and point it away from you. I think you have more of a shot. Depending on the range.
And Greg, I'm seeing what you're saying, but these are hypotheticals. This is about risk assessment and just thought experiments. You know, Greg, I know you don't get to choose. The fact is, in a society where, you know, guns are more available, criminals are going to be more likely to use them. The same way that, you know, in a society where, like, for instance, in Australia, like, we have a much higher rate of stabbings, beatings with, like, you know, blunt instruments than you do with firearms. It's because the people that would commit the crimes with firearms don't have easy access to them. So instead of shooting people, they beat their heads in, you know,
Right.
like, it's not that you're gonna, it's not like there's going to be less crime either way. That's not the question. It's just the type of crime, you know. It's about measuring the
But
degree. I guess.
I'll tell you something else too with all those people and the shootings and all that crap, especially the ones in schools, right? It's the media that turned a lot of them into household names is the problem, because that's what you had a lot of copycats. Because I'll tell you right now, when I was in school, I was in high school when I found out that my middle school teacher, one of them, was shot and killed by a student that was not his. He literally said, "What are you doing in my classroom?" There was this little black kid. He's like, "What are you doing in my classroom? You don't belong here." And it was like the last period. So he goes, "Could you leave, please?" The kid left. He came back with a gun and he shot that teacher dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the thing was, it wasn't televised worldwide, nationwide, all this other crap. So there was no like repeat or copycat type people on that. Now the ones that they came in with the machine guns, it was a bunch of them, and you know, the Sandy Brook, all these other fucking places. Like they've even said it. Like the ones who did the copycat shootings, that I wanted to be famous, I wanted to be known because I was a loser all my life.
Yeah, exactly. It's about revenge and stuff. Exactly.
Right, and they know that when they know they were going to be televised, because that's what they did for a while. The media would cover every little fucking bit of it and make these kids a household name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. To address Chuck, where you say no, that's a terrible argument. Criminals don't acquire their firearms legally. This is true. Okay, this is true. But do you know how much it costs to get a firearm on the black market in Australia? Like for a criminal to acquire a firearm, the average just for a revolver, you're looking at paying about $1,300, right? Not $1,300, $13,000, right?
And how much for bullets?
Well, I don't know. I don't look at that, but that's to get it. It's because the demand.
No, I just wanted to prove a point that even the bullets are expensive as fuck.
Yeah, so it's just about the criminals are always going to be able to get them and stuff like that. Like this isn't me saying, oh, then the world's magically going to be better and everything. I'm just saying, like, as it is right now, like, it's extremely difficult for people to acquire that stuff, and most meth head, drug addict, weirdo losers aren't going to be able to dump $13,000 to get a firearm to commit their crimes. You know, that's the reason we don't have that stuff going on.
In their defense, that if the guns are illegal to buy there, they will bring it out. The criminals will import them from outside, especially, you know, the big ones.
Mm-hmm.
So they will still have their guns. So their way of thinking is more about if we give away our rights to gun, and if it's really fucking hard for us to get them, and it's easy for the criminals to get them because they can just import them and come in. You know that they're already doing it with other stuff, right? Do you think they buy their guns already in the States? Fuck no.
Triple R says the Transformers have guns. So you want to know how gay Australia is, my friend? Megatron is not allowed to be sold in Australia because he looks like a gun. So that's the reason that Megatron stopped being a gun in later editions of Transformers and became a tank, because they could not sell him in countries that were like anti-gun and stuff. Like, I'm not making that. That's true. You can look that up. And in Australia, to own original G1 Megatron, you need to have a special license, like a gun license, to be able to own the copy of the toy, because he looks like a firearm replica, and you know, you've got to have a thing for that. As for like getting them from the boats and stuff like that, I mean, yeah, this is where, if we keep expanding out to further and further and broader issues, we can go on forever. But again, we have border security, you know what I mean? And that's that's one of the best things that we have going for us. You know, if you try to come into our country or smuggle shit in, we go and we put you on an island. You know, you don't even get to come into our country and sit in jail. We put you in a jail on an island somewhere else. You know, so we're pretty strict with our immigration stuff. Now it does happen. You know, it's not like this shit never happens, but it's so diminished compared to what's in America that for me, having looked at it, and again, remember guys, I love the United States of America. I love freedom. I love liberty, right?
Those things are ensured by the Second Amendment.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing. This isn't a matter of whether it's right or wrong for me. It's a matter of how do we deal with this in the current climate of the world? Because I feel like we have a society of children and someone needs to be dad right now. And that is antithetical to a lot of my core beliefs as well. I know that's very anti-libertarian, but I'm looking at them like, I don't know how else to deal with the fact that we have these huge portions of society that are acting like invalid children, and that can do tremendous damage to people, and they have the right to be protected against that. And it's like, even having a firearm to shoot.
Wait. No, they don't. Have the right to be protected against what?
Against disorder and chaos.
And by whom?
Crime.
By whom?
I'd say it's one of your basic human rights. And I'd say
you have a human right to be protected?
Yeah, you have a human right to be safe.
Where does that right come from?
From God, you know.
You have the right to be protected from God?
No, not from God. You have a right to be protected. You have the right to your peace. You have a right to your place in the world, to live without fear. Like, these are basic, you know.
I would posit to you that's incorrect. You have the right to secure it for yourself, not that it should be provided to you.
Well, I mean, that's
as a free human being that occupies this earth, same as everyone else, your security is your responsibility, not the state.
Yeah, well, this is true. Everyone's security is sort of their own. But I mean, the state, where I come from, is the state's job, ideally, not what the state is, but the purpose of the state is to serve the will of the people and carry out the common good, you know? And like, someone has to do that, because, and in a society where everything's so huge, we got to manage things somehow, and a bunch of individuals can't manage an entire nation. So that's the reason we've got the political system we do, everything's set up, because it's all about, we've had to make little compromises with our liberty to be able to maintain order, because we can't have a lawless society, right? Like, is that unreasonable?
Make compromises with our liberties in order to have not have a lawless society?
Yeah.
I mean, I would argue that no. I would argue that the law is not predicated on whether or not we have our liberties. How is that an equivalency?
Say that to me again. I'm a little tired. I need to let that sink into my brain.
The efficacy of the law is not predicated on whether or not we have our liberties.
Well, this is true because tyrants can enforce law, but I still think that without law enforcement, then surely, like, I mean, I understand.
I don't think anybody's advocating for not having law enforcement.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to figure out the middle ground here. You know what I mean? Because I'm not asking for people to live in fear or have their firearms taken away or anything like that. Like, not at all. I just am looking at society as it currently exists, and looking at people rioting in the streets and burning things down and thinking someone's got to do something. And I don't want any of those people. Like, imagine if everyone in Antifa had a gun in their hand. Can you imagine what that would be like?
Imagine if every private citizen who was being assaulted by Antifa had a gun in their hand.
It would be a war zone. It would be a literal war zone, and I don't think that's better. I honestly don't.
I think you have a completely twisted idea of what it would be. Antifa would not have the fucking balls to assault private citizens if everybody had a gun in their hand.
Exactly.
That's pretty. There's some truth to that for sure.
There's a lot.
Aren't they already doing it though? Like,
on the screen right here is a book written by a guy who's a statistician. His name is John Lott. He wrote a book where he ran numbers based on areas that are more armed tend to have less crime. and this is true. These are real facts.
And why do you think? I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt for a minute. Why do you think one of the first things that Antifa did? They started attacking gun stores, and the memo went out, and the gun shop owners were sleeping in their gun stores. And guess what? When they got attacked, you saw Antifa people going down, and they stopped attacking the gun stores. Why would that be one of their first targets?
That's interesting. That is interesting. Like, look, I'm not an unreasonable person. I'm here to have a conversation.
As soon as they come in, dude, as soon as they come in, right? They start to say, like, that's what happened here in Canada. Technically, it's like they come in, they go and they attack those laws. Then after that, they go and you protest, right? Then after that, they start putting laws against doing protests. And then you get caught into that vicious cycle where you can't even express yourself, defend yourself. That's what they're trying to bring up. That's the adder that protects you from the tyranny.
Yeah. No, I just worry because
why aren't there mass shootings at shooting ranges?
Okay, let's go to the logical extreme then, right?
Okay.
And we don't have to go like, I'm not going to go to like some people that are anti-gun or like use retarded logic. I don't want to do that. But I just feasible, viable, like we're adult men, we're deciding the fate of the future of our society, okay?
Okay.
Do you believe that it would be, and this is me being a sarcastic cunt, like I want your honest opinions and the opinions of people in the chat too, right? Do you believe that we should be teaching gun safety in school and providing every student with a firearm as part of our education and the curriculum for personal defense? Would that help resolve an issue in a larger sense? I'm not leading. I'm asking an honest question when everyone's honest opinion.
I think if we provided students with firearms training, I don't want to give everyone a gun because that's fucking communism. But teaching them how to properly use, load, care for all the safety features, how to field strip and put together a weapon, how it should be properly stored, and when and where to use it, and what the laws are of the city that they live in on the usage of firearms. I think that would be extremely beneficial.
Do you think that it would reduce? Do you think it would reduce the likelihood of crime, or do you think that educating the youth would result in teens becoming more bold in the use of firearms during a time where they are emotionally, I guess, unstable? And
I think your idea of how the world is right now, Liam, is completely fucking skewed. I know there are a lot of sad people in the world, and I know there are a lot of people who have hard times in various places, but that is not the majority of society. That is not the majority of America. There are places in America where there are people who are having a rough time, but that is not everywhere. I just don't.
See, it's been so long since I was around, that's mostly what I've seen. The last time I was in the US, I was in Seattle, and it was at a point where I was standing there with a friend and we were looking at this parking lot, and there were needles in the bin, all over the floors, all in the parks. And she's telling me, like, this used to be a beautiful city, and now there are junkies everywhere. Everything's like, and I'm just like, this is insane. This has gone mad. This is madness.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my last real exposure to America before I jumped back on the plane. And I was like, it's going to end up just like it is here. You know what I mean? And that's like, I don't want the world to be that way.
Yeah, there's some places where drug addiction is at an all-time high. There's places where the opioid epidemic is extremely high. I mean, I don't see where that correlates to weapons, though, to firearms.
Well, because what happens, the reason in my mind, the connection I make, the reason that I get so cynical about things is because what happens is this creates situations where people can't maintain stability in their life. Very few people are able to feed their addiction and maintain a state of normalcy, right? And then what happens is that ends up putting them into and difficult times economically, which leads to desperation, which is the source of crime and a lot of violent outbreaks in families and stuff, right?
Mhm.
So like as we sort of are more and more accepting of this stuff, and you say like, yeah, let it all in, and it becomes more the norm, especially for young people that don't really know the risks of doing it. It really destroys lives, and I'm really worried about it. Frankly, it's something that does occupy my thoughts pretty often, and so I think about like and again, the news I don't see happy families. I see Antifa. I see race riots. I see people looking for reasons to be upset. I see people standing in front of the White House with a sign stuck to the fence that says, you know, like, what was it? It was like, Jesus is dead. And I'm like, what's this got to do with the politics?
Do you
Like,
You know,
see? Hold on. Do you see what's going on?
This is the world I see in America
Yeah,
right now.
it's the world. Hold on, it's the world that they want you to see. This is the narrative that they're pushing because they want to scare and control everyone. That's what this big fight has been about. Social media, all this crap, all the news stations, they all have the same script. You know that? They all have the same exact fucking script. It was documented. There's 2 documentaries that talk about what they've been doing and how they've been attacking Trump for the past 5 years, not 4 years, 5 years. And they regurgitate the same shit. They want everyone to be scared. They want to push this control because they think with this fear, we're going to accept the change that they're forcing on everyone. But when this happens and those 2 douchebags get in, they want to really change everything. They want to change the laws where we have no more freedoms. They're going to police everything even further. Twitter, YouTube, all that stuff. That's what they're doing. You know, this conversation makes me want to go out and get another gun. Just saying.
Liam, you know, I went to work all week. I went to work all week last week, and I didn't see anybody from Antifa, not even one day.
Mm-hmm.
Not even one day. I didn't see any needles in any parks. I didn't see any junkies on the street. I did see a couple homeless people, but they were collecting cans.
Okay.
So,
see, that's not too bad, and you're in California.
Mm-hmm. This is the idea of what you're being presented is not accurate.
I'm scared about the slippery slope. I'm going to be honest with you. You know, like I've seen it in the arts. I've seen it in my life. I've seen it in people who I know, and I'm scared that it's going to happen to a larger society as whole as we embrace things. Like, look, for instance, this is going to make me really unpopular too. But for instance, with marijuana, right? Like, I've seen people tell me my whole life that it's harmless, and then I've seen its effects on people's lives and what ends up happening. And now I see tobacco companies coming out, multi-million-dollar tobacco companies trying to push this as their new alternative because watchdog groups have essentially made it illegal for them to sell cigarettes to people because they were putting fucking so much shit into it. So their new cash cow is dope. And they're telling everyone, oh, it's great, it's good for your health, it cures cancer. They talk about all the stuff that's great about it, and they don't talk about the effect that it has on the emotions.
They're saying the marijuana cures cancer.
Yeah.
What did Bob Marley die from?
Yeah, I know. But I see this, and this is now
cancer.
Yeah, this is now the new norm, and I see it as introducing another branch of alcohol into, well, not another branch, it's like the equivalent of, like, alcohol causes more death and like than basically anything else, right? Like it leads to car accidents, domestic violence. It causes people a lot of happiness too, and prohibition doesn't work. I'd never take it away, but I'm also really apprehensive to letting dope become a second thing of alcohol and then having that run amok through society and lead people into deeper addiction. And alcohol does the same thing, but the more we open wide and say everything's good, everything's fine, the more damage control people like me have to do for society, and I'm tired and I'm scared.
What do you mean you have to do? You don't have to do anything. See, this is an issue that you have, the severe issue that you have. You think that you have this obligation to tell other adults how to live or how to conduct their business or how to go about their lives. It is none of your business what a free adult wants to do with their body or their time, regardless of how you feel about it.
I just want to help, man. I just want to
I
help.
know, but
And I don't want to have to deal with the fallout of bad stuff happening. Like
In your neighborhood.
like right now, I'm living in a place where it's meth and shit everywhere,
Mhm.
right? Everywhere. Like in fact,
should
there's not
move.
a house. But I've got to wait. I've got to wait until the taxes are done before I can, right? But I'm seeing this every fucking day, and I'm seeing kids on the street, and it's like every single day I see that, and it's just like I don't want this to be everywhere. You know, I spent so long getting away from it, and I got away from it all, and now I'm back here in it, looking at it every day, and it's not just where I'm at; it's spread to nearly everyone I went to school with. It's everywhere, and I'm just like, it's like this growing poison all the time, and it feels like the world just keeps getting worse and worse and worse, and things are more and more desperate. And I just, I feel a responsibility to try and make it better because I don't feel like anyone else is.
Well,
like I feel like they just keep running headlong down into shit, and then I'm dealing with people.
What free individuals do with their time is none of your business, Liam. I don't know how many times I have to say it.
But
you should.
Society is a shared thing. Like
no, it is not.
Together, yeah. Like
it's individuals pursuing liberty and freedom and happiness. And the more and more people do that unfettered and left alone,
what if somebody came to tell you you should not be doing comics or writing? It's not good for your health, dude. It drives you insane because it brings you to another space in your brain where you start detaching from reality and you start living in a false world. It's really not good for you. You're gonna end up in a mental house. What would you say?
That's what people do say. I say, look, I'm still doing my job. Like I'm doing what I'm doing, you know. I try and be aware enough that I have conversations like this where I really challenge what I believe and I listen to alternate points of view and I try and grow as a person and take on new information, you know, like but I mean I'm listening to what Scotsman's saying, you know, and it's hard for me to
I found that I'm far more effective being a good example to others and building other people up, not talking about what I fear all the time, trying to be positive and letting people make their own choices and doing what I can to protect myself and the people in my own sphere of influence. My right to swing my fist. Listen, my right to swing my fist ends at your nose. Non-aggression, right? Don't tell another human being what to do with their life. Be there for them. Help them where you can. Be effective where you can.
Right.
But let people make their own choices.
Yep. You can't save the world by yourself like that. And people who don't want to be helped, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, definitely people don't want to be helped. That's one of the hardest things to face, you know. But I mean, there was a point as well. Like I didn't get to where I am like this where it was just overnight, you know, like I watched people self-destruct and I didn't do anything and I didn't say anything because I was supporting them. I was like, yeah, you know, and then there were people that I got older and I was like, okay, I'm not going to support people that are doing self-destructive things anymore. And then they self-destructed and then it was me that was having to, you know, look after them. And you say, oh, well, why? It's not your responsibility, Liam. It's like, well, I knew these people my whole fucking life and their families in ruins and their house is coming apart. And it's like, well, they need someone to keep everything going and help them. And it's like, no one else cares. They're just going to, fucking end up homeless on the street. Like, I don't want that. I don't want people to have that kind of life. And like, you know, I don't know. The whole situation, just like, I've seen so much evil and I just want to have a good life with good people and I want people to have opportunities and I don't want them to fall victim to shit that they don't know the dangers of. Like they think, oh, it's harmless. This is harmless. It can't hurt me. And then their whole life is fucked up. Or someone else has a bad day and they use their power to destroy someone else's life. And then it ripples throughout their whole family. And then all of a sudden everyone's sad and everyone's scared. And I'm just thinking like, can't we just make a decent society with decent people in it like it used to be? Why does everything need to be fear and control and addiction?
Because what's decent is relative to different people.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, you know, whenever when Australia gets its hands on what's decent, you end up with
No, that's not fair, and that's not true. That's been a really interesting narrative that's getting shoved around lately as well. Hey. So what happened was
you don't
that-
need to elaborate.
Yeah. No, it's a fair call. It's a fair call, but that's not actually what's going on. That's like
Well, what had happened?
they banned lolly shit. They banned stuff that's like, oh, she might look like an 8-year-old girl, but really she's a 300-year-old dragon, so it's okay if we draw her getting fucked. It's like, no, she's it's an 8-year-old little girl and it's banned. Get out of here. Our censorship board just said no more pedo lolly shit. You can't sell it. They still sell hentai, all of that's fine. Like, it's just the lolly shit. They said no more. Because it looked like illustrated child pornography. And frankly, I agree. I don't want lollies in my country. I don't fucking fuck
Yeah,
that.
that's gross. That's gross.
That's beyond gross. I'm gonna
I'm
throw up.
just
Yeah,
kidding about that. But.
It's a 300-year-old dragon. Well, okay, why does it look like an 8-year-old little girl with fucking horns on its head? Yeah, fuck you.
The weird shit that these fucking psychos come up with to try to justify their disgusting perversions. I'm gonna buy 2 more guns.
I don't know, guys. But I appreciate you guys taking the time to talk to me, and I know that I'm a work in progress. I know I'm a disaster. I'm learning,
No.
you know. But you know,
I think if Liam turned all of his superpowers inward and focused on himself, built himself up, I think that all this fear that you're talking about constantly would evaporate.
I got to a point where I was so
Take a moment before you answer. Take a moment and marinate on those words. You're quick to answer, not very quick to think about what I just said.
No, I have thought about what you've said. I have.
you like had that response front loaded, ready to.
I do, because like you've got to understand, like where I am now is the product of a lot of self-improvement, right? And I was really focused on myself for many, many, many years, from honestly about like 18. Like when I first became a Christian, that's when it started, right? Because I was like, I want to be a better person. I see all of these Christian guys around and they inspired me. And I thought, like, I want to be like that, but I swear and I'm rough around the edges and I want to be better. So, and because I was super liberal, like back then, right? Like I was all like, I've got to be responsible for myself and how I react in my own life. And I was able to build up, get a house. I traveled all over the world. I did a lot of really amazing shit that, like, I've had a really awesome life because of that. And ultimately what happened was I got to this point where I had this revelation where the world isn't just Liam Gray, right? Like I'm actually sharing this world with millions of other people, or at least in my society, hundreds of other people where I'm at, wherever that may be. And like I have a responsibility as an adult to keep society going in a way that is healthy and productive for everyone involved here. Like we're all carrying the weight, like our forefathers did. Our forefathers built liberty, built this country, did all this work, and we're all just kids pretending to be adults. And I feel like we need to step up and be responsible now. And so I feel responsible, even though like I'm just a kid, you know, like, and I'm trying to make positive change in the world, and so that people aren't suffering at the hands of poor or selfish choices that other people in positions of power will make and force on others. Like, that's why I'm in a bit of a fucking conundrum right now, frankly, Scotsman, you know?
But you want the state to limit people's firearms.
No, I don't want the state to limit people's firearms. What I want is I want people with mental illness not to have access to them, and I really want kids not to end up getting shot by them because someone fucked their kid up. Like that's like, and that's not me being snarky. Like honestly, that's what I want. I don't care how we get to that place. I just don't want it to be this way anymore. I don't want to be hearing about, you know, 14 kids dead in middle America. You know, I don't want to be hearing about it. I don't want it to happen. And in Australia, it doesn't. So I know that there's a way that we don't have to live in the future where it does. I just want to get to a point where it doesn't happen. You know, like that's all I want. And I don't know how to do it. But I know that me just ignoring it's not going to make it stop. You know,
first step is focusing on you and your own home.
Yep.
That's really the best way. I mean, your own personal health, your own personal, you know, I guess situation. It gives you more resources to work with to help others.
Yeah.
And,
well, I thought about a lot about what you said the other day, you know, about Tyron's teeth and everything, and that's what I'm actually going to use my share of the Indiegogo money on when it's distributed. I'm going to help him out because I think you're right when you said that, like, you said, like, why don't you do it, Liam? Why don't you help him? And I was like, well, I don't know. And then I thought about it, and I'm like, well, yeah, why don't I? So I talked to his mum and everything, and like, you were right about that, you know. But sorry for interrupting.
Well, my point is I hear you talk a lot about fear. You say I'm afraid, I fear that, I'm afraid, I'm afraid. And I'm afraid that, and I fear that, and literally that is every single sentence you utter when you're talking about problems that the world has.
Yeah,
and
because I'm at a point where I feel like the reason I'm afraid, and then I'll just, oh, well, this is the way the world is I'm really scared that we're at the tipping point where everything's going to get a lot worse and we're not going to be able to set things right anymore, you know? And so I feel like we're at a precipice, at a critical point where choices need to be made and changes need to happen, or we're not going to have the option to make the changes later. And that scares me. The idea that we would be trapped into some sort of tyranny or some sort of evil that there was no escape from.
Who's going to save us from that?
Well, I mean, Superman's not real, you know what I mean? So as adults, we need to make a decision to try and make things better. But I feel like not a lot of people are, and I'm scared that, you know, future generations are going to grow up in the shadow of tyranny because we didn't do our responsibility. I guess that's my whole thing. That's why I'm scared. Like, I'm not scared for myself. I have everything I could ever want. I'm scared about the future and other people's kids and stuff, you know, like with the world they're going to be forced to grow up in, you know?
But I mean, I like I said, I hear a lot of fear. I hear very few solutions.
Yeah, I know. That's another reason I'm scared, because like I don't know what to do besides, like, this is the reason I'm trying to have a conversation about it and have you guys tell me your views and tell me why you think I'm wrong. And I'm trying to reassess because I've been looking at this for a while, and
I think I've stated like numerous times what my opinion is on what you should do, rather than fearing things.
Yeah, but if I do pull back and I do withdraw completely and worry about myself, right?
So you
If
should
I go
stop
back to
fearing
that
watching
state-
horror movies, right?
I don't really get scared watching horror movies anymore. I ruined it for myself by watching too many. But like if I pull that back, right, and I just focus on
Didn't
improving
work.
myself and bettering. Yeah, no, this because I'm trying.
He
to
was
have
talking about me.
Oh, right.
Listen, it starts with a healthy diet, Liam. I've been telling you, throw out all that garbage you've been eating.
Yeah.
Start with you.
Mm-hmm.
Work your way up from there.
I don't know if I can be. I don't know if I can be a role model for other people though, because like I'm a joke, right? Like that's pretty obvious to everyone, right? So like, I've accomplished pretty much everything I set out to do in my life.
What do you mean you're a joke to everybody?
Well, I'm a
Explain.
joke to everyone. That's sort of, everyone likes to laugh at me for better or worse. That's sort of like I'm a clown, you know? So I'm not really.
I don't think that's true.
Well,
I don't think that's true at all. I think you're a very intelligent person. You know, you've accomplished a lot.
If I'm so intelligent, why can't I come up with solutions to this shit? You know what I mean?
Well, are you
These are existential problems that one man can't solve. But the point I'm trying to make is you need to focus on yourself and improve yourself and give yourself more resources to be more influential to others. Live the way you want other people to live. Live by example. Teach others the way to live, to ensure that they live a better life, that they don't get mixed up in drugs or mixed up in bad things. But saying how much you fear it, saying that the state needs to get involved, or we need the government to do X, Y, or Z, or we can't have people having guns because bad stuff might happen, that is not a solution. That is not a solution. Free individuals. Free individuals should work on themselves. You alone are responsible for your security in this life. There is no entity that secures your freedom and secures your safety upon other than yourself. You have that responsibility. We need to reduce the power of the state.
But then we get into a situation where, like, essentially society exists to protect those who can't protect themselves.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Of course it does.
No,
Early
it doesn't.
societies of humanity gathered together.
The society does not exist to protect those who can't protect themselves. It's not. That's not true.
So, but I mean, well, then why would you've got the disabled, you've got the weak and stuff. Like you've got like what? If we were in nature, what do we just be like animals and throw them?
Individuals can choose to help others who need protection, not the society at large. Because once you cross that bridge, then now you have a socialized system where now the resources have to be put into it, taken against the will of those who don't want to participate if they don't want to take their resources.
The choice has to remain to the people and not
Individuals.
the government and our system. It has to
individuals making choices to help one another, not organized by the state or the society at large.
Then how do we govern then? Like, and that's not. I'm not. Again, this isn't me being.
You lead by the example.
I live in a republic where I don't want the government telling me to do anything.
No. I mean, how do we govern? Not like telling you what to do. Like, how do we keep the roads running and keep without breaking down? Like, how do we keep taxes going? I mean, I know you probably want to abolish taxes, but like
taxes on labor is slavery. Yes.
Yeah. How do we keep like public parks in good shape? Like, how do we have?
Those are not the same issue, Liam.
Well, isn't it? Because I mean, like that's all handled by the government here anyway. I don't know about there, but that's like road works, like public parks. You're
conflating the issue to things that have nothing to do with people that need help. You're talking about extra things that don't matter. Whether or not we have parks, that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not people can eat.
No. Okay, this is 100% true. You're 100% right. I'm just trying to understand. Like, I'm trying to build an image in my mind, right? Right now, I'm trying to learn. Right, I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I'm just thinking, like, in a society where it is the individual, where we are all like the libertarian society you're talking about, like, how do we do those things, like the basic things, like with the roads and stuff? Like, if it's all individuals, like the things that are utilized by everyone every single day need to be maintained and created. Who does that? Like,
a lot of roads were built by private individuals for many generations.
Private roads and stuff is what.
No, I'm not saying private roads. I'm saying a lot of roads were built by private people who needed access to resources.
Okay.
And everybody else used those roads.
Mm-hmm.
But that obviously we live in an advanced society where that's not the case anymore.
Yeah, this isn't a trap. This is just Liam trying to get a vision of something that I hadn't imagined before. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to, what would the world look like if this was the future that we were building, you know? So you would just have like parks and things like that be maintained by whoever owned them, and then they would be land that would be opened up to other people.
I don't know why you immediately go to parks. Who gives a fuck about parks?
Well, I mean, because that's how your city doesn't look like trash, I guess. That's the Australian.
From parks?
Yeah, you know, that's like your parks, your
nature,
sort of,
like your reserves and stuff like that.
Yeah,
as far as I've seen, whenever you just kind of gaze out across the landscape, if you happen to see some nature, which we don't have a lot of it left in America, but if you happen to see some nature, it kind of takes care of itself.
Yeah, no, but also like in the city, like I don't know what it's like there in where you're at in California, but like we got trees going all everywhere and stuff. It's like you'd have to prune them. Like who does that? Like
Mhm.
you know,
Governmental
yeah, all the
employees.
stuff that the government employees would normally do. But if there's no government, like let's just put all those guys aside and say, go get other jobs, go do.
I'm
things.
not saying no government. I'm not advocating
Okay.
for anarchy.
Yeah.
That's
All
not what
right.
I'm saying.
The idea, the idea
You're
is
jumping
that
from
government,
from the extreme of how do we take care of people to who's going to trim the fucking trees.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm trying to understand.
Those
I'm
have
trying-
nothing to do with each other.
Okay. Yep. All right.
Don't go so far.
Yeah, well, and that's fine. That's what that's what I'm trying to get a perspective on here. You know what I mean? I'm trying to fathom what we're talking about.
Mhm.
So, so you would still have the institution of government in place, but you would have societal issues largely handled by individuals. Would you have like mayors and stuff like that? Like how would that work?
Are we reconstructing a society right now? I didn't know that's what we were
Right
doing.
now, that's what we're doing in my mind. Like I'm trying to understand, like this is interesting to me. So yes, we're reconstructing society as a way that would, so that it's not doom and gloom. Like,
Well, we have to understand. We'll see. I don't think we're on equal footing as to what we think life is. I think we have a different idea of that.
okay, why's that? Like, what do I disagree on? Like,
well, personally, I think that every human being's existence it's their own responsibility. You're born into this world naked and alone, right? You have parents, but and you're their responsibility. But it ends there. You're their responsibility. No one else got involved in those two people doing this, and then a baby comes about 9 months later. So it's two individuals. So the state should not be involved in that, right? So individuals making choices are responsible for the outcomes of those choices. They shouldn't get anyone else involved.
okay. So
And sometimes they're not able to provide the resources necessary to make that life great. That's nobody's fault.
Well, what about child services? Organizations like child services, like ultimately they can be seen as villains in many cases, but are you saying that we shouldn't have something like them, that, you know, if parents are abusing their kids, no one should be able
That's
to
not
come
the
in and
same
say,
thing. Again, that's
Well, I'm
laws
asking,
and rules that are applied that are accepted and implemented.
but they're
Like,
implemented by this. They're implemented by the state. That's
but
why I'm like,
that's what he said. It's like he's not anti-government. Like the government should all they should worry about is how, you know, make everything work in the you know, in the state, right? I'm just trying to like bridge the two points of view a bit.
yeah, well,
here.
I don't have a point. I don't have a point of view right now. I've set my point of view aside. I'm trying to understand a vision of something so that I can form an opinion on it. That's what I'm trying to do. Like, I'm not playing a game. I'm honestly trying to like, how would this actually all work? Like, if it was to go that way, you know, like, because I'm having a hard time getting clear vision of everything, how it would all, like, how it would work and function. You know what I mean? Like,
Right now, the point is, government should not police your what you say. They should not tell you how to live your life. They should not have an effect of what you do in your life, but they should be there to implement the rules that society has decided to be deemed acceptable and what they want to go by. I think that's the premise that, you know, that I think it's pretty much on both sides.
oh
in a
yeah,
way.
I agree with the premise. I agree with the premise.
Now-
Like I said many times, I sincerely believe that the
So
government.
that has nothing to
really
do with who's
exists.
gonna get paid and who's gonna work for this then, because the system is there, right? You get employees that get to work on the city, take care of the street. You have this, you have that. That it be subcontractors, little companies, or that it be anything. The point is, should they, you know, they have guns to protect themselves from a tyranny of that system decided to take over the rest of the city. So it's kind of like, hey, remember, you work for us, bruh.
Yeah, well, like I've said from the start, I'm very much a populist in a lot of ways. I very much believe that the government exists purely to serve the will of the people. And when it oversteps that boundaries, and I believe there's an issue. And I believe that is largely what has happened in a number of societies, that the government is serving itself rather than the will of the people.
How do you stop that?
I think that we saw that with what happened with Trump, where he won on the idea that he was going to build a wall, and the entire nation, well, not the entire nation, but most of the nation voted for him. And then as soon as he gets in, the system pushes back against him in such a way that he can't really fulfill his campaign promise. As well, he can, but it was a lot harder for him. And I thought, that's flying in the face of democracy. That is a broken system. But then I had other people tell me, well, we need to have that in place so that tyranny can't exist. And I'm just like, well, I just want the will of the people to be served by the government.
Well, making promises while you're campaigning has absolutely no bearing on what you can achieve via the legal system that you have to operate in once you're elected. But the point is, I mean, there were hundreds of miles of wall constructed on our southern border.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, it did get done. Not the entirety of the wall, but because he had to fend off a few years of
bullshit, exactly, yeah,
of nonsense. But the point is, though, like you said, like, well, how do the people keep the state from becoming tyrannical? We have a mechanism for that, and it's our Second Amendment. It was put in place so that we can dissolve our government if they become tyrannical. We don't have a Second Amendment so we can, go hunting.
Mm-hmm.
It's so that we can fend off tyranny, whether it comes from outside the country or within. It was primarily designed for fending off tyranny from within, because the founders of our country, of America, had just fought a war with a king. They just fought off tyranny. And why did they start this war? Because they were being taxed on their tea, and they had no representation in the government. And British soldiers were kicking in the doors of commoners, saying that they were annexing people's property and saying, "We're going to stay here now. Get the fuck out." They were abusing colonists, taking their property from them. That's one of the reasons why the Third Amendment exists. You don't have to house and quarter troops, right? The first five amendments have everything to do with the Revolutionary War.
I'm such a bad American. I don't remember any of this shit. I learned it like years and years ago when I was doing my whole citizenship thing. I don't remember any of it. It's all
first
gone.
Five amendments are the ones you need to know the most. First Amendment, freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, the freedom to associate, the freedom to express yourself, the freedom to practice your religion. Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is the right to keep and bear arms. That protects the first. The Third Amendment, the right to not have to house and quarter troops, to give up your property. The Fourth Amendment, the right to be secure in your papers and your personal effects. The right to not have unreasonable search and seizures. The Fifth Amendment, the right to not be forced to incriminate yourself. The right to remain silent. Those first five rights as American citizens secure our republic, and we should know them inside and out and know when they're being taken from us.
See, it's interesting. The Third Amendment I'd completely forgotten about. And that's a really insightful one, because, I mean, that's third on the list. And third on the list is you don't have to essentially house soldiers. Like, that would have to have been such a major factor for the time. You know what I mean? And that's interesting. It just makes you think. I like thinking.
Yeah. So my perspective is very... I believe what I believe inside and out, and it's not based on what I kind of feel. I've studied the founding of our country. I've studied the Federalist Papers, which are all the writings. See, people have this idea that America was founded like instantly. We fought the war, 1776 was over with. Yay, we're America now. No, the Constitution wasn't ratified until 1789. We had to go and convince all the states to join the Union. We had a Continental Congress where people fought over all of the individual amendments within the Constitution. Certain founding fathers wanted certain things, certain provisions put in there specifically because they countered other things. Checks and balances are all through that document. Article 1, Section 8 specifically talks about what the powers of government are, and it says in that specific article, it says whatever is not written here is left to the people and to the states. There is no Department of Education. There's no Department of Energy. There's no Environmental Protection Agency. Those things are not listed in the Constitution. They are our extra constitutional bureaucracies that should not exist. They're not listed there. But government has a tendency to grow itself. It grows itself like a cancer. And every single time a new entity is born, a new bureaucracy is born, we lose more of our liberty, more and more of it. Now the main problem is, in order for us to have a free society, we need a moral society. Moral people, moral people secure the common good. Moral people help others. Moral people are generous. Moral people are charitable.
But
The
we don't
erosion
have moral
of
people. Like
the
that's,
erosion of our morality has contributed to many
Yeah.
of the things that you've cited that you're afraid of.
Yes,
So
exactly.
we have a moral
Yeah.
problem. We don't have an individual person expressing their liberties. We don't have a problem with that. We have a morality problem.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you 100%, and you've nailed it down. The problem I have is that I actually think that I don't have the right to tell someone to be more moral. That's something that, like, I do it from time to time.
When did I
To
say you
annoy
had a
some-
responsibility or a right to do that?
You never did. You never
Okay.
did. I'm talking about myself and how I
Mhm.
approach this. So, like, I look at this and I'm like, okay, I can't tell someone to share my values because then I'm a tyrant, right?
Be
Like,
the
this
example
is
you
how
want
my-
to
this is-
see in the world, Liam.
Exactly. Yep. That's what I try to do. That's what I
Mhm.
honestly try to do.
That's all you can do.
Yep.
And then at that point, you stop fearing what other people choose to do because you are doing what you should do.
But I'm
You're
not
spreading your
making enough
values
of-
through action, right? Through example.
I don't think I am. I don't think I am. Maybe it's my fault. I don't know.
What do you mean? Well, see, here's the thing. It's everybody's free choice to decide to act, right? People
Yeah.
can take your actions and choose to accept them and look at it and go, wow, I really like what Liam's doing. I want to be like Liam. Or not.
Be like me.
But the point is, all you can do is be an example to others. Live the way you want to see other people live, and be charitable to others. Be generous to others. Be a moral person. Be a loving person. Be a giving person. Give of your time. Be that example. And if people choose to follow you and to act and live the way you live, you've succeeded in your goals. If they don't, you got to move on and not fear the world around you.
I'm back, by the way. What did I miss?
Welcome back, Vinny. No, we've just been
Nothing.
talking about some deep philosophy, which is interesting.
He's chosen to get into a debate with a hardline
No. I'm not in a debate. I'm not in a debate at all. I'm trying to explore new ideas.
Sure.
Like, that's, I think, one of the problems is that everyone wants to make everything a bigger argument. And I just want to say, like, this is what I think. And then you say, well, this is what I think. And I go, well, maybe there's something in what you're saying that I didn't consider before, which has been a fair amount that you've said that I haven't considered before, which is why I like our conversations, Scotsman. I think they're very insightful.
Right.
And I think that more people should talk about their difference of opinions now, because otherwise they can never change. You know, like, they can never change. And I don't want a society where, like, if I express an opinion, like 10 other people are just going to shout at me about something I didn't even say or think. And that's what I worry about as well. Like, but
why would you worry about that?
Because I feel like truth is important, and it's a value, like, that I personally hold very high. And
why is that a fear that you hold, that if I express an opinion, 10 people are going to yell at me and tell
about
me I'm
something
wrong?
about something I didn't say or think?
But why
Like,
is that a
this is-
fear you hold? That's never happened to me.
It happens to me all the time. It happens to me all the time.
You're walking around the street out there in Australia land and you express a view and 10 people yell at you because you have this view.
Oh, well, no, just mostly on the
You're talking about on the internet,
yeah,
on the fake place.
See, it should be none of your business what people think of you. Once you approach life that way, you're going to be much happier.
Well, I want people to be able to have conversations like this. Like, I think this is important for me to grow as a person. And if we couldn't speak bold, if you weren't willing to speak boldly and honestly, I wouldn't be able to hear what you had to say. And
But again,
I'm sitting
hold
here
on.
reading.
So, something like this, you're talking about human interaction in person. versus over a computer where most people have alt accounts and a lot of people want to troll just for the sake of it. So you cannot compare real life to what's going on the internet. This is why we told you a lot of times too.
Yeah, I know, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is the issue, right? We have this idea that the internet is different, and we all universally accept it. We all universally accept, oh, the internet's different. People can act like trash to one another here. People troll, just accept it, right? But more interaction goes on via the internet now than it does over public, like face-to-face interactions. It is the main source of human interaction right now in society. Kids coming up text each other. They talk on the phones. They type over the thing. They don't get together and have conversations like this, like this here that we're doing, like this is the new normal. And when we accept, except sometimes people just are deliberately disingenuous and try and cause harm for no reason. It's like, what? So like, why is it on the internet bullying and harassment and shit like that is just seen as inevitable and you've just got to accept it? When in society, if you're at a public park, if you're out in public and someone started doing the same thing, you'd be like, hey, why are you being a fuckhead for? Why pull your head in, mate.
Now, hold on. Who's saying it's acceptable? Because when people do that shit, I usually say that. I go, well, who the fuck do you think you are? And I mute them or block them. Because guess what? I don't have to interact with fucking psychos. Just like in real life. No one's going to have the balls to do that shit in person. If they do, you know that they're mentally ill. In which case, you could handle it your own way.
Yeah.
But
it's just interesting to me that we accept that there's sort of this argument, and the argument is it's the internet, therefore I'm justified in being a shithead. And I see that a lot. I see that and I hear that a lot. And other people say it's the internet and therefore they're going to be shitheads, just accept it. And I think, like, why do we have such a moral failing that, like, we can't just be nice to people? I mean, I get having a laugh at someone else's expense from time to time or jabbing them to try and get them to be a better person. I get that, right? I get it. But we just accept without much thought that everyone's terrible and you're going to face terrible shit. And it's like, well, this is our main source of communication. This is how we talk now in society. So.
Well, it's a fucked up thing. And it sounds like someone needs to take a break from Twitter because it's not acceptable. Hold on. But it's not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
It really isn't. And the people who are like that, well, then they're in their own little fucking bubble. Are they not?
Yeah, but if we say that it's not acceptable, right? Like, if we say it's not acceptable, then we're imposing our morality on other people.
No. Here's the thing. They have the freedom to do that, right? They do have the freedom to do that and say what they want. Mm-hmm. And we have the freedom to respond in how we want to respond. And some people are going to have fights. Other people are going to be smarter and not deal with it because they know the type of person that they're dealing with.
Let me sum this up in a song.
Yeah.
In the key of Mario Brothers. Block, 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 mute, block, 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 mute, 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 block, 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 mute, mute, mute.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. I agree. That's what I have been doing, as you know. Now, that said, when we are blocking and muting in a community space, which I believe the internet is, and I think we're going to find out that it is in the next few years. I think that's going to be the next big change that happens.
Big tech is going to make sure that you don't have a voice, buddy.
Yeah. Are we limiting ourselves by, like, I often like when people attack me over certain things,
Yeah, we've noticed.
It gives me a reason to self-reflect and try and self-improve.
No, see, if you're trying to self-improve on how people are attacking you and breaking your balls and making lies about you, that you're sorry, buddy. You're doing the wrong thing and you're wasting a colossal amount of time and energy.
Yeah, that's
because it comes down to, all right, you don't like me, great. That's your fucking choice.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not about. That's my choice.
I don't care whether or not people like me. That's one of the other. That's a common.
But you just said that what they say is going to help change you or help you grow as a person.
if they have genuine criticism of me, I'd like to grow. Like Scotsman has genuine criticism of me, and I listen to that, and it's very valuable.
Because he's also your friend, and he's someone you talk with all the time. Most of the people who attack you just for the sake of it are trolling you, and you are aware of that as well. But yet you still respond to fucking psycho bullshit. That's what the problem is. You, by nature, I know you're a good person, but not everybody's good. And again, if it's people you don't have a regular dialogue with, and they're just coming at you with these fucking bizarre things or statements about you, and guess what? They're not your friend. They're not looking out for you. They just want to be dicks.
Yeah, I never thought that they did. Well, I did at one point, but no,
they can't help you grow as a person on any fucking level.
Well, I mean, is that true though? Let me just explore this with me just a little bit, right? Yes. No, hear me out. Just because someone is being nasty or mean doesn't necessarily mean that their criticism is not valid in some way, right? And you can not like something or not like someone, and they can still say something that is true that you could learn from, right? Like, is that unreasonable?
Not really. But you don't have to make it like, your motto.
If someone's attacking you out of the blue, and it's something you happen to have heard from a friend at one time or whatever, it doesn't make this new person what they're saying a fact. They could just be dicks, and it's a coincidence. You understand that too?
Yeah, for sure. And I know there are people that they actively just want to hurt, and like that's part of what I was saying as well. Is like that should not be acceptable to just be like, oh, it's. I mean, there are laws against it, but then people laugh at the laws. It's like, well, these are laws, like they're legal. You have a right to be innocent until proven guilty. But I don't know. It's just lots to think about. Hey, I've never. I have. I lie. I have claimed to be a perfect person. I do it a lot. It annoys people, but in reality, I don't really think I am. I think that I'm probably one of the most flawed people I know.
Everybody's flawed.
Yeah, and that's why I try so hard, and why I'm looking at what's going on, and I just I need to increase, like Scotsman says, I need to increase my personal influence and power so that I can do more good. But there's a level of reality against what I can achieve with the time I have and where I am at compared to the good I can do, and it's like it's a balancing act. You know what I mean? Like now, I'm happy helping these puppies. That's
so. It's okay to do things on a smaller scale, because eventually, again, you're leading by example. Other people are seeing this, right? We do all these streams and stuff. They see you taking care of a puppy. Maybe someone else is gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna go rescue an animal as well. I'm gonna go do something good. I was inspired by what Liam did. Those are the impacts. Those are the changes we could do. That's realistic. Trying to change government by yourself or whatever nonsense that we were just talking about before. That's unrealistic. But as a society as a whole, we just keep doing good. Doing good on a fucking small scale is going to eventually get bigger and bigger and better. It's going to spread in a good way, like the negativity does. So let's focus on the positive, not the negative bullshit.
Yeah, I suppose that for so long for me, my self-improvement and my growth as an individual was built on addressing my shortcomings. So I always look really, really heavily and hardly at myself on the things that I do wrong and the things that I know are my weaknesses.
Right.
And I because I want to make sure that I'm constantly improving those. I'm not falling back into the mistakes that I always make.
Right.
But I do. That ironically will often make me fall back into the same mistakes I make, as Scotsman has repeatedly yelled at me for over the years.
Right. Well, again, by human nature, that's what we do. We get into these patterns and shit. So, being aware of what you're doing is another story, and trying to make changes. Like, I used to be a lot more fucking rude towards people when I was way younger, right?
Yeah.
But like I had validation in it, or I saw how people were, and I would just spit things out. I stop and think a little bit more. That's how I've changed things over the years.
Yeah, I
And
try
then
to do that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I try to take people at face value. If I still continue to see them being fucking dicks and asswipes, then yeah, I'm not going to associate with them, and they're going to get the full experience of Vinny right in their faces, you know. But again, if you're doing something, yeah, if you're doing something bad to somebody else, or see, I always fought for the little guy. That's where I was always at, because I'm sick of seeing shit like that. People putting their boot on others. Fuck you and the fucking horse you came in on. You don't attack people like that. You don't try to control people like that. So I'll always stick up for those kind of individuals, you know? And that's where a lot of growth comes from. It's doing the fucking right thing when it needs to be there. Not just for the sake of doing it to fulfill a certain quota you have in your head or whatever. It's, you know, again, especially when you have time is short for a lot of us, right? There's a lot of people going through a lot of different things. The world, what's going on now. I know these conversations could go into crazy different places. But
I mean, honest question here, and this one goes out to you, Scotsman, too. Like, honest question, but do you think that everything's just going to be okay? Like, because I'm kind of coming from this point where this very cynical point in real life. Like, I'm again speaking from the heart here, where I'm really worried that everything's not going to be okay, that everything's going to get a lot worse. And that's the reason that, again, that's a lot of the source of this fear, the idea that things are going to tip over and there's not going to be a way to right the course after it's done, you know?
I think eventually, I think eventually things will get to a good point. But sometimes, you know, shit'll have to get worse sometimes before it can get better.
To me,
I mean,
let's just say
he asked me a question. Let me answer real quick. I think it is absolute narcissistic mental masturbation to think that we can control or change the outcome of the society at large. I think we should focus on our own houses. I think we should get our own houses in order. I think we should get better health, more exercise, better sleep, eat better, treat our family members better, spend more time with our kids and our pets. I think those are the things we should be focused on, not the fucking society at large.
Okay.
You know, protect yourself, arm yourself, know how to use a weapon, know how to properly care for it and store it, know how to use it, right? Know a martial art, know how to intervene in a situation whenever there's a crisis, know CPR.
Yep.
And then other than that, mind your own fucking business and get to work.
Right.
Okay. Well, that's certainly
period.
Again, because here's the other thing, right? When you think about people who have passed away in your life, do you think about so and so, my uncle, or this or that? Do you think about when he was living in society and how society was, or do you think back and go, he was a good man, he took care of his family, he did the right thing? Which do you think about when you think about somebody who passed away like that? Are you thinking about how he interacted in society as a whole and how society was when he lived? Or are you thinking about, was this a good man? Was this a good person?
Yeah, that's true. That
should be your answer too.
Yeah. No,
lead by example.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
I mean, I guess I'm seeing like tribes and clans and factions and big bodies of activists moving and feeling compelled to push back in resistance.
Again, and that's part of what media is doing. That's part of what media is doing. They want people to be fearful. They want them to have all these questions.
They want somebody to lose their shit and do the stupid mistake. And that's what I was going to say. It's like right now, me, even though I think it's not very good what's happening, right? One of the good aspects from it's usually it would have exploded already.
Yeah.
Like I think that, you know, those Antifa and those people attacking people in the streets, I think like the other side has been pretty goddamn good trying to keep their cool, and so you know, I think according to, you know, if you look at history, it's not that gloom, if you could say. So like I agree with the other ones. If we keep focus on what we're doing, eyes on the prize, that's technically leading by the example, and eventually, you know, that's what shines.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Well,
it's really that
hopefully.
simple, Liam. In my view, I mean, look, man, you trying to see one of the things you learn in psychology, you can't control other people's behavior. You can only control your own.
No, I know that. That was a
And
big
so-
fundamental core of myself. Yeah.
Trying to get other people to live the way you want them to live because you're afraid for their safety is a waste of time. Being there for someone who needs an ear, or being generous with your time or with the resources you have, as long as no one's coercing you to do so, that's really the best way to live. That's the best way to help one another. To be free to make that choice and not have the state do it. Right? Worry about your own house. Worry about the order that you can control, because there are so many things outside of our control that we cannot fix. I mean, if I were being perfectly honest, am I afraid of tyranny? Right now in history, I'm fucking petrified that we are descending into tyranny. Am I going to live in fear? No.
Nope.
I'm not going to.
That's how I feel too, I guess. Like,
I'm not going to live in fear. I'm not going to say every day how afraid I am of X, Y, and Z, because all that does is put negativity into the world. And I believe that those ripples, those things have an effect. They have an effect. Speak positively where you can. Stay focused on positive things. Live how you want other people to live. Project your morality outward through your own action. Minister to others. Listen to other people whenever they have problems. Be generous with your time. Do the things you can do. Not worry about things that are bigger than you. Because
you can't change.
all they do is make you crazy.
Yep.
You know, you pick your fight. You pick the fight where you can have an effect. You don't try to fight everywhere. You have to be smart about this.
That's how you lose wars.
There's just
Amen,
one
brothers.
thing. There's just one thing left, right? There's just one thing. No, this is honestly
All right.
this
get a
is
shotgun.
one thing left, right?
This is turning into a Liam intervention, isn't it?
Oh, the people have these all the time. Now, this is actually just meant to be a conversation, you know.
I know, I'm just joking.
All that is needed for evil man to succeed is for good men to do nothing. It's a core fundamental belief that I've held for the longest time.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We're not doing nothing.
Well, this is what I want to sort of explore a bit. It's like, so I'm focusing exclusively, like, let's say I shift my focus exclusively to my house, my home, my family, my future. You know what I mean? And I stop paying attention to what's going on. Like, I always thought locally is where you need to be focused, not nationally, you know. But like, I always felt like focus on your community, your local community, and help out, do what's needed, you know. Be actively involved in community groups if people need help with anything, you know, like that's sort of where I am. But but I'm right now, I'm looking at what is a looming tyranny, right? And I am like yourself, Scotsman, I am concerned. Can anyone effectively combat that potential tyranny, that evil, by just managing their life? Is that possible, or is that less effective than gathering together with other men that are that share those same values as yourself and trying to push back against that tyranny? Like,
well, you only took about 85% of what I said. I didn't just say that. I said arm yourself. Arm yourself. Be ready to fend off tyranny. Know how to use a gun. Know how to intervene in a crisis situation. Know CPR. Right? Know a martial art. Know how to defend yourself. Know how to defend others.
So what you're saying here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is enjoy, like, and this is me summarizing it down to just basic, simple Liamese in my brain, right? Tell me if I'm wrong. Manage your life so that you are content and happy, and you're able to live by your own moral values and codes. And if tyranny descends upon you, become reactionary. Is that a fair assessment of what you've said?
Reactionary is the thing I have a problem with.
Okay.
So
that's the reason. That's the word I was looking for too, because I was
be discerning of what's happening around you. Don't be oblivious to what's going on around you. Again, be influential, but influential and effective where you can actually make a difference. stating that you're worried about the outcomes of everybody's drug problems or the way that they're living their lives, where you can't have even a bit of control, is a waste of your time.
And
A time we don't have, right?
This is true. This is time.
So-
and who are you to judge what people use to
But when it comes to
Keep
tyranny,
going for it.
every able-bodied man, woman, whatever, every able-bodied human being who can take up arms to fend off tyranny should, and in that respect, should be trained to do so, should be thinking that way, should equip themselves with the ability to do so. That means owning a weapon, knowing how to use it, knowing how to take care of others in a crisis, knowing CPR,
Well,
knowing
I
how to
know
be
all that
effective,
stuff. I know
knowing
all
how
that
to
stuff.
cause damage, knowing
Yeah.
how to effectively cause damage and neutralize a threat.
Mhm.
All of those things. So
I kind of worry that, like,
there's the worry word again.
yeah, well, I worry about fighting the wrong battles. You know, that's why I bring it up.
Fighting wrong battles.
Look,
Yeah, fighting the wrong battles. Like, again, like
Like Twitter.
yeah.
somebody once said, he
yeah.
goes, we need more people, more of us becoming teachers, more of us doing stuff like that. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, you pick your fight. Where can you fight? Because there's no point trying to fight a fight that you're not weaponized or train or have
Yeah.
anything you can bring to it, right?
Yeah.
Where our skills is here, where we tell stories.
Yeah.
We offer
Where-
escapism. We offer inspiring stories.
Yeah, we're leaving a good mark on society with something positive. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, that's ultimately what I wanted to do at the time.
Right.
So you're doing that, Liam. You're using your talents as a writer to minister to the faithful.
And our friends that are not artists, other people that are not artists or lawyers and stuff like that, well, they're fighting the fight in their own little place. And this is how we fight as
You
big
talk all the
united
time about the way you craft your stories, how you say, yeah, this girl right here, she used to teach young men to look out for manipulative bitches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're using your superpower for good at that point.
Exactly. Exactly. That's the thing. The people who support us and back us, they're letting us know. They're letting us know what we're doing is the right thing. We're making people happy. We're putting some joy back into the fucking world that we know the mainstream raped them of. We don't need to deal with the bullshit that these people are crammed down everyone's throat. It's our job to make people happy, to tell good stories, and to have a good fucking time. If society is going to go to this part where you're so afraid of, trust me, there's going to be a lot more things to worry about when we get to that point. We're not going to be able to do what we're doing right now on any level.
I mean, I guess for me, the reason what's brought me to this point is trying really hard to just steer left. Like, we're rushing towards a tree, and I really want to just steer left. And the idea of, like, just let the car hit the tree, Liam, and make sure that your seatbelt's on and that you'll be okay. I'm just kind of like, it's just I just really don't want to hit the tree.
I'm more likely to steer right than left, but
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. Yeah, that's a better example. But yeah.
They're on the other side of the road over there, buddy. You know that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. It's because you're driving on the wrong side of the street. Got it.
Yeah, I don't want to hit the tree, and I feel like we're going straight for a tree. And so the prepper in me, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Has me being like, I'm going to have to fight, and I don't want to fight. I want everything to be good and people to have a happy life. And like, I don't know.
Well, friends, it's been 8 hours and 45 minutes.
Holy shit, yeah.
Utterly destroying Liam's previous stream.
Yeah, leaving me in ruins and shambles.
Leaving him
Psychologically,
a
I'm
smoldering
devastated.
mess of worry, fear, and despair.
Yeah. Black pills raining down all around behind me.
Dicks in bouncing off of umbrellas, falling from the sky.
That's right.
I don't even know what that even meant.
Me neither.
Well, I'd like to thank everybody for hanging out in the chat. Appreciate all of you. You guys are amazing people. Most of you have been here for a lot of the stream. And that's wild. Some of you have come and gone and come back.
Fucking amazing.
Definitely. Thank you for your comments and your insights, everyone. Thank you for being a part of this. So appreciate you all.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My dinner is ready. I got to cut, so I have to end it here. But I appreciate you all, and thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all your comments, like Liam said. And we're gonna get through all this wherever you are in the world. I mean, look out for tyranny. Look out for those around you. Make sure everybody around you is doing okay. The people you can influence, the people you can take care of, do so. Right? Be the example you want to see.
Exactly.
And with that, I'll leave you with that. Okay? How about that? We'll see you all again next time.
Later.